Breaking news, the Las Vegas Raiders have just traded away Davante Adams to the New York Jets. I'm Mitchell Renz, host of the Raiders Report, and coming up here on today's live show, we're going to discuss everything that you need to know around this Davante trade. And I want to know down in the comments section, who won the trade? Do you think the New York Jets won it? Do you think that the Las Vegas Raiders won it? Because I've already seen a very different opinion in my live chat right now. We already have over 800 people here watching this live show. I also saw a lot of different opinions, if you will, on social media. If you don't know what the trade is for Davante Adams, it is for a conditional third-round pick. And I see a lot of people are freaking out going, Mitch, it's only a third-round pick. That's not true. Not only did the New York Jets take on 100% of Davante Adams' contract, which I think for a lot of Raider fans that are hitting that panic button right now, there were a lot of teams that were not willing to pick up all that money on Davante's trade. It was reported by Adam Schefter yesterday that the highest deal that the Raiders got if a team was going to take on the initial entire contract was a fourth-round pick. The New York Jets lose a heartbreaker last night to the Buffalo Bills in a game where I literally was on the phone, right hand to the God. Swear to God on my grandfather's grave, I was on the phone with my dad, and I go, if I'm the New York Jets, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm going, hey, if I got a red zone receiver, I think that we have a chance to win that game instead of kicking all those damn field goals. So the trade ended up going down. I was walking in, but that third-round conditional pick, it can turn into a second-round pick. So it is still a chance that the Raiders get a second-round pick, and it has nothing to do with how good the New York Jets are. This is as simple as how good Davante Adams is with Aaron Rodgers. And I think for a lot of Raider fans out there, I'll say this, I like the fact that that's how that deal goes. The Jets right now are 2-4, and I think that Davante is going to learn that the grass isn't always greener, especially in East Rutherford, New Jersey at MetLife Stadium. But one of the things that I will always bet on is Davante is a good receiver, and that hamstring injury, I'm going to imagine, is all of a sudden 100% healthy. But the one thing that you got to be able to sit there and go, Aaron Rodgers wanted Davante. Davante wanted to go to the New York Jets for Aaron Rodgers. And if it is a stat-based conditional pick, I think that that is a win for the Raiders because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to target Davante Adams. I think that the numbers that those two are going to be able to put up together from a stat standpoint will end up happening. And I'm going to be that hopeful Raider fan. Now, obviously, if Davante gets hurt, then it's probably going to be a third-round pick. But if Davante is healthy, which he's going to end up being healthy, he's going to end up getting targeted. Yes, it is a conditional third, but it can turn into a second-round pick, and the New York Jets took on 100% of his contract. I mean, guys, we're talking about a receiver, and Davante is no doubt a talented receiver. But if you're the Las Vegas Raiders, how does it make any sense when you have the quarterback play that we have, and then you're going to pay Davante Adams the next 2 seasons $44.5 million? It doesn't make sense. Yes, this is not how I wanted this marriage to go. Of course, every Raider fan here wanted Davante Adams to be a member of this team for a long time. And I know that the Raiders got 2 second-round pick offers last season from the New York Jets, but considering what we've known and the offers that the Raiders have gotten, I think that this is a B-plus type of trade for the Raiders. You were able to get a potential second-round pick, and a team took on the full contract. The other reason why that I love that is because if you're Las Vegas, what's the most important thing next season? Going out and getting a franchise quarterback. I think the other part of that is you might have to look into the idea of, maybe we need a brand new OC. We definitely need a new OC. Maybe we end up getting a head coach. Like, I'll tell you all right now, I want Ben Johnson. And the only way that you're going to get a guy like Ben Johnson to the Las Vegas Raiders is if that destination is very, very desirable. A lot of salary cap space, extra draft capital, and an opportunity to go get a franchise quarterback. We're setting ourselves up in a nice way to go out and get one of the best OCs, to go out and get another great head coach candidate. If you want to get those questions, comments on the show, we got 2,500 people up in this thing. And I'll always say this, when the Raiders have breaking news, I'm going to go live. When the Raiders do something, you can count on me. You can count on Jeremy Chuggs. Nobody will outwork us. You're not always going to agree with everything that we say. But if you guys want to sit here, and if you want to party all day, if you want to talk about this trade, we were going to go live at 4 p.m. Eastern time today. If you guys want to get rowdy, we want to get after it, we can stay live for multiple hours here. I'm down to get down. So let's talk about this trade here a little bit. Hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. to skip the line, get those questions flowing right now. But you know what? I do got to give a shout out to our sponsor here, Gametime. I love Gametime, and if you're planning on going to the Raiders and Rams game in Los Angeles, there's one place and one place only to get your tickets. Is any Dodgers fans out there? If anybody wants to go watch the Dodgers get their ass kicked at Citi Field, you can also get your tickets here. Download the Gametime app. I love Gametime. Download the Gametime app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download Gametime today. What time is it? It is game time. Now, also, we got PrizePicks. They're sponsoring today's show, which I haven't looked now at what some of the picks are for the Raiders and Rams game. But, like, last night I was chilling with my dad. He's a Jets fan, and the fact that he's been hanging out with me all weekend, and we've been talking about this trade for a while, it ends up going down. We were sitting there late last night, and I told him, I go, dude, did you get a PrizePicks action lineup in for this Jets game? He said yes, which I thought was a very interesting thing. So we're getting some more details here on Davante. But if you want to play, all you got to do is pick 2+ players. And PrizePicks here, I'm telling you right now, is some of the most fun that we've had all season long. I love PrizePicks. Chubbs loves PrizePicks. Sign up today, get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like, hey, today's Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value on those lineups. So here is the trade. It is a conditional 2025 third that can turn into a second-round pick. It is not a third and a second on top of that. I am trying to see if we can get any more details. Okay. Here are the conditional details around Davante Adams. Oh, boy. I'll tell you this. I don't know if I like it as much now. I'm trying, yeah. I don't know if I like it as much now because I thought it was going to be more of a stat-based thing. And with Davante missing out, oh, man. All right. So Adams must be a first or second team All-Pro. He's got to be a first or second team All-Pro, and he's already missed multiple games, or Davante has to be on the active roster for the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. I hate to break it to you, that's a third-round pick. I hate to break it to you, that's a third-round pick. I thought that this, based on some of the reports that were coming in, were going to be around stats and what those two did together. The fact that he's already missed the amount of games that he's missed, he's probably not going to be a first or a second team All-Pro. And then you're looking at a 2-4 New York Jets team. They have to get to the AFC Championship. I hate to break it to you. This is probably a third-round pick. I was hoping that you'd have a chance to get a second. Yeah, this one, it's shifted a little bit. Hey, but you know what? Sometimes that's what you're going to get here live on the show. Here's one more time the conditions from Adam Schefter. Trade condition update. The conditional third-round pick the Jets are willing to trade to the Raiders for Davante becomes a second if any of the following happen per source. Adams must be a first or second team All-Pro and one active roster spot in the AFC Championship game or Super Bowl. Well, I'll tell you this. If the Jets end up making it to the playoffs, we will be live, and we're going to be cheering on the New York Jets to get to the AFC Championship game. I mean, that's F the Super Bowl. I don't need, unless they're playing the Chiefs and whatever the hell it might be. But I'm going to be rooting for the New York Jets in the playoffs if they end up making it. And quite frankly, I think every single Raiders fans out there a little bit should be rooting for those Jets to make the playoffs, and hopefully we can get an extra second-round pick because we're going to need that pick in order to go get a quarterback. We got 3,000 people here in the building. Let's run through some super chats here. Going to miss you, Davante, but Raider Nation for life. I'm going to miss the idea of what I was hoping Davante Adams meant for the Las Vegas Raiders. But if you don't have a franchise quarterback, it doesn't make sense to pay the money that the Raiders did to Davante. And I know that Tay and Carr wanted to get it working. Unfortunately, though, that one didn't work. Josh McDaniels ended up failing, and I think that this was one of those relationships where Davante deserves blame too. He deserves blame for lying to a lot of people, including teammates and whatnot, but the Raiders also deserve blame for making a trade like this and doing a horrific job trying to put a decent quarterback around him. I mean, you're talking about Brian Hoyer, Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, Jimmy Garoppolo. There's not a single quarterback that I just mentioned there in the top 25 of QBs. Hell, I don't think there's a single quarterback that I just mentioned there in the top 32 of quarterbacks. So when you're paying Davante Adams that type of money, it doesn't make sense. What up, Malachi? Hey, we have a huge salary cap for future players. I can't give it an A grade because I wanted at least a second-round pick, and I know it's a conditional third, but now that we know what the details are, I'm going to give it a B- trade overall. I'm happy that they were able to pick up the contract. That's great. And you're right, that's setting us up in the future, which I think that's how Raider Nation needs to look at this. How can we get the most out of that future? But I'm going to go B- just because I don't think the Jets are making it to the AFC Championship game. I don't think that the Jets are going to make it to the Super Bowl. And I don't think that Davante Adams is going to be a first or second team All-Pro. Let's go to Trevor Custer. Honestly, love this trade, but best of luck. Love not paying him for the next 2 years. Do we trade for a wide receiver 1 or wait for the draft? If you're the Raiders this season, there's no need to go find a wide receiver 1, because there's not a wide receiver 1 that's really available, right? Now, you can make a trade. You might be able to look at that. Like, Brandon Ayuk's not going to be available. The most realistic name, I would say right now, if the Raiders wanted to trade for a wide receiver 1, and I don't even know if I consider him a 1, would be T. Higgins. He wants a brand new contract. But, we got to be able to face the music here, right? The Raiders are 2-4. We're not going to win anything with Luke Getsy. We're not going to win anything with the quarterback plays that we have. We got to plan for the future a little bit. And for that reason, if you want to find a Davante replacement, it's probably going to be in free agency. But coming up here on today's show, we will have a Davante Adams replacement show, which is already made. And then we're going to open it up to all y'all to do a live instant reaction to the trade that just went down. But hey, I got to ask a little bit of a favor here. If you guys could click that like button, believe it or not, it would help Jeremy and I out a ton. Jeremy's literally sitting here eating his breakfast behind the scenes because I was walking into work when the trade got done. I was hanging out with my dad this morning. He was with me for the past 4 days, and he ended up just leaving. He's heading out to Mississippi, he told me, but he's driving there. So if anybody sees a white convertible Mustang, make sure you wave at him. But when this trade ended up going down, I was like, bro, we got to get live. Let's get everything up and going. And the easiest way to always say thank you if you're not already subscribed, click that like button. Make sure you're interacting with us down in the comments. Let's go. Hit that like button. And we're going to break down even more details here around the Davante trade, but we got to get to 1,000 likes here. Can we do it? Who's here rocking with me? I know it's early on the West Coast. How many Dodgers fans are there? Let's go Mets, am I right? I know it was a late night for maybe some Dodgers fans licking their wounds a little bit. But you know what? I want to know who's rocking with me. I got Vincenzo. What's up, Irva Alvarado? What's up, Solid Snake? G-Money, Old E. Gage, Connor Luther. I see ya, Sucker Free. Adrian Aguayo, OG, Texans versus Mexicans. That's my guy right there. Jeff Garcia, Malachi Muhammad, Bobby Hernandez, top mother effer in here is rocking with me. Good morning there, Kyle Height. I see you. 300 likes away. What's up, Big Papa? What's up, Big Luck, my guy? Juan Hernandez, Ryan Ross, Mad Ways. I see ya. Jonathan, Alex, Early Riser.
Let's go!
Who is here? Chad Sr., good morning. Miguel Guerrero. Hey. I was talking a lot of trash last night. Nico, you know us all love. Noah Santana all love. Chef, all love.
I know a lot of people are upset, and I know it sucks, but at least think of it this way. The Band-Aid's ripped off. We all knew this was coming. We all knew Davante was going to get traded. From about 2 weeks ago, Mitch and me have been reporting here on the Raiders Report that the Raiders were trying to trade Davante Adams. So we knew it was coming. It's finally over. Now, this Raiders organization, everybody in that building can focus towards the future. It's not drama right now. Let's focus towards the future. Let's build for next season. Yep. Let's build this team out. Let's not worry about people who don't want to be here.
Correct. And, Antonio Pierce said the exact same thing this morning. AP said that he wishes Davante the best. Now that I see Davante needs to do what he needs to do in order for us to get a second-round pick, guess what? I'm going to wish Davante Adams the best as well. I'm going to wish the New York Jets the best as well.
After that condition, we have to.
You got to.
I mean, if you get a better pick for him being an All-Pro, I want Davante to break the receiving record this season. I want him to get 3,000 yards.
Frankly, that's fine with me, right? Like, and the other part is if the New York Jets make it to the Super Bowl, that means the Chiefs don't make it to the Super Bowl.
This does put the Trolls in a very precarious position because at some point we will have to root for the Jets.
Yeah, that's true. It'll be easy for Mitch. It's not a problem at all.
Okay. We're almost there, though. We're almost there. 130 likes away, and then we're going to do a full 10-minute, maybe 12-minute breakdown, depending on RPMs. We got to get a 12-minute breakdown, and then we'll tell you all about the Davante Adams trade. We'll give you some replacements, and we'll get this show going.
Davey Faro says, Mitch, are we going to bang today? I'll tell you this right now. If you guys are down to bang, I had 1 cup of coffee. I'm drinking some Panda Sups right now. I know it's early in the morning, but I've been waiting for this trade to go down, and I agree with Chugs a lot of the things that he said where, let's now that this shit is over with, I don't want to talk about Davante anymore. I do want the Raiders to start looking forward to the future. And if there's a guy that doesn't want to be a part of the organization, then move on from him, right? Like Davante quit. Not only on the nation, he quit on his teammates, he quit on the organization, and the Raiders deserve some blame in that, no doubt about it.
I mean, it's like any relationship, right? You want to be with somebody who wants to be with you.
Yeah.
Any relationship. And not every time you break up with somebody, you absolutely hate them. Sometimes it's mutual. Sometimes it's like, okay, like handshake.
Raiders players were ready to move on. Like, I promise you this. They were so ready to move on. They didn't want the drama anymore. And when you start hearing some of these players talk about the whole Davante situation, Davante was uncomfortable to be around for multiple weeks, multiple months, because it was very obvious, and he was asking for a trade back in August, back in way months before when everyone was like, no, he's not going to get traded, when Davante said that I don't want to get traded. And I know Tay doesn't want to step up probably on the podium or say something where people are going to come after him, but I do think as a man, lying to your friends and your teammates over and over and over again, like, that's some snake-type shit. Again, the Raiders deserve responsibility.
19 likes away.
But at the same time, man,
18 likes
Davante was a bit of a snake in this whole situation. Raiders deserve blame. A little bit of a snake,
17 likes away. Who's going to hit that thumbs-up icon so we can break this down? 10 likes away. Let's get there. Let's break it down. And I know
the only way today could be better is if Luke Getsy gets fired.
I know it's always F Sam on the show, but he did help me move everything into the studio and help us get set up. So can we get a loving F Sam in the chat? Like a endearing, like, thank you, F Sam in the chat.
Sam did help us really get this thing going.
Also, junior producer Reed helped out a ton. He's doing a great job in the background as well.
Cullen didn't hit me with his car. He let me cross in front of him to get to work about 10 seconds sooner.
From somebody known as the Tank?
Yeah.
I mean, thank God you weren't in Tiananmen Square.
Dude, facts, man. All right, y'all.
He loved that joke.
Let's get into the breaking news here. We got some more updates here around Davante Adams, around the trade. Coming up here on today's show, we're going to be breaking down everything that there is to know around this Tay trade. And then we're going to get into another episode around Davante replacements, because the Raiders could potentially look at trying to bring somebody in, adding it to their roster to help bolster this wide receiver unit a little bit, which is very banged up without Jacoby Myers. And I'm hoping Jacoby's able to go this week. He almost was able to play on Sunday. And then we're going to ask all of y'all, how are you feeling about the Davante Adams trade? We will do all of that. I am down to stay live as long as y'all want me to stay live for, as long as the questions are flowing, as long as you guys are interacting with us here. Shit, I'm down to just hang out here all day. That's up to y'all. Up to y'all. Coming up, let's get into the breaking news that the Las Vegas Raiders just traded away Davante Adams. What do you say? GT. I think that's the one.
It is.
All right, let's do it. Coming up, Trade Talk. We got some breaking news here. The Las Vegas Raiders just traded away a wide receiver Davante Adams to the New York Jets. Coming up here on today's show, I'm going to tell you my thoughts on what this trade is, how the Raiders could potentially take that third-round pick that they got from the New York Jets, and what it's going to take to turn that into a second-round pick. And I know that a lot of people hear me just go third-round pick, but there is something very important to note in this trade, and we're going to break all of that down here on today's show. But this is why y'all subscribe. If you're sick and tired of hearing about the Davante Adams trade rumors, hit that subscribe button. If you're just now looking forward to the future of the Las Vegas Raiders, hit that subscribe button. At the end of the day, I want players. I want dudes that want to be a member of this team. And yes, this was a bad marriage. Davante deserves blame. The Raiders organization deserves blame. But sometimes you need a healthy divorce, and I think that this is a divorce that works out for Davante and it works out for the Las Vegas Raiders. So here is the trade details, and I want to know from the nation down below, grade the trade, A, B, C, D, or F. The Jets, they get Tay. The Las Vegas Raiders, they get a conditional 2025 third-round pick that can become a second-round pick. So there's two things that you need to know about this trade. The first thing that you need to know is this compensation, which Adam Schefter ended up breaking down. So essentially, for the Raiders to get that third-round pick turned into a second-round pick, two things need to happen, or one of the two things need to happen. First, Adams must be a first or second team All-Pro, okay? AP All-Pro. Or Davante's got to be on the active roster for the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. And I know that it's not going to be easy for a lot of Raider fans probably to root for another team in the AFC, but I'll look at it like this. If the New York Jets make it to the Super Bowl, we get a second-round pick, and the Kansas City Chiefs can't three-peat. As far as I'm concerned, that's something that I would like. The other really important part of this is the Jets took on 100% of Davante's contract, and that's really important because if you're the Raiders, you're looking forward to next year. You want to have that salary cap, and right now it's reported that the Raiders are going to have somewhere around $80 million in salary cap space next season. You're getting some extra draft capital. That extra draft capital is hopefully going to help you go out and get a Cam Ward, Jalen Milroe, whatever that future franchise quarterback. Maybe it's Shedeur Sanders. We know how much Mark Davis likes him. But for the Jets, they're taking on the entirety of his contract in 2026, in 2025, all of it in 2024. Millions upon millions of dollars. And I know that we wanted Davante to work, but we don't have that franchise QB yet. And it does not make sense to pay a receiver $44.1 million in 2025 and in 2026 unless you have that QB. Quite frankly, it doesn't even really make sense to have Davante on our current team because Davante is not a fit with this team. Are the Raiders better with Davante in a certain scheme? Sure. But if you also have a wide receiver that's out there being a little bit of a diva, not wanting to block and kind of quitting on his team, kind of what you've seen even a guy like George Pickens do for the Steelers, that's not a healthy relationship that you want in this locker room. And hearing from players, hearing from coaches on the Raiders, everybody is very happy and at ease that Davante is no longer part of this team. This situation sucks. It does suck. But I'm also a kid. My parents are divorced. But you know what? I know that those two, they love me very much. But it was a healthy thing for both of them. This is a healthy divorce for Davante, and it's a healthy divorce for the Las Vegas Raiders. So how about this, y'all? Who won the trade? Let me know down below. If you think it's the New York Jets, type Jets. If you think it's the Las Vegas Raiders, I want you to type Raiders. This is going to be the pinned comment on today's show. I want you to scroll on down while you're getting hit with that YouTube ad break and give me your honest opinion. Who won the trade, Jets or Raiders? My answer coming up right now. I'm going to sit up here and say that the Las Vegas Raiders are going to be the team that ends up winning this trade because if you're the Jets and you make a deal for Davante, okay? You're making a deal for Davante to go out there and go to the AFC Championship game this season, to go out there and go to the Super Bowl this season. I really don't think that that's going to happen. I'm not going to lie. So with that being said, the Raiders only got a third-round pick. The reason why, though, I do think that the Raiders are a little bit of a winner here in this situation is because Adam Schefter reported yesterday that not a single team was willing to give the Raiders anything more than a fourth-round pick, and that was if that team was also not going to take on full contract. So I think what you saw here is the Jets met in the middle, the Raiders met in the middle. The Jets win this trade because they end up getting Davante back. The Raiders end up winning this trade because you finally get to move on. The team took on the entirety of his contract, and you do have a chance to get a second-round pick. I'll admit, I don't see the Raiders getting a second-round pick because I don't see AP or I don't see Davante becoming that AP first or second team receiver with the amount of games that he's already missed, and I don't see a 2-4 Jets team going to the AFC Championship game, and I don't see them going to the Super Bowl. But the breaking news here live on the Raiders Report, we got over 3,700 people watching our live show, and if you're not watching this live, make sure you pull up. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be breaking down multiple shows around Davante replacements. We're going to go with live reactions to Raider Nation, but the fact that the Jets have traded for Davante, a deal that has been in the works for months. This is where Davante wanted to go. Aaron Rodgers and Tay have been talking for a long time, which has been well reported, and the Jets are taking on the entirety of his salary. We got some more Davante Adams trade discussions to get into because we did just get a little bit more of an update. I'll tell you what that update here is in just a moment. But our show sponsor today is Gametime. And if there's any Raider fans out there that are planning on going to Raiders and Rams at SoFi, hopefully you download the Gametime app, create an account, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply again. Create an account, redeem code ChatSports, that's ChatSports for $20 off. Download Gametime today. What time is it? It's game time. If there's any fans that are Dodgers fans and you're like, hey man, I want to go to a Dodgers game, I want to go to a Mets game out in Citi Field, maybe you want to watch it in LA, download the Gametime app, create an account, use code ChatSports. The reason why you should do it, you can see your seats on the app, the lowest price guaranteed, that last-minute tickets, the flash deals, but you got to check out the Gametime picks. This is where you're going to be able to see the best deals available at whatever event you're going to. Maybe you got plans going to the Raiders and Chiefs game in Week 8. I'll be out there in that weekend. And you're like, all right, well, I'm going to be for that game on Sunday. What can I do on Friday? What can I do on Saturday? Download the Gametime app and look on the app. See what type of events are going on, and last-minute tickets, you're going to be able to save a lot of money, which I know is really important for everyone going out to Vegas because the prices keep going up, and it's up, and it's up, and it's up. Download Gametime today. So, again, here is the update from the Las Vegas Raiders, and this is also from Jordan Schultz. The Jets and Raiders were in very deep discussions on this Davante Adams trade prior to the game last night. Per sources, it will be done and sealed later today once Adams passes a physical. If you do not know, Davante Adams is already at the Jets facility. So this has been in the works, and apparently that this was already known that it was going to be done. Davante right now is already in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Davante is already right now at the Jets facility, and if he ends up passing his physical, which I know he's been dealing with the hamstring injury, I'm going to imagine that hamstring is going to be okay. That physical is going to end up getting passed, and this deal will be officially official by the end of today. The other really important thing I think for the Jets in this situation is they made the trade today, and for those of you that don't remember, last week I was saying that I was told on Tuesday last week, October 8th, that the Raiders were going to trade Davante to the New York Jets. That did not happen, and I don't care what anybody says. That didn't happen because of the Robert Saleh situation getting fired. Davante canceled a show on Kay Adams. Aaron Rodgers canceled his show on the Pat McAfee show. And I think because that ended up happening and because the Jets lost on Monday Night Football last night, you put all of those things into that situation, and this trade was definitely going to end up going down today. So again, Davante goes to the Jets. Third-round pick here can turn into a second, and it's just simply got to come down to he's got to figure out a way. The Jets got to figure out a way to get him the rock, and I hope that they do that job getting him the rock, and I hope if they don't make the first team or second team All-Pro, I'll say it right now, I hope the New York Jets go to the AFC Championship game, and if you told me right now the Jets end up going to the Super Bowl, I'm fine with that. Chiefs aren't winning 3 in a row, and we get a second-round pick. So let's now talk about the Raiders' wide receiver room without Davante Adams, because it does look a lot different, and I'll be very bluntly honest. This is one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the National Football League. I think Jacoby is a good receiver, but I don't view him as a top 25 receiver in the NFL. And then after that, there is a lot of other players that are a little bit unknown. I like Trey Tucker. I like DJ Turner, Christian Wilkerson, Tyreek McAllister, and then also Alec Bachman. You look at all of those players in there, and there's not 2 DJ Turners, in case y'all are wondering. It's just we made the graphic on the fly. But going into the game last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers, okay? Going into that game last week against Pittsburgh, the Raiders' starting wide receivers had a combined 43 career catches. So if I'm Luke Getsy, if I'm Antonio Pierce, if I'm this offensive staff, I got to be able to figure out a way to get some of these guys a little bit more integrated in this game plan. Maybe it's some more wide receiver runs. Maybe it's a lot more pre-snap motion. Luke Getsy's going to have a big time challenge. But you know what? There are certain players now that, let's face it, they got to go out there and they got to step up. First player that I'm looking at here that needs to step up with Davante no longer here, it's DJ Turner. And the Raiders are going to use Turner a little bit more now, where I think this puts Trey Tucker kind of in that second wide receiver position. Turner's going to get more opportunities in terms of just getting on the field, using some of that pre-snap motion. And let's face it, there's not a single player on the Raiders that you're going to be able to just insert into the lineup and go, all right, that is the guy that can end up replacing Davante Adams. It's not going to happen. It's a collective effort. It's going to take everybody to do their job and to be able to go out there and execute their plan is being done the right way. For Turner, he's going to get more opportunities. I'm going to use him a little bit more in the pre-snap reads. I think this also could put a little bit more of a stress on maybe now Trey Tucker's got to take a bigger role as a receiver. Maybe DJ Turner's will use a little bit more in special teams. Another player that needs to step up, it's going to have to be Harrison Bryant. With no Michael Mayer, and we still don't know when that guy's going to end up being back, prayers up to Mayer. This means more tight end use out of the Las Vegas Raiders, and Harrison Bryant's going to have to block a little bit more. But I also think it's because if I was Las Vegas, I'm using Brock Bowers now more as a receiver than what I've done leading up to this point. We know Bowers is that dude. Bowers already looks like he could be the best tight end in the National Football League as it stands right now. But because you lost Tay, I would like to see Bowers used kind of more as a receiver, just a little bit more, which then means you got to use Harrison Bryant as your typical maybe tight end one. Just a little bit more that you would use. John Samuel Schnecker's going to have to step this one up here a little bit as well. We still got more players to get to in terms of who needs to step up now that Davante Adams has been traded to the New York Jets. Another name, here we go, Trey Tucker, the third biggest name that needs to step up. One of the things that drove me and the nation absolutely positively insane was that Davante did not want to block. Trey Tucker was a wrestler in high school, and he comes from that wrestling pedigree. And even though he is a smaller, undersized receiver, you can see the want. You can see the desire to go out there and try to maul some of these NFL players. And I don't care who you are growing up. I was told two things. You don't fight with a wrestler. You don't fight with a farmer. Those are the two things right there. And Trey Tucker is a wrestler. I don't know if he's got cauliflower ears, but I'm not getting anywhere near that guy. And you've seen Tucker do a little bit more this season. Yes, the yards per catch are a little bit down, but the targets are up, the receptions are there, and I want to see Luke Getsy figure out ways to get the ball in this guy's hands. I know that he's not big like Deebo Samuel, but if I was Las Vegas, I would try to figure out ways to use Trey Tucker kind of the way San Francisco uses Deebo in terms of just putting the ball in his gut. Because when the ball's in his gut, he's an electric player. Let's go to number 2 here on the list. It is Jakobi Meyers, and it might surprise some people that I don't have Jakobi ranked as the number 1 most important player that needs to step up now that Davante has been traded. But Jacoby's going to be Jakobi. He is battling a little bit of an issue right now for an injury. AP is hoping that he's going to be able to play this week, and I'll be curious to see what Antonio Pierce says today. I would imagine that he does a random press conference, or maybe he just shows up on Wednesday and does one. But Jakobi now has an opportunity to show the entire NFL world and maybe show a lot of the doubters as well, hey, I could be a number 1 receiver. And I'll say that I don't want Jakobi to be that prototypical 1, but Jakobi is a very good 2 on a lot of NFL teams. He's a good blocker. He's not a diva, which I do think is important here, because Davante didn't want to do a lot of the things. He didn't want to do a lot of the dirty work. Jakobi's going to go out there, and he's going to do that, and he's going to be a leader while he does it with a big old smile on his face. But Jakobi now has got to be able to step up, because he's now that outside receiver, and he's going to get more one-on-one opportunities, and he's got to be able to figure out ways to pick up those clutch third downs, to be able to pick up those clutch red zone opportunities. But the number 1 player that needs to step up the most here for the Raiders, and it's not that he hasn't already done a phenomenal job, But if I was Luke Getsy, if I was Antonio Pierce, if I had any say whatsoever of who is going to be the biggest player that is going to replace Davante Adams, to me, it is Brock Bowers. And it's going to be hard to replace Tay. But what you got to consider is that target share. And going into the season, think about how many targets you projected Davante to end up having overall for this season. I'll be honest, I don't know if those stats are right. But when you thought about how many targets that he was going to end up getting, right, from top to bottom, Davante, now you got to be able to sporadically take those targets and you got to put them in a lot of different areas. And to me, Jacoby's going to get his lion's share. Trey Tucker's going to get his. DJ Turner's going to get his. Harrison Bryant's going to get his. Michael Mayer's going to get his. Tyreek McAllister, Alec Bachman. It's going to take a collective effort. But if the one player you told me who is the only player on this team right now on the offensive side of the football that legitimately I think deserves to get 10 targets a game, 10 legit targets a game. I don't care if it's first down. I don't care if it's third down. I don't care if we're in the red zone. It's Brock Bowers. And Bowers is up for the challenge. Bowers is that dude. If you haven't seen how good this young man is yet, and I know how frustrating this Raiders offense has been, I get it. But Brock Bowers is already one of the best tight ends in the NFL. And I think at the end of this season, we're going to sit there and go, is Brock Bowers already one of the best tight ends that this organization could potentially have? And I know that's a crazy thing to say out loud. He can run block. He can pass block. He can line up as a tight end. He can line up as an H-back. He can line up in the slot. He can line up out wide. What you're able to do with a player like Bowers really opens up an offense. And let's face it, we need this offense to be opened up as much as humanly possible. Other players here that I'm going to look at that need to step up: Alexander Mattison, Amir Abdullah. No disrespect to Dylan Lowby, but it's got to be these two guys going forward. And damn it, I want to see more out of Alexander Mattison. Madison's done a great job already this season, but he needs to be getting the lion's share of carries. He needs to be the back that's getting 75, 80% of the touches. Tyreek McAllister, that's a guy that's got legit 4.3 speed. Get him on the field. Make the defenders a little bit more tired. Put the ball in his gut once in a while. And then Christian Wilkerson, and again, I think you'd even add Alex Bachman. Now that Aiden O'Connell is this quarterback, he's going to be looking for anybody to be able to step up. And when a team makes a trade like this, the wide receiver room needs to be able to look at themselves as a collective unit and go, hey, it's time to step up. Let's go out there and do our thing. So sound off right now down in the comment section. Who needs to step up the most right now for the Las Vegas Raiders? And I know a lot of people are probably going to say it's going to be the offensive line, maybe Aiden O'Connell. I meant this more from a tight end, wide receiver, skill position standpoint. But hey, let me know down below who needs to step up the most for the Silver and Black. One more time here, we went live on the Raiders Report. We usually go live every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when breaking news happens, I promise you this: nobody has more commitment to excellence to being able to provide content to the nation than the Raiders Report. I want just win, baby. I want us to get back on the right track. And I know that this trade is a kick in the dick a little bit simply because I can remember when the Raiders traded for Davante and how much we celebrated, the hours that we celebrated. Davante saying that he watched our show and how crazy we got. But this is the right move for the Raiders. This is the right divorce that needed to happen. Davante goes to the New York Jets. The Raiders end up getting a third-round pick that could potentially turn into a second-round pick. Davante needs to be either a first or second team All-Pro, or the New York Jets have to go to the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. Davante, I appreciate what you've done for the Raiders Report. I wish that it could have worked out a little bit better, but I will applaud Antonio Pierce, Tom Telesco for getting this deal done because it needed to end up happening. And now it's time to move forward here as an organization, and it's time to move forward here as a nation. Let's go. Trade alert here. The New York Jets and the Las Vegas Raiders. We got 3,800 people here in the building.
Mitch, we have a ton of super chats to get to as well.
Ton of super chats. So here's what's going to happen. If you want to get your super chat to the very, very front, you got to either bang on today's show or you're going to have to wait in line.
I will say, we're going to do a mailbag here in about 30, 45 minutes. Maybe a little bit longer depending on what y'all do.
Yeah.
I will pull some hashtag Raiders. So, super chat, but I am going to pull some people who just put hashtag Raiders, but I'm only going to pull the best questions. So Send me your very best question. Don't have it be something that has been sent 30 times before. I want some fresh, I want some good questions. I'm going to pull the very best hashtag Raiders questions for our mailbag later on today. But for right now, Mitch, let's read some of these super chats because, like I said, they are piling up.
Also, it's being reported that Mark Davis was unwilling to move on the salary demands, where he said that he was not going to pay any of that and they were going to stick to that. Not poor, but Mark Davis did not want to pay anything, which I'm a little bit disappointed in Mark. I understand the idea, but if Mark would have been willing to take some of that cash out of his pocket, pay Davante for this season, maybe it could have helped us out, get a little bit of a better pick. I really believe this is a win-win situation. Noah, I hear you. I think it's just one of those. The Raiders did the best that they could right now, but Davante was the reason why that this deal went so low. When you demand a trade, it just your value goes down. Jarrett, we always end up losing our star receivers. Will we ever have a quarterback good enough to keep one? The hope is that, and the hope is for this season that you're probably, and I hate saying this because I don't ever want to lose. I hate losing more than I like winning, right? And I work my ass off. I try to provide a lot of content. And think about how much happier you are probably watching this show, probably watching any Raiders content out there, watching Raiders football when that team is winning. And this has been an organization that has had a lot of downs and not a lot of ups. And I know that you guys have been way more patient than me. I am a new Raider fan. I'm not afraid to admit that, right? And a lot of y'all have been waiting for a long time. But legitimately, a star wide receiver doesn't make you a Super Bowl contender. A star wide receiver doesn't even make you a playoff contender. What's going to make this team, all those things that I just mentioned, is a legit franchise quarterback. So yes, losing taste sucks, but I do think that this helps us out, take one step closer to be able to go out and get a franchise guy. I want Cam Ward. I think Jalen Milroe has looked a little shaky the last 2 weeks. Also, a guy like Shedeur Sanders, I think, is absolutely on Mark Davis's radar. Adams brought Getsy in, and we could have dealt him for Ayuk in the offseason. Aging receiver that we're off contract for, good riddance. I know that Davante was actually a big advocate for Luke Getsy, which is, something that Chugs and I were talking about a few days ago. We were like, Davante wanted Getsy to come in here because of their relationship, and then kind of ended up quitting on the Raiders, and Getsy's been an absolute disaster, which I think the real only reason why Getsy got hired is because Cliff, that deal ended up falling through, and then what ended up happening there is just, they hit the panic button, and it was like, you got a divorce in real life, and the first girl that you saw, you're like, let's get married. I think that's what happened with Getsy. Ayuk, the trade probably could have happened in the offseason, but then it would have caused, I think, a little bit even more issues. Aging receiver, I know that this is a tough one, but at least we ended up getting a potential second-round pick. It's probably going to be a third, though. Let's go to Don. Should we commit to a tank to ensure we get a quarterback? And I don't think that the Raiders are going to try to lose games. I just think that the Raiders are going to lose games. Like, think about the offense, right? We probably have right now one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL, and they're showing at times they're getting a little bit better. You got to give DJ Glaze a lot of credit. He did not allow a single pressure to TJ Watt. It was the first time since 2018 TJ Watt did not get a single quarterback pressure in an NFL game. DJ Glaze, I thought, looked really good. But we got to be able to build that offensive line, no doubt about it. But, this Raiders team is going to struggle. We got a lot of issues on that defensive line. If the Raiders win more than 5 games this season, I will be surprised. I will. It's not going to be an easy road. I hope that they prove me wrong, and I hope that the Raiders are motivated by this trade for Davante because nobody believes in him. But based off of what we've seen just the past few weeks, I don't think that they're going to need the tank to get a top pick. Let's go to Jose Hernandez. Disgusting. Davante was my guy. The good was the contract being picked up by the Jets. We haven't done well picking in the first in the past. We got screwed. I don't think the Raiders got screwed. I think it depends how you look at the situation. If you look at the trade compared to the Jets offered the Raiders last season 2 second-round picks, and then you think, all right, well, the Raiders gave up a first and a second, I would say think of this as a car. The Raiders bought a really fancy, flashy car in 2022, but they didn't have the right driver to be able to handle that automobile. And then 2 years later, just like if you were to resell that car back, you're not going to get the full value. So based on the Jets taking on that contract and based on that there is at least a chance that we get a second-round pick, the Jets met us in the middle, the Raiders met us in the middle. But I hear you. This one hurts a little bit. Noah, dang, 2-team. Second team all PTO, please. That's actually hilarious. At first I was like, all right, Noah. But Noah, you and me, We're trash talking a lot, man. Brandon Christopher, bro, I appreciate the super chat, getting it in. We got 3,800 people here watching. If you haven't already, click that like button. You're probably a Chiefs fan. Mitch, any Mad Max Detroit Lions trade heating up? No. This is simply, if you guys don't know, Max is from that area. Max went to Eastern Michigan because he didn't get any other, recruiting spots. Then Max ended up moving down to Texas so he'd get more eyeballs on him. And I know growing up, Crosby grew up a Lions fan. And I know that Aiden Hutchinson was just traded. But legitimately, I got trades on my mind. Aiden Hutchinson, which prayers up to that guy. That was a horrific injury that ended up happening to him. But people just think that Max is going to go to Detroit and not really understanding what it's going to cost to get him. And you can look at what Max Crosby is to the Raiders. He's the face of this organization. But Mark Davis is a guy that cares about money. And whether you like to believe that or not, I actually think that Mark would want 4 first-round picks for Max Crosby because there's not many owners that hang out with players. Like Max and Mark hang out on a monthly basis. They are so close. And Mark knows that if he trades away Max Crosby, yes, you're probably going to get at least 2 first-round picks for him. But I'm telling you this right now, if they traded Max, how many people would not go to games? And I know Mark would be very upset about that. And I know Max doesn't want to go to Detroit. He doesn't want to leave the Raiders. He knows what he's got here in Las Vegas and that he's the face of that franchise. I promise you this. It would take at least 4 first-round picks for the Raiders to trade him, and Max would be pissed off. Max would be, I'm telling you right now, pissed. And a lot of fans, I think, would give up on the Raiders because that's how much Crosby means to the silver and black. Let's go to Twinkie. At this point, we should just prep for the 2025 draft. I'm not saying the tank, but AP has not lived up to the hype from last year. I'm disappointed. You're not wrong. Antonio Pierce has not done a good job this season. Luke Getsy has not done a good job this season. We've had a lot of injuries on defense. Our defense has regressed, though. And, I've been putting out a lot of content, and I asked this question. This is my God-honest question. What does Antonio Pierce bring to the table? And I agree that we got to start looking at the 2025 NFL draft because everything that I thought AP was going to bring to the table, a motivated team. We're not motivated right now. A well-disciplined team. We haven't been well-disciplined right now. Everything that I thought, a better defense. The defense is taking a step back. When you think about what you were hoping AP was going to bring, he doesn't call plays on defense. He doesn't call plays on offense, and it has nothing to do with Pierce. I wanted AP to be the head coach, and I still am hoping that AP can turn this thing around. But if Antonio Pierce is going to be someone that uses terms like business decision, if the Raiders have a top 5 pick, if the Raiders have an opportunity to go get a Ben Johnson, because we have a high draft pick. And Ben Johnson, when you look at a lot of the teams right now ahead of us in terms of the draft spot, because the Raiders right now, if the draft were to be today, would be pick number 8. The teams in front of us all either just paid a quarterback or already in some sort of way have a franchise quarterback, which I'll say that the Raiders picking at 8 wouldn't get one of those top guys. You'd still probably have to end up moving up to ensure. But it's not out of the realm of possibilities that the Raiders bring in a new head coach next season because we do need an offensive-minded coach. And we can't trust Luke Getsy. And I love AP as a person, and I wanted that to work. But sooner or later, you can't just be the coach that screams Raiders from the top of his lungs and not get any results. And AP also showed us this offseason that he was not able to put together a good offensive staff. I know that people don't want to blame the offense on AP, but when you're the head coach, your job is to be able to put together a good staff. And putting the offensive staff that the Raiders have right now, it's not a good staff. It's not. That falls on AP's shoulders too. Let's go to Playboy. If we do hire Ben Johnson, who do you want as defensive coordinator? We'll see if Patrick Graham ends up sticking around. I'll admit, I think if Ben Johnson comes in, PG would be smart to stick around as a DC just because I think that this team would really get humming again. But there's a lot of defensive names you could probably look at. You could even look at maybe Ben Johnson trying to bring in some of his guys from Detroit. And I like the idea of bringing in Ben because Ben's also coming from that Dan Campbell tree. Dan Campbell, AP. If you want Antonio Pierce to work, you're hoping that AP turns into the next Dan Campbell. Campbell in his first, I want to say, was 3-13 to start as a head coach, and then was able to really flip around that Detroit Lions team and turn them into one of the best teams in the NFL right now. But Ben Johnson's going to bring in his own guys, and if he wants to bring in a brand new defensive coordinator, we got to be kind of on board for that, which I know it sucks, but if you told me losing Patrick Graham means we get Ben Johnson, I'll take Ben Johnson. James Guevara, now Getsy and give AP a spanking. I know this. I'm not going to be the one that gives AP a spanking because that guy would whoop my ass. Let's go to Julio. AB, Moss, Adams, not true Raiders. Once a Raider, always a Raider. Not for those guys. I'll say this. I don't think that it's fair to put Davante in the conversation of Randy Moss and Antonio Brown. Davante, at least in the very first year at least, had a good year, right? Like, did a good job. He at least did a good job. AB never even played for the Raiders, and Moss was not even close to how good Davante was. And then on top of that, Moss was even more of a distraction, I think, than Davante. The other part of that, though, is I can't get mad at Tay for the Raiders not being able to go out and get him a quarterback because when he had Derek Carr, he put up 1,500 yards. He had 14 touchdowns. The offense with a QB like DC was good. And moving on from Derek, I think was the right move by the Raiders, but it was an absolute organizational fail to hire Josh McDaniels and then trust McDaniels to make the right decision and go out and get Jimmy Garoppolo. In terms of the contract, we do have a little bit more of an update here on the contract for Davante. The Raiders now have a dead cap hit in 2024 at $13.67 million and also a dead cap hit of $15.7 million for Davante Adams. So Tay is still on the Raiders book from a dead cap hit standpoint. If you remember earlier this offseason, Davante, or it might have been earlier last offseason, Davante restructured his contract, and because of that contract restructure, the Raiders eat $13.6 million this season, and they're going to eat $15.7 million next season. So technically, Davante Adams gets $15.7 from the Raiders next offseason. DA wanted out. Goodbye. What's up, Chugs? And what's up to the H-Town? Christopher Leonard, I see you, man. Let's go to Ryan Bass. We need a top 3 pick, period. Otherwise, we are cooked. I'll say that I do think that the Raiders find a way to get up into the top 3 next season. I think that they know deep down that they need a franchise quarterback. But one of the shows that I'll end up doing, and actually a show that I planned on doing today before the Davante Adams trade ended up going down, was I was going to rank which quarterbacks I think are the most likely to be the Las Vegas Raiders franchise quarterback next season. And here's my question to everybody tuned in. If you had to bet right now, I'm talking you had to bet $100, who's the Raiders quarterback week 1 of the season next year? It's not Aiden O'Connell, I promise you that. It's not Gardner Minshew, I can promise you that. The name that I'm going to say right now, the most likely quarterback to be the Raiders QB next season, you ready? His name, Shedeur Sanders. Let's go to Daniel Meeker. $102 million under the cap next season. Sucks that Davante is gone, but in the long run, it'll be worth it. And I don't disagree with you. You know, like, we would have had to pay Davante $44 million next season and $44 million in 2026. As much as I hope that the Raiders can be a Super Bowl caliber team, and maybe it's as simple as you get a franchise quarterback. Look what the Washington Commanders look like with Jaden Daniels, right? Hell, even Chicago looks a lot different with Caleb Williams. And you're hoping that this organization can kind of take that path and get on the right track. But I'll also say, if you're not a legit Super Bowl caliber team, paying Davante what the Raiders would have had to pay him, it didn't make sense. So if you're saying $102 million, I'll have to look at those numbers. But the Raiders are going to have to eat about $15 million next season. $15.7 million against the cap for Davante. Let's go to JCLOG. If you want to get your questions on the show here or get your reactions, you're going to have to super chat. It's the only way. We just got too many people flowing in right now. I see Nathan Wolf. Just wanted to say thanks. I agree. No one will outwork you fellas. Keep it up. It proves it's going 25 hours straight. 26 hours, actually. No, but Nathan, you know that we had the opportunity to meet, and I think at the end of the day, right, like you and your dad, you came all the way down to North Carolina and hang out with Chugs and I, play a little bit of golf, hung out week 1, and the fact that Raider fans are willing to do that, like we got to be able to match that energy, you know what I mean? Like it's got to be one of those things where it's a give and take. People do a lot of crazy shit on this show, right? Ed Robbins threw in a $500 Venmo during our game day show on Sunday. You got guys like Jedi Spidey. You get guys like Mount Raidermore, right? You get people that do crazy shit all the time. If people are going to do that, we got to be able to match it, and I hope that you guys know that we do try to bring our A game every single day here. Let's go to Temps. Original grade of this trade was a B+. I heard those details. Now it's a C-. Got to be happy with the money we were paying him to sit on the bench. You know, every week that Tay had a hamstring injury, it was $970,000 the Raiders were paying him. And again, it's not out of my pocket. It's not out of your pocket. But from just like a fundamental standpoint, that just doesn't sit right with me. I don't think that anybody should be able to quit on a bunch of people and still get paid the way that Davante did. That's the way that the NFL works, though, at times. But, okay, I also said B+ to start. I will now say B- because there is at least still of a chance. I wanted a second rounder, but based on what the Raiders were getting offered and the fact that Mark was unable to pay any of that contract, I think if Mark pays the contract, then we get a second-round pick for him. Let's go to Samuel. Should have gotten Hassan along with the pick. I disagree with that. I want draft picks, right? And I think if you would have added Hassan Reddick into it, maybe you would have got Hassan and a fifth-round pick. And the other part about Reddick right now, he just fired his agents. He just got new agency, which I want to say is Drew Rosenhaus. Not a lot of NFL teams are interested because think about the way that the NFL has looked this season with the amount of injuries to big-name players. Guys don't want to work in May, June, July, August. For Hassan, he don't want to work in September. And there's a big difference between being in really good shape and being in game shape. I don't know if I want to give up draft capital, pay a guy like Hassan Reddick, who's about 30 years old, $20 million per year to not know if he's in game shape. Like, that's a scary, scary thing. Could it help us out? Sure. But Hassan Reddick doesn't make this Raiders team a playoff caliber team. And because of that, we just got to look forward to next season, and we got to look forward to the ultimate goal, which is winning a Super Bowl. The Raiders aren't winning the Super Bowl this season. Raider greats. Bye, David. Mitch, an issue no one is talking about is Davante was one of the big backers of Getsy from their time in Green Bay. Then he bailed when things weren't going well. Davante gets zero respect from me. And you have every right to think that. And this has been something that we've brought up maybe a few times already today, and it's been something that we've discussed as well. And I think also it just goes back to Davante. I just don't believe anything Davante Adams says in regards to the Raiders anymore. I've never shaken Tay's hand. I've never met him in person. He might be an amazing human being in person. But based off of what I've seen in the last few weeks, based off his actions the last few months, Davante gives me very selfish, snakish vibes, and that's just me keeping it real. I'm somebody where anybody watching the show right now, I will believe everything that you have to say until you give me a reason not to, right? If I sit down, I come from a small town where you can leave your keys in the car, you can leave your windows down, you can leave your door unlocked. It's a small town and everybody knows everybody, but you kind of build that like friendship, family atmosphere where you believe everyone. And you know, I believe that Davante didn't want to get traded. I believe that Tay wasn't trying to get dealt for a long time. But when you hear that Davante's been trying to get traded for months, and then all those reports back in August, and Davante telling teammates, telling coaches, telling everybody, no, I don't want to get traded. Tay on the Kay Adams show the night before asked for a trade, tells Antonio Pierce he wants to be traded, and then on Tuesday kind of throws AP under the bus and acts like none of it happened. I think we have the right to call Davante a snake when he behaves like a snake. I'm not saying he acts like that all the time. I will tell you this, I'm not eating Taco Bell for a long time. Let's go to Jesse. Raiders failed him and us with Mark Davis, letting Josh McDaniels screw this team up. Trade worked both ways. Let's keep it pushing. I don't disagree that the Raiders deserve blame. Mark Davis deserves blame. Josh McDaniels deserves blame. Antonio Pierce, Tom Telesco deserve blame, right? Like, the Raiders 100% deserve blame for this Davante Adams trade. But I think both sides are equally to blame. If you're a wide receiver and you get a 5-year, $140 million contract, call me crazy, and maybe this is the old school mentality in me where maybe I'm that like blue-collar type of worker. But if I agree to something, or if I tell you that I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, right? Like, if I tell y'all I'm going to go live for 24 hours when the Raiders trade for Josh McDaniels and it happens at 1 a.m., I'm a shitty person if I go, well, it's not exactly what I wanted. I was hoping that the trade would happen during work hours. It happened at 1 a.m. What did we do? We pulled up. Why? Because we said that we were going to do it. So I do think that like the NFL and sports in general, we're kind of in a time right now where players, and I get it, they're making a lot of money. It's an entertainment business and they want to be healthy. But like, we're also getting away from like just normal, like just the way like things work, where how can you sign a contract 5 years, $140 million and give up on your team? Like that doesn't make any sense to me, right? And I get it where you want to be paid your worth, you want to be paid this, but you also agreed to the deal, right? Like you agreed to the contract, and it's a very good contract for Tay. Like I wish Tay would have handled this in a little bit of a different way, and I'd have more respect for Davante. It's because Davante handled it the way that he did, which is why I think a lot of Raider fans, including myself, lost that respect for Davante Adams. But you're right, both sides deserve blame. Raider Nation, if we had Jaden Daniels, would we be in the same situation? No, we wouldn't. We'd have Cliff Kingsbury, one as your offensive coordinator. And it's not fair just to say that the Raiders offered Cliff a 2-year deal and Cliff wanted the 3, and that's why he left. That's not true. I mean, well, it is true. That is part of the situation. And the other part of it, though, is Cliff wanted a quarterback that he could work with. The Raiders were calling all these teams trying to get a deal done. Cliff's not an idiot. He didn't want to have to try to recreate his NFL career with Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. Like, that's not going to happen. So then he had the opportunity, which they brought in Cliff, because I bet AP and Telesco said, hey, we're going to go get Jaden. This is the guy that we want. And then Cliff Kingsbury's like, all right, let's do the damn deal. And then Cliff finds out that the Raiders aren't going to be able to trade up and go get Jaden. So what does Cliff do? He goes, I'm going to go to the Washington Commanders. I'm going to go get the quarterback that I want to work with, and that's Jaden Daniels. So, like, if we had Jaden, we'd also have Cliff. And if we had Jaden and Cliff right now, I think, obviously, you can never account for the injuries that the Raiders had on defense. But if you add that to the equation, I say we're 4-2 and not 2-4. Let's go to Sugar Wolf. Rap Sheet said it's conditional 4th-round pick. Well, Rap Sheet is wrong. Rap Sheet originally reported that it was a conditional 4th, but Pelissero, Adam Schefter, Vincent Bonsignor, it is a conditional 3rd-round pick. I think initially it was reported as a 4th because even our team was like, Mitch, it's a 4th. And then we got a few more updates. It is a conditional 3rd. So I think Rap Sheet just reported the wrong thing. And maybe he goes back and maybe he'll update it. But if Rap Sheet's saying one thing and then you got 13, 14, 15 other people saying something else, I think either might have been a mistype or maybe he just got a bad source. Sugar Wolf, I appreciate it though. Michael, best case, Adam puts up 1,500 yards, 15 touchdowns, makes second team. Jets go 8-9, miss the playoffs, and we get pick 52. I mean, sure. The fact that he's already missed, though, the amount of games that he's missed, and then they also have, Garrett Wilson. I'll tell you this right now. A player to keep an eye out for that's going to get traded is Mike Williams. He did not have a good game yesterday, and Aaron's a big, I got to be able to trust you type of person. Alan Lazard earned Aaron's trust yesterday. Garrett Wilson obviously has Aaron's trust. And then Davante Adams, which that puts Mike Williams in an odd spot. It wouldn't surprise me if Telesco says, hey, we're interested a little bit in Mike Williams. Another guy that I liked, he's been struggling in New York, is Malachi Corley. But 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns. I think if Tay gets to 1,000 yards with the Jets and around 10 touchdowns, I would say that that is a very good year for Tay. But I don't see 1,500 yards or 15 touchdowns. You got to hope he gets double-digit touchdowns. Raiders lost this trade because Getsy is still here. I mean, that's the case then for anything, right? Like, we could have traded Davante Adams for 5 first-round picks, and you would have been like, Getsy's still here. We ended up losing this trade. I don't want Getsy here. Y'all don't want Getsy here. And it sucks that it sounds like Getsy's going to end up being the play caller yet again, but it does sound like that the Raiders are at least trying to mix it up a little bit, where Luke, his entire career, has called plays from the sideline. I was told by a source yesterday that there is a chance that Getsy goes up to the box. So if Getsy has to go up to the box, then that's been something that we've talked about where he's got to do that. Because Getsy doesn't see the field. He doesn't create plays the way that he's supposed to. He just picks plays out of his you-know-what and throws them onto the field, and he's like, this is the play I want to run, right? Like, the plays that Getsy runs on 3rd down and 18 after running on 1st down and 20 and 2nd down and 18, his 3rd and 17 play calls kind of look the exact same as 3rd and goal at the 1-yard line play calls. Getsy is clueless, dude. And that's why it's frustrating. If you want to check out a video that I made yesterday, I broke down 5 guys on the Raiders coaching staff right now that I would rather trust to call plays than Luke Getsy. On top of that, I also discussed some names that we can look at for next season. Let's go to Derek. Bowers is going to level up now. Bowers is going to get more targets, which he should. Like, Brock Bowers is more important to the Raiders offense than Davante was this season. Like, Davante Adams at his best compared to Brock Bowers at his best. Brock Bowers is more important to this offense than Davante Adams this season. Based on the quarterback play, based on the personnel situations that the Raiders want to run, and just based on the way that this team is constructed right now. Brock Bowers more important than Davante Adams. And again, Davante as a receiver, very good player. But I would never take the skill set of Davante Adams, okay? I would never take Davante's skill set and put it on a team like the Raiders have right now. The Raiders, good teams, figure out a way to put their talent around the pieces that they have, but that's just not the situation we're in because of the quarterback play that we have. Let's go to PG. Morning, Mitch. From the Bay Area, 3rd round is a joke in my opinion. Let's get on with the teardown. Raiders. It can turn into a conditional 2nd, but as I said, I would be shocked if it does end up happening. HR, your season's already done. Clear God hates the Raiders. I'm not going to go that far. Let's go to Can't Walk. What's up, my guy? Hopefully you're doing good, bro. Getsy doesn't have the imagination for the speedy wide receiver. Getsy doesn't have an imagination, period. Like, I almost wonder if you told Getsy to create the plays that he wanted to create, how it would end up look, because Getsy does a good job scheming in the first quarter. Like, you could tell that the Raiders are good at planning their plays in the first, drive or two. And any Bears fan will tell you this. It's exactly what he did in Chicago last season. You scheme up a few really good drives in the first quarter, and then 2nd, 3rd, 4th quarter, it's literally just like he puts 10 plays on a dartboard, and Getsy just goes, that's the play that I'm going with. And that's how he calls plays. Watching Getsy call plays is it's frustrating. And I think that Raider fans right now, the fact that Davante got traded, and we might have gotten more questions and comments around Luke Getsy, tells me everything that I need to know. But here's the one thing that I've been doing, and hopefully you guys have been doing the exact same, okay? Hopefully you can do the exact same, is we can face the facts that Getsy was the wrong man for the job. Sorry, I just saw a tweet, and I totally forget what I was about to say. I really do. Let's go to Platinum.
The most important thing you have to remember.
Platinum 666. So for those that do not know, Platinum is the big MVP over on our Steelers channel. Shave those legs, gonna look purty in that outfit. So Platinum wants me to wear a Steelers cheerleading outfit because the Steelers channel beat the Raiders channel in our Super Chat battle. Platinum, you're a crazy guy. That's all I'm gonna say. For those that don't know, Platinum, he killed us on Sunday. It was a crazy day. That guy, this guy has done probably more for chat sports than just about any human breathing alive. Pirates said don't do it. It's not a matter of don't doing it. It's a matter of we always make deals here at Chat Sports. I made Sperry, our Steelers host, a deal that we are doing a battle, Raiders Report against Steelers Talk. The Raiders Report got, which it sucks, and I know that the game didn't go the way the Raiders wanted, but they did win. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be a person where I back out of my deals that I make. That's not the type of person that I am. I don't want to wear a cheerleading costume. Nobody wants to wear a cheerleading costume. Nobody wants to see me in a cheerleader's costume. But we'll see what we can do, man. We'll see what we can do. Fade away. Draft a quarterback and sign a wide receiver free agent like Higgins or Johnson. So you're saying next season? Possibilities, right? Like, the Raiders need a wide receiver. Yeah, we're going to have to add another one. But real talk, the two most important things that the Raiders got to be able to correct next season, you need a franchise quarterback and you need an offensive line. Like, you can't talk about running backs, can't talk about receivers. Do we need to add another talented receiver? Yes, we do with a franchise QB, no doubt about it. But the two biggest things three biggest things are got to get a new play caller, whether he's the head coach or offensive coordinator, got to get a franchise quarterback, got to get an offensive line. Those are the three biggest needs that the Raiders have going into 2025, and it's not close. Then after that, then we can worry about getting a receiver. Then after that, then we can worry about potentially getting a running back. Then after that, you can worry about trying to figure out a way to replace maybe Malcolm Koonce, to maybe extend a guy like Trevon Merrick or Robert Spillane. We have a lot of holes also on that defense. Like, we have a lot of guys that are going to hit that free agent market. Malcolm Koonce, Robert Spillane, Nate Hobbs, Trevon Merrick, Marcus Epps, Divine Diablo. Those are 6 starters that we were planning to have this season that are going to be free agents next season. And we know we have a lot of salary cap. But, one, what up, Mason J? Secondary has been bad for years. Mason J, no disrespect to you. The secondary for the Raiders this season has probably been the most solid thing that they have on defense right now. Nate Hobbs has been pretty good. Jack Jones might have been the worst one out of them all. But like Trevon Merrick's played pretty well. Isaiah Paul-Mao, I thought, stepped up. And Jacorian Bennett might be the best corner that we have on this team right now. Mason J, I see you saying it. No disrespect, though. I think I disagree. The secondary right now for the Raiders has been pretty strong. I'm hearing a lot of Crosby trade at Detroit, replace Hutch. What's your thoughts on that? It's not going to happen. I mean, you got to think of the way that people make content, right? And you got a lot of Lions content creators. You got to think of the way ESPN makes content, CBS, the NFL Network. That's all they're trying to do is make content. So the easy content to make is Max Crosby, who's from that area. The Lions lose Aiden Hutchinson to the season. The Raiders are obviously not in win-now mode. And people think that the Raiders would trade away Max Crosby, which I've seen trades for 2 first-round picks. It's not going to happen. Mark Davis cares about business, and Mark Davis cares about Max Crosby. And I'm telling you right now, the only way in hell that Mark's even going to entertain the idea is if you get 4 first-round picks at minimum for Crosby. And there's not going to be an NFL team out there that's going to give up 4 first-round picks for Max. Mark Davis and Max Crosby hang out on the reg. I don't know how many NFL teams out there where their owner hangs out with non-quarterback player. It's the defensive end. Max and Mark hang out on a monthly basis. Max and Mark are good enough friends where, like, they're showing up to each other's weddings. They're showing up to, like, parties. And, you know, Max just had a birthday party for his daughter, Ellie, I believe is her name, Ella, on Sunday. And it's not a normal situation where if the Raiders traded away Max Crosby, legitimately, and, you know, having Josh McDaniels as a head coach was bad, and people stopped going to games. There's nothing, and I mean nothing. The Khalil Mack trade is here. Trading away Max Crosby is on a whole nother level, and the amount of millions and millions of dollars that Mark Davis would lose because Raider fans legitimately would stop going to games. I'm telling you right now, he's not getting traded to Detroit. He's not getting traded, period, unless if the Lions said, hey, we'll give you Hendon Hooker and 3 first-round picks, then maybe they consider it. But that's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. All it is people talking about content because of them losing Aiden Hutchinson for the season. The Lions are in contention right now for a Super Bowl. That division's the best in the NFL, so could Max go there? He's not going, though. And Max doesn't want to go there. Max doesn't want to leave. And it's one of the things that I respect about Crosby because a lot of people would go, I want to go play for a contender. I want to go do this. But Max doesn't. Max wants to be the face of a franchise, and Max knows that as long as he's here for the Raiders, he's going to get taken care of more from a financial standpoint. He knows that he's going to have way more marketing opportunities here in Las Vegas, and Max is looking at being the greatest Raider of all time instead of just being another name there in Detroit, which, don't get me wrong, Max in Detroit would probably make that team the best team in the NFL. Max and Aiden Hutchinson would be an unbelievable duo, no doubt about it, but it's not going to happen. All right, Mitch, I'm back. Had to drop my daughter off at school. What did I miss? Did we talk about wide receiver replacements yet? No, not yet. It will be a topic that we get into, though, here live on the show, which Chugs is making a few things move, and we always usually go live at 3 p.m. Eastern time here on the Raiders Report, but because this trade happened, we're live right now. We're going to be hanging out with all y'all for as long as you guys want to stay live for, and do you guys want to do a duck race? Like, we usually do a duck race where it's $20 to get in. Winner goes home with some money. We got 3,200 people here. How about this? $20 Venmo to get in for a duck race. The first, let's make the pot a little bit juicy. Let's make the pot here a little bit juicy. The first 5 people that get in for a chance to win some money today, scan that QR code on your phone. I'm going to give you a free duck into the race. 20 to get in at Mitchell Renz 365. Let's have a little bit of fun today because I'm so sick and tired of being upset about the Raiders losing. Davante's now moved on. I don't even really want to talk about that anymore. It is what it is. Let's start being happy Raiders fans again because it's not going to happen on Sundays. But you know what? When we show up here on Tuesdays, when we show up here on Thursdays, I hope every time that you guys pull up to the show, we're going to put a smile on some faces today. Anthony Green, after last night's game, the Jets need him. I agree. Wish him nothing but the best, and let's move on. If I'm the New York Jets and I saw how bad my kicker was last night, Greg Zerloin, which it was windy, was I the only one, though, where you, looked at the goalpost and there was, no wind, but sometimes, you would look at coaches and you'd look at some of the refs and there was a lot of wind on the field? I thought that was kind of strange. But if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I go, if I have the receiver that was the best red zone receiver in the NFL, I don't think that we were going to have to kick as many field goals as what we did. It does not surprise me at all that that's the trade. But this trade apparently was in the works late last night. Davante flew to New York. Davante, when the trade was announced, was already at the New York Jets facility. He was already in East Rutherford. I don't know if he was pulling that old Jamal Adams meme where he's trying to get in and they wouldn't let him in. But as soon as the trade happened, Davante was already there. He's already been given a physical, and we'll probably know here in just a few hours when that trade is officially official. Let's say we take Cam Ward in the first. Who are you personally eyeing in the second round? Wide receiver, offensive line, or a defensive player? Love the show. Thanks, Twinkie. I'm looking offensive line. The Raiders probably got to go best player available, but and I haven't done my draft research yet. And this is I usually start answering these questions not until March, when we start ramping up our, draft analysis a little bit more. All I've been doing is quarterbacks. All I do is watch quarterbacks every single Saturday. I watch tape on QBs, and once I watch all of my tape on that, then I will start transitioning to some other positions out there. But I don't want to sit up here and talk about receivers, offensive linemen, defensive players because I haven't scouted them. And I will never sit up here and lie to y'all. I have only looked at QBs. So, Twinkie, I know it doesn't answer your question. I'm sorry about that. But I would say QB first. Let's build that offensive line then in the second round. Jose, what's up, man? We need 2 new things to finally succeed. A new owner and new money. We've been saying we are one step closer, at least for 30 years of my life. I do think, you always got to look at why certain organizations remain bad for a long time. I do think Mark Davis is a part of that. But Mark Davis has set up this organization for once he's gone. I know that leaving Oakland sucks. No doubt about it. And we don't have home field advantage anymore. I mean, shit, there was more Steelers fans at Allegiant Stadium, and I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon until the Raiders get a good product on the field. But the Raiders now are a top 7, top 8 team in terms of market value. Once the A's get put in Las Vegas, there's going to be an NBA team in Las Vegas soon. Las Vegas is growing at such at such a great rate that I really think that the Raiders in 5 years from now are going to be the second most valuable franchise if sold behind only the Dallas Cowboys. And when you talk about the Raiders were, I want to say 26th or 27th in terms of overall value before they left for Vegas. And in just 4 or 5 years, they're now in the top 10. I want to say they're 7 or 8. I mean, Mark, from a business standpoint, has done a good job in that regard. And I know it hasn't resulted in wins and losses. But if we're going to talk about also the future from a football standpoint, I think us as Raider fans also got to talk about the future of the organization. And it is worth a lot more now, and that's going to pay dividends. Also on top of that, it's the taxes where, you go and you make X amount of dollars in California and Oakland compared to the X amount of dollars in Las Vegas. Those NFL players are going to want to play in Vegas. And the other part of it is also Oakland didn't want the Raiders. Right? How can us as Raider fans sit up here a lot of the times and say, hey, I want Davante Adams on this team, but only if he wants to be a Raider. I want guys on this team that want to be Raiders. I wish that Oakland could have figured it out. I really do. And I wish that it could have been a different situation. But Oakland didn't want the Warriors. They didn't want the Raiders. They kicked us out. That sucks. But Las Vegas was able to take us in. Like, yeah, there's a lot of ins and outs of it. And I'm not from the Bay Area, so maybe I shouldn't be talking about it. But at the same time, the Raiders are a more wealthy organization. Rich Wolf, who are our locks for our offensive line players next season? Locks? DJ Glaze, Jackson Powers-Johnson. I'd like to say Dylan Parham, but that's it. If I was a betting man, Colt Miller will not be a Raider next season. If I was a betting man, Andre James will not be a Raider next season. And we'll see how healthy Thayer Munford is, because it wouldn't surprise me if the Raiders' short-term plan for next season, if they don't go out and get like a legitimate left tackle, is they could put Thayer at left tackle. They'll keep DJ Glaze at right tackle, who's getting better and better every week. They put JPJ at center. Quite frankly, if I was the Raiders, I would sit down with Andre James. I'd put Jackson Powers-Johnson at center or Dylan Parham at center, and I'd say, Andre, if you want to figure out a way to play, you're going to have to play guard because you're just not good enough to play center. He is right now one of the worst centers in the National Football League. Let's go to Johnny the RT. I was born a Raider fan. I am 25 years old, and all I've ever known is them losing and been a diehard through it all. But I don't know now. I'm just done like I've always been a fan, but I generally do not care for them anymore. And like, I'll say this. After 25 years, if that's how you want to be, that's your decision, right? But I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think it's you saying that because you're frustrated. It's the same way when the Raiders lose on a Sunday. It's F this, F that, I hate it here, all that. But at the end of the day, I know this. You're probably still going to be a Raider fan. And I don't give up on the Raiders because I don't want to give up on all of the nation. Like, I always say this, I don't care about any players. Where I'm friends with some of the guys on that team, but I will go for the nation. And I don't really try to become friends with players because they come and go. Look at Davante Adams, right? But what I care about is the nation. And what I care about is just being able to hang out with all y'all and making sure it's a good time.
Max.
Damian Lillard just texts me, goes, for an effing third-round pick. Not happy about it.
Be like, hey, ask him if he wants to come on the show.
Okay. Dame, you want to pull up on the show? He's watching right now. Dame.
Like, Dame, if you want to put in your 2 cents, I can send you a link and we can maybe get you up here on the program.
I don't know, man. He's not very happy. Dame, all I'm saying, if you decide to pull up, watch the F words. That's all I ask. Max.
Or don't.
Or don't. All right. Chug says that, Dame, if you want to pull up, you can throw as many F words
Dame,
around.
if you want to pull up and cuss, I'll cover the charges that YouTube will send us for, the X content, whatever. I'll pay it out of my pocket, Dame, if you pull up. I got you.
All right. Let's go.
As long as, and if you are watching, as long as my buddy Rolly would hate me if I didn't say this, you have to play for the Heat at some point.
Yeah, if you looked up Damian Lillard at any point.
If you look up Damian Lillard Heat, you will see a ton of Nick Roloff videos.
A ton of Nick Roloff videos. What if Davante, did we read that one? I don't know if we did.
Yeah, Max, what if Davante screws us and is 1 yard TD away the last game and sits?
That's not how it works.
No, yeah, it's not based on that. It's based on him being a first team or second team All-Pro, which, I mean, this is like, I just don't think there's a way that happens with the games that he's missed already. I find that very hard to believe that he'll be first or second team. I mean, maybe not. I mean, Nico Collins is still leading the league in receiving yards, and he's sat out the past 2 games.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I'll say this. For the narrative of AP, like the All-Pro, like a lot of the narratives there, it does help that he goes to New York. Like, it's going to help that the amount of media attention that he's going to get now, where if the Jets, who are 2-4, okay, if the Jets are 2-4, and even if Davante doesn't put up maybe the stats that it's required to do it.
If Davante has like 4 or 5 games above 100 yards, they're going to be like, he's back.
And I think it's going to be one of those situations where if the Jets, totally flip their season around and Aaron and Davante got it cooking, it would not shock me if Davante at least gets a shot. But what you're saying is not exactly going to end up being that. Just saying. We got 2,900 people.
Mr. Fuentes, stop glazing Dame, Chugs. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got more talent in his pinky than you've gotten all the fingers that you trolled out that message, buddy.
Wow, this is really big. The Pittsburgh Steelers plan to give Russell Wilson first-team reps in practice this week, putting him in line to make his season debut as starting Sunday night against the Jets. Pittsburgh is 4-2. I'll tell you this, and I know that it's not maybe likely, but the Raiders did try to trade for Justin Fields once.
Do we all collectively go watch our Steelers stream and root for the Jets during that game?
In.
Do we all go to the Steelers and say, hey, do you think he'll play this week?
Who?
Tay?
Tay, he'll play.
You think so?
He's healthy. He is, dude.
Ryan McDonald,
whether you like to hear it or not, the hammy was a hamstring injury.
Ryan McDonald, do you think AP knows he'll be unemployed after the season?
I actually don't know if that's true.
I think it's a coin flip.
I think it's a coin flip as well, and the only reason why that I say that, if I'm Antonio Pierce, I got to figure out a way to not have a top 5 pick. If the Raiders have a top 5 pick, the Raiders need to make a business decision and go fire AP, or you got to bring in a head coach that can call plays, because if you're going to get a franchise quarterback, you need to have either an offensive-minded head coach or kind of like what Washington did, handing the keys to Cliff Kingsbury, but handing the keys to somebody that you actually trust that can build a good offense. That's not going to be Luke Getsy. If the Raiders, the only way AP is saving his job is if, and this is the only reason why I think Luke Getsy will call plays for the whole season, fall guy.
Yeah.
Luke Getsy is the fall guy then. Because then AP can go, well, my plan was to go get Jaden, my plan was to go get Cliff. Look how well that's working out. I can find the right people. It's just we were put into a bad situation and got Luke Getsy.
Yeah. Sir Chai, too many nerdy offensive coordinators as head coaches. No offense to Ben Johnson, but he is not a leader of men. I like the move, but X's and O's must. I mean, come on, dude. Ben Johnson's orchestrating the best offense in the NFL at this moment. The Raiders would be lucky if Ben Johnson would come to them next season. And it's not even a question of if the Raiders want Ben Johnson. As weird as it sounds, I think it's more of a question, does Ben Johnson want the Raiders? Because I think AP's job, if they have word that Ben Johnson wants to come to the Raiders, I think that makes AP's seat hotter. If they get the intention that he doesn't want to be a Raider, I think AP's job's a little bit more safe.
It's going to come down to which people value that job.
And it's speaking of the two,
yep.
I do have a question for you in the nation.
Okay.
Does this move make AP and Telesco's seat a little bit warmer?
Yes. It does. I mean, it does. Like, if you're Mark Davis.
On a scale of ice cold to burning lava, where's the seat?
1 to 10. Ice cold.
No, I want you to describe it. Describe how hot the seat is. Is it freezing Arctic cold? Is it burning hot? Is it lava hot? I want you to describe it. How hot is the seat? If you had to describe how hot the seat is, how hot? If I said, how hot is the seat? And just let me know how hot it is.
Can you stand up real quick? It's about that hot.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty hot.
It's also a little wet.
I see lava in there.
It's also a little wet.
I see Sydney Sweeney hot. See,
I don't think it's that hot.
That's hot.
I would if the seat was that hot, instead of touching Chugs' seat with my hand, I would have touched it with my face.
Miller Marley says, wash your hands, Mitch. We do have hand sanitizer.
Yeah, but Windex cleans everything.
That's not the case.
Richie cleaned our entire house with Windex, so it should be fine.
I see lava. I see Diddy hot.
That's hot. I mean, I think here's the thing, right? Mark still has to eat because he's going to eat dead cap hit this season and next season. That's going to total somewhere around, I think it's like $28 million in total. And Mark doesn't make that trade unless he actually thinks that, Davante is going to make it work. But at the same time, he was also hoping probably that this organization was be able to bring in and get a QB, which they were unable to do. I do think it makes it a little bit hot. I really do. Yep, I do. We got 2,800 people here in the building.
This is the plan. We're going to rapid fire the rest of these super chats.
Okay, I'm listening.
Then we're going to do our Davante Adams replacements. Mitch has his replacements that are in-house, some free agents, some trades that could possibly happen. I updated all the stats. Basically what I was doing just now, because we thought he was going to be traded a week ago, so all the stats were from a week ago for all the players.
What's the Jets' remaining schedule? All right, so how about this also?
I will say that Texans-Jets Thursday Night Football on Halloween, it's a little bit more wild now.
It's a little bit more juicy. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. So the Jets are 2-4. Real quick, the Jets are 2-4 right now. Can you change that way into how many games will the Jets win this season? So the Jets are 2-4. So hear me out. They play the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh this Sunday. Is that a win or is that a loss? Type W or type L?
Is that a boom or a doom?
I'll say this. I don't know if they're going to beat Pittsburgh. Okay? Then you got the Jets against the Patriots. Let's say that's a win. Jets-Texans. I'm going to take the Texans to win that game.
Boom!
So let's say Jets-Cardinals. Let's say the Jets win that. Jets-Colts. Jets win that. Jets-Seahawks. That's a close one. Jets-Miami. Jets-Jacksonville. Jets-Rams. And then Jets-Bills. For them to get back to where they need to, I think from a playoff spot, they got to win 7 of those games.
They're going to have to bring the boom.
They're going to have to bring the boom. How many games do you think that the Jets win this season? They're 2-4. One of the stipulations is the Jets to make the playoffs. They have to get to the AFC Championship.
Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first on your record prediction for the Jets?
I mean, they're 2-4 right now and going off. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think they get to 9 wins, maybe 10.
My updated record prediction now that Davante has been traded to them is going to be 9-7-1.
9-7-1. Never changed, Judge.
9-7-1. My new updated prediction for the New York Jets: they will win 9 games, they will lose 7, and they will get in 1 tie.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, dude. We'll see if they're able to get in. I mean, it's going to be close, but there's a lot of games that you just don't know how it's going to go, and a lot of games that I think that they're going to win, they're on the road. So
yeah,
they got now I'm thinking maybe 8 games, 8-9, 9-8. I think that's probably where they're going to end up being.
9-7-1.
All right, so Mike Tomlin said Russell Wilson is in consideration to be their starting quarterback versus the Jets on Sunday night.
Ursula, the reason why we care is because that depends on the pick that the Raiders get.
Correct.
The condition is either Davante's an all-pro this year, first or second team, or the Jets got to make it to the AFC Championship game.
Correct. So at least in my years covering the NFL, it's really hard to make it to the AFC Championship game unless you make the playoffs.
I know I get called a lot of names on here, but I usually think you want a higher pick in the draft. I think a second is better than a third from my research that I've done.
Typically.
Though
I could make an argument that the Raiders shouldn't try to get a first.
Can we get all the fourths?
Yeah.
Can we get 10 fourth-round picks?
Instead of a first, because our firsts have been major misses. All right, let's go to Carlos. We have to tank now in order to just win, baby. I said this before. The Raiders will not have to tank. They won't. They're legitimately a bottom 5 team in the NFL, and I would say if the Raiders try to win football games, they'll be lucky to get to 6 wins. If the Raiders tried to tank, they could. There's a chance that they might not win a game for the rest of the season. I'm serious when I say that. If you don't beat the Rams this week, after that game, you got the Jags. That's a game to keep an eye out for. The Dolphins are going to have Tua back by that time. I don't think the Raiders will have to try to tank. I think it's just going to happen. Azul. I hate Jimmy G, man. I really do. Can't stand him.
PG, watch. It'll be Russell Wilson.
I hope it is Russell Wilson. I hope Russ does start for Pittsburgh, and I don't think that the Steelers want to trade away Justin Fields, but the only reason why that they might is because also they're conditional pick. So if you remember when the Steelers traded for Justin Fields, it was a 6th that could turn into a conditional 4th-round pick. Justin Fields needs to play 51% of the snaps in the NFL this season. He's obviously way over that right now, but if they flip and they go to Russell Wilson,
we're in what? We're going into week 7. So technically, if he doesn't,
if Russell Wilson starts for the remainder of the season, then the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to get a 6th, not a 4th. Where if I was Pittsburgh, I would go, hey, if I really do want Russell Wilson to be my starting quarterback for the rest of the season, could you potentially trade away Justin Fields? And I know Fields and Getsy did not work, but I would take Fields over any quarterbacks that we have.
Carlos is saying we skipped the last part of his super. He wants to keep Telesco because he felt like there weren't a lot of options after Cliff bailed, so it's not his fault that they signed Getsy.
Fair enough, but I will put blame on them still going out and getting Getsy because Getsy was never a good OC.
Alex.
Doesn't make sense.
Venducci, looking at our schedule and how we've been playing top 5 pick Indeed.
Yeah, again, the only games that I see realistically that we can win, and every single team, you always know, but you got to maybe the Rams this week, the Jags seem like a winnable game. Outside of those games, Denver, they kicked our shit. The Chiefs, the Raiders will probably run into a win or two that they're not supposed to win. But right now, I'll say my prediction, if I were to give the Raiders how many games that they win this season, I'll say 5 wins, maybe 4 wins. Not going to be a lot. Melly, Jets cut Adams in the offseason, then he comes back home to the Raiders when we have our quarterback. It's all coming together. I know that you say this, but I promise you this, that will not happen. That's not going to happen at all.
Actually, something very important. Rookie Malachi Corley wears number 17 for the Jets.
I know Malachi has not looked good for the Jets, but Malachi Corley was a receiver that I liked a lot. Very physical receiver.
Do you think he changes his number?
Yeah.
7 is open.
Davante's going to get 17. Davante's that dude where if he's got to pay Malachi Corley $500,000 or whatever the hell it's going to cost, Davante is going to do it. Davante's a big me guy. He's going to want 17.
Javier, bring back Chucky as a head coach and Tom Brady as OC.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Tim, does Tom Brady share okay him to smack Mark Davis?
I actually don't think that does.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Malachi, with this trade, do you see us in rebuild mode now for at least 2 years for the offensive line, wide receiver, and a franchise quarterback? As long as the Raiders are looking for a franchise QB, you're in rebuild mode. You can, and I think that even this season kind of proved I think a lot of people thought that we had a defensive team that could compete as one of the best defenses in the NFL. And I think from a skill position standpoint, we thought that we were going to be able to compete from that standpoint. And we knew that we were going to be a quarterback away. And look how bad it's been this season. We need a offensive play caller. We need a franchise QB. We need an offensive line. But the Washington Commanders have showed you how quick things can change when you get those few right pieces.
And see, I see IMX is saying, I got beef with Taco Bell. I don't know how that's possible because they don't even have beef. It's technically not beef. So you've got soy whey protein substitute with Taco Bell right now.
Mike Tomlin just said, I was getting ready for Davante Adams last week. I'm now getting ready for Davante Adams this week. NRG, cheers to you, bro. Let's go to Mike Phillips. Mark Davis is the worst owner in pro sports. There's maybe a few others, but I'll say this, definitely in the top 10. I don't think he's the worst owner in the NFL.
The Bengals owner, their team went to a Super Bowl and their team still has to cross a busy street, a local just street around Cincinnati. They have to cross that street to go to practice. I literally saw a video from earlier in the year. A player almost got hit by a car because they have to literally cross a public, busy street from one side where the locker room is to where the
people think Mark Davis is cheap, right? The Bengals don't have enough money to pay Jamar Chase, where there are Bengals fans that try to put a GoFundMe together to try to help pay for Jamar Chase. The Bengals are poor, but then I think Jerry Jones is a worse owner than Mark Davis.
And that team went to a Super Bowl within the past 5 years.
True. Jerry Jones is flying a helicopter on the field in the middle of practice. Mark's bad, but he's not even the worst in the NFL.
Jersey boy. Now do the same with Miller and James. Keep Thayer and Parham on the left. Put JPJ at center and draft Fairchild from Georgia and right guard and Glaze at right tackle.
I agree with you where I'm going to make a video probably. I plan on either doing it this week or next week. The NFL trade deadline is November 5th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Colton Miller, I'll tell you right now, I don't think Colton Miller and Andre James are on this team after the NFL trade deadline. And I don't know what you're going to get for either of those players, But if you're Las Vegas, you got to try to move on from those guys. You're going to get more from Miller because he is still a well-respected left tackle and doesn't have any money guaranteed on his contract. But, I mean, the Raiders are in sell mode, right? I mean, this is what this trade has proven. They're going to be in sell mode. There's a lot of players that this team could move on from, especially if when you look at the amount of free agents they have on that defensive side of the football, like, you don't want to lose those players for nothing.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be... This will not be the only trade that the Raiders make before the deadline. Let's go to Eric Castro. Brady becomes a Raiders owner today. He loves Sanders. I personally hope we get Ward or Gabriel. I would throw up in my mouth if the Raiders got Dylan Gabriel. I don't think that he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. I hate to break it to you. Like, not a Dylan Gabriel fan. Jesse, can't wait for Adams to jump on a podcast and act like he was a victim. I think if Davante was smart, he would not even bring anything up.
Yeah.
And I don't even really want to pay attention to Davante anymore. I know this. Davante has lost all of my personal respect towards him. Does he deserve to be mad at the Raiders? Yes, he does. But I know this. I would never have my kids, right? And I'm just being real. I would show my kids how not to handle a situation, and I would show them the way that Davante handled that, and I would tell them, me raising you the way that I'm going to raise you, that's not how you handle that situation. Davante deserves to be upset, but he didn't handle it the right way.
I'm going to tell my kids right now, if you're ever playing for a national football team and you're getting paid millions of dollars, do not handle this trade situation this way. Please don't do that.
I'm going to tell my kids, if you commit to something and you're on a team, you don't give up on your team. Period. You don't. And I get it's a job. It'd be the same way as me saying, we have contracts here at Chat Sports. Imagine if I right now just said, you know what, I don't want to do the Raiders report anymore. That screws you over. It screws over everyone here at this company. And even if
if Mitch
I wanted to go to Cincinnati.
If Mitch won
we have a Cincinnati office.
If Mitch won the lotto, he would still be doing this.
Oh,
but you committed. You committed.
I'll make you a deal. If I win the lottery, okay,
I get half.
That's
it's a
tough.
team.
No,
you're gonna give up on your team like that?
If I win the lottery, I'll give you $1 million.
Deal.
All right,
I'll take that.
That was just quick.
Jason, the art of the deal. I hit you with half because I knew I wanted $1 million.
Yep.
You went to what I wanted the whole time.
Perfect.
That's the art of the deal, baby.
That's how it goes.
Art of the deal. Jason, should Mark sell the team? He obviously wants to make money and doesn't want to win football games. Bad hire, and after bad hire, he is not his father. I don't think that happens for two reasons. One, because
why would he?
It's like a family business. You don't want to be the person to sell the family business. Like if your dad had a construction company that had went from his grandfather to him, and then now you were the owner of the construction company, you would feel obligated to keep that business kind of going, right?
Yeah, and I agree with Chugs there, and I know, but why would Mark sell a profitable, thriving business?
That's the other thing. And also, he's kind of planted his flag in Vegas. He owns the Raiders. He owns the Aces. I'm guarantee in like 5-10 years, you could probably hear him saying, oh, maybe I want to be a part owner of the A's.
Yeah, like I think Mark's going to try to do all those things. And real talk, like based on some conversations that I've had with people in Vegas, I think legitimately what's going to happen is the Raiders are going to do something very similar to like what the Dodgers did, where there's going to be guys that have a lot of money. A guy like Tom Brady is going to have a lot of money. He's going to get a stake. Richard Seymour's about to get a stake. LeBron James, I'm telling y'all right now, is going to end up buying a team out in Las Vegas, and there is going to be a agency. I don't know what it's going to be called, but there's going to be a lot of prominent people. Tom Brady, LeBron James, they're going to make an agency, and they're going to start buying part ownerships to try to create Las Vegas and turn this into a major sports city. And Mark might not have as much run. He'll always have a little bit of a cut. But I had this example the other day. Mark reminds me of Billy Madison, where Billy Madison's dad launched a great company, and just because Billy Madison had the name Madison, he got the company.
Why did I for a second?
But I look at Mark Davis the same way I look at Billy Madison.
I was so confused for the first half of that sentence. I thought you were talking about Billy Mays.
Billy Mays here.
You're like, I'm waiting to.
Billy Mays here.
OxyClean.
OxyClean, $19.99. You can clean anything. Put this underneath the boat. You can travel 45 miles. OxyClean.
That different product.
What's it called?
OxyClean's the thing that you clean your clothes
of
with.
course, yeah.
And then
that was Seal
Flex Seal.
Flex Seal. Shit.
Playboy, 100% we draft Sanders. Remember, Tom Brady was training Sanders on the offseason, and now Tom is part owner. Mark was seen talking to Sanders.
I'm telling you right now, what does Mark Davis care about the most? Money. Who's the one player that will make this Raiders organization more money than, I'm telling you right now, any quarterback that has been drafted in the last insert how many years? The QB that's going to sell the most is Shedeur Sanders.
Facts. Ecliptic, AP is a vibes coach and no expertise.
I think when the vibes are good, AP's the coach that you want because he's going to be able to motivate your team. But I said this yesterday, and again, it's not a knock on AP, but AP is a bad head coach right now. I'm not saying he's never going to be a good head coach, but if you would have told me everything that I wanted from Antonio Pierce in a head coach, the Raiders don't have it or have gotten worse with it.
Yeah. Richard, is Cam Ward a mid-first round pick possibility? Tank for Arch? Well,
Cam Ward's going to be top 5 pick.
And everybody needs to get Arch Manning out of your head because, one, he's not even starting right now, so you're not going to get him in this draft. I don't even think he goes in the next year's draft. You're going to have to wait not after this season, not after next season, but 3 years from now to get Arch Manning.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's going to be as easy as what people like. I think Arch Manning plays until, again, this is based on what Pat McAfee said about 3 weeks ago. McAfee said that he talked to the Manning family and that Arch was considering staying at Texas or entering the NFL draft until 2027 simply because he wanted to sit behind Quinn. He wanted to play with Steve Sarkisian. But the other part is they want him to graduate from the University of Texas with a degree. That Manning family's got all the money in the world, right?
He doesn't need to.
But I mean, money. For McAfee to say that the Manning family told him that he wants them to graduate from Texas, that's 2027.
As weird as it sounds, he could be making close to the same amount of money in college that rookie quarterbacks make in the NFL. He's
probably making more.
He's already top 5 in NFL or NIL, and he's not even starting on his team.
Yep. Yeah, and that's I want to say Arch right now is probably making $5 million a year. I mean, probably somewhere around that. Like, he's good, dude.
Unless you're like a first or second overall pick, I think Arch is making more than most first round picks in the NFL.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Let's go to H&F. Wait for the New York crowd to tear Davante and Aaron Rodgers if they still play like garbage.
Yep.
Embrace the costume, Mitch.
Garbage.
Excuse me, garbage. I mean, that New York media, he thought Raiders fans were tough. And I know because I grew up in that area.
Patrick, that's not true.
You better get some thick skin.
Manning didn't refuse the NCAA 25 deal. He did at first and held out for more money.
Correct.
Because he's getting his college money. So
correct.
Everybody else got paid $500. Arch Manning, I don't know the exact details, but he got paid more than other players to be in that video game.
Correct. Pick up Amari Cooper. I know if the Raiders traded for Cooper right now, Petey, if the Raiders traded for Amari, it's not a lot of money, right? It's like what, $600,000 or something like that? So the base salary is $1.2 million, but you got to cut that and divide that by 18, and then the remainder of those games is what the Raiders would pick up. Yeah, so that's
probably like $50.
But do you want Amari Cooper, right? We wanted to move on from Davante because Davante didn't want to block. Davante didn't want to be physical. Amari Cooper's already given up on the Raiders one time. The reason why the Raiders traded away Amari was because Amari didn't want to be a part of this organization.
And if we're being honest, if everybody's talking about Arch Manning, if everybody's talking about the future, I'd rather look at a guy or try to get somebody who matches the timeline for the Raiders. You want somebody who maybe he's not even in their prime yet, but who can be good in 1, 2, 3 years, where Amari's at the tail end of his career. He's correct. In 1, 2, 3 years when the Raiders are trying to compete and be good, he's not going to be good anymore.
I can't blame for Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco for doing their best to win football games this season because it's their job to, and they know that if they don't win another game this season or if they have a top 5 pick, there's a chance that they might not have jobs next season. But me as the Raider fan, and this is the hard balancing act of I want a franchise quarterback, I want a high draft pick, but I don't believe in tanking. And I think the best thing that the Raiders need to do is not bring in anyone. It sucks because that means that we're going to be in the same situation for this season. But sooner or later, You're going to have to suck to potentially get your QB
to
improve.
Where's the cap looking like from Alex?
The last time that I saw, let me just look real quick here. So right now, the Raiders' salary cap is, this season, we have $21.9 million, and the Raiders are eating, and that is with how much money the Raiders are going to eat with Davante. Next season, the Raiders are projected to have $123 million of cap space, according to Over the Cap. However, that dead money is not yet added yet from Davante. So if I look down there, Davante is going to be at 15.7 mil. So do your math, 123.8 mil in salary cap space minus 15.7 is what the Raiders are going to be at a projected salary cap for next season. Right? If I look at that, but then Jimmy Garoppolo's got dead money at 12.8, and then Byron Young's 500. So that math, as it ends up coming out, you guys can do it. I don't know.
Pokemon trainer. Favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon, do you count Mewtwo?
No, because he's genetically mutated in a lab.
Okay, well then I would say my next favorite Pokemon, honestly, if I were to have a pet Pokemon, I would want Arcanine. He's a dog that has fire. That's kind of sick.
Okay. I like Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur or Zapdos. Get a little electricity, you can fly around on a bird. That'd be kind of sick. I'm not going to lie. Favorite Pokemon? Let me know. Lame bro, the Raiders organization doesn't know what the F they are doing. Josh McDaniels, AP Getsy, Minshew, bro, get the out of here. Chugs, speaking of get the F out of here, I got to pee.
Okay. I'm going to run through, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to run through the rest of the Super Chats, and then whenever you get back, we're going to do our Davante Adams replacements video.
Ooh, Gengar's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Also, what's the one with all the rocks?
Onyx?
Yeah.
Geodude?
Geodude, yeah. The dude with like the 4 arms.
There's Onyx, there's Geodude, and then I forget what Geodude.
I can't lie, I wasn't huge into Pokemon. Like my brother was more into Pokemon. Either way, I'm gonna go through the rest of this. When you get back, we'll do the the replacements video.
I like it.
GT cuts. Aaron Rodgers, Lazard, Tay Adams, etc. are trying to recreate the 2019 Packers in New York. They should have just stayed in Green Bay. I mean, yeah. I think the thing is Green Bay wanted to move on. They had a guy in Jordan Love who they had kind of, set up to be the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers. So I think it was more that Green Bay was pushing out Aaron Rodgers. Davante saw that and was like, he didn't know how good Jordan Love was, or everybody, was kind of down on Jordan Love before he started for the Packers. So I think it was more the Packers pushing out Aaron Rodgers and saying, we're ready for the next guy. We're ready for Jordan Love and for somebody else. Appreciate the super chat, GT. Anthony, needs stability, can't go through a revolving door of head coaches. We knew what we were getting into. No QB, RB. Let AP and Telesco do their thing. And that is a good point. Can you judge them based on their performance this year whenever it doesn't seem like they were really set up to succeed for this season? Kind of giving a shit sandwich and saying, hey, make this into a 5-star meal. That's a good point, Anthony. Tehran, I'm tired of retools. We need to fully invest in the rebuild. We could have had Jaden if we did it in the first place. I don't know how true that is, because the reports were that AP and Telesco were trying, for the months leading up to the draft, they were trying every single day to trade up. And the Commanders, Patriots, Bears, all were not willing to trade down. The Bears for sure. The Commanders, I think once they got Jaden in the building, once they talked to Jaden Daniels, they didn't want to trade out of that pick because they knew they wanted Jaden Daniels. And then I think the Patriots knew they were fine with either Jaden Daniels or Drake May. So I think it's hard to blame the Raiders, because the whole thing is it takes two to tango. You need the other team to be willing to trade back. Aggie, Noyce. Homie went from one losing team to another just to be with his boy. That's true friendship. Yeah. Find you somebody that loves you the way Davante Adams loves Aaron Rodgers. Or the way Aaron Rodgers loves wellness retreats. Ed Robbins, Mitch, the only way to get Fields is to fire Getsy. I do think that's what I don't know if Fields and Getsy work together. I think if you do want to go with Fields this offseason or trade for him at some point, it would be smart to get a new OC, which it might be smart to get a new OC right now anyways. Jeremy, last week of using Davante Adams in Madden 25, RIP. Cash Joey, by the end of the year, we'll start seeing a lot of Bill Belichick in Vegas. We're too talented to be this shitty. Until we fire Getsy, we're here for the hope and high blood pressure. The only thing is, the offense has been more the problem. And I don't know if Bill Belichick fixes that because it's hard to say that Bill does anything good on offense because the only time he was good on offense is when he had number 12 as his quarterback. So is it Bill Belichick or is it Tom Brady who kind of led that Patriots offense? Because we saw Tom Brady leave and win a championship. Bill Belichick didn't do anything once Tom Brady left.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the two head coaches that legitimately the Raiders fans have to keep an eye out for, if Tom Brady's going to have a say. I'm telling you right now, Tom Brady's going to have a say. It's why Mark's bringing him in. Mike Vrabel, Bill Belichick will be two coaches to at least keep an eye out for. I know a lot of people want.
Could you imagine Bill Belichick head coach, Josh McDaniels OC?
No, that will never happen. That won't happen, dude. No way.
If Bill Belichick becomes the head coach,
not going to happen.
And maybe not at the beginning, but if the OC starts to, not do well, the offense doesn't look good, you don't think Bill at least has the thought in his mind of, do I bring my boy in?
No. There's no way. No way, dude.
I once heard a YouTuber say there's no way the Raiders are going to trade for Davante, and there's no way the Raiders are going to trade away Davante. I heard both of those things from somebody, and both those things happened.
Yep, I hear you. There's no way Josh McDaniels is coming back.
Jets will have 8 wins with a conditional 10th.
Hey, maybe.
Let's see. We also have Jason.
Also, I kind of dropped the ball on this. Venmo, 50-50 raffle. I said the first 5 people that get in, you got a chance to win some money today. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I'm going to see how many people we got in, and then we're going to start dishing away some of the names here. All right, so got quite a bit, which I like here. I like it a lot. Holy shit, dude. All right, we got a lot. Got a lot. This can't even be right. What on earth am I looking at here?
What?
What's today's date? The 15th?
Yeah.
Jesus. All right. We got a lot of people getting in. Matthew Lozano in. Rob Frazier in.
I will say the Raiders didn't win today in this trade, I don't believe, but a Raiders fan is going to win today.
Correct. Luis Rod in, and then Anthony Green. So those were the people that got the free duck entry. I'm just going to tell you this right now, $20 Venmo, you're going to have a chance to win well over $200 right now. I got my man Can't Walk. You, sir, are in. I see Joseph Gers. You, sir, are in. I have OC Raider. You're in. Buck Kirk in. Brian Folsom in. I have, Brian Folsom's got 2. That's on me, Brian. I see Wesley. You in. Noah Santana.
Mike Lopez, can we get refunds for purchasing Adams jersey? If you go to our link, chatsports.com/Raiders jersey.
Jose in.
Chatsports.com/Raiders jersey. Whenever you buy your jersey, there should be an option for jersey insurance.
Rustin Long in.
Being a Raiders fan, I would definitely say get that jersey
Luis
insurance.
Talvera in. Ali Marie Perez in.
Oh, happy early birthday.
Nicholas Potter in.
Patrick B, birthday tomorrow.
Dude, no. Patrick B, it's your birthday tomorrow?
All he wants for his birthday is a Raiders win.
Darian Schofield, you in. My dad, what's up, Dad? In. Gabriel Claymore, in. And then I see Jamari Murray. And then I see Jamari Murray, you in. So as it stands right now, $20 Venmo, you would win $280 here on the Raiders Report. Jason, good morning, Mitch and Chugs. machine. Do you think Tom Brady will have a lot of influence on decisions for 2025? Tom's stake in ownership should be approved soon, I read. P.S. Getsy is hot dog water.
Oh, wow.
Getsy's a lot of things. I know that. But I also know the fact that, yes, Brady's going to have some say. Brady's going to get approved. I think Richard Seymour's going to get approved here soon, too. But if you're Mark Davis, and you can hate Brady all you want for the tuck rule, this and that, but legitimately, he's probably been the greatest leader in all of sports. I think you could put that into the conversation. He's been one of the greatest leaders in sports, so you should put this guy and have some decision-making process.
Heart of Blaze says, can we get a refund for having to listen to Chugs? Yeah, here, let me get it from my pocket. Here you go. Patrick B.
What's up, man?
This is a great wide receiver. I hope you like it. I got it from Target. This is a great wide receiver draft. I'm good with this. The money for next season was not worth it. The draft is offensive heavy.
A lot of good offensive players in the draft. I have heard those exact same things, Patrick B. But I think it's also what you're seeing right now from NFL receivers, where these guys are getting paid a lot of money. And you go through and you look at a lot of the guys that have gotten paid. Not everybody has, I think, lived up to that bill or that contract. And, look at a guy like Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill is obviously one of the best receivers in the NFL, but it's also quarterback dependent, right? Tyreek and all the Miami offense has been abysmal because they don't have a QB. Davante's a great receiver, but until we get a great quarterback, you can't go out and pay a great, wide receiver. I always say this, Davante Adams on the Raiders, it reminds me of that meme where it's the Bugatti sitting in the driveway next to the house that's a trailer. And my mom, I grew up in a trailer. I have no problem saying that, and we grew up that way. It's what we could afford. But you don't see many people in a trailer driving a Bugatti, right? You take the money from the Bugatti, go get yourself a house and drive a Honda. That's the right way that I would say it. And that's kind of the way that this Raiders offense was built, where we had a Bugatti and Davante Adams, but this offense with the quarterback play was kind of a trailer park. And you see that and you go, well, that's not quite how it should be. And that's how this Raiders offense kind of reminded me with Davante.
Alan Cruz.
If Aaron Rodgers and the Jets want to go to the Super Bowl, they're going to have to buy a lot of tickets. Took that one. Love y'all.
That's pretty funny.
Going to have to get a lot of tickets. John, sell, baby, sell. Buy Miller and goodbye to Andre James. I do think that there's a chance that Andre James is not a part of this team after the NFL trade deadline. And if I was the Raiders, I would try to trade both Colt Miller and both Andre James. Try to get as much as you humanly possibly can for those guys. And then let's see where the cards may fall.
I actually just decided also, we don't actually have to do the segment Davante replacements first. What do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to do a mailbag first or Davante Adams replacements first? Type M for mailbag, type R for replacements. What do you want to do? Whichever one gets more votes, that's the cut that we'll do first.
I like it.
So M for mailbag, R for replacements. What do we want to do first?
Patrick B., I'm going to put you in again just because it's your birthday. So, Patrick, you got 3. Cole Rommel in, and then I see Annette.
I'm seeing a lot of M's. It's pretty split, actually. Let me know what you think, Mitch. It looks pretty split to me between the M's and the R's.
Annette Inderbitzen. That is a German name if I've ever heard one. 20 right now to win, $370. The names I just put in: Sean Irish, Trent Hermata, Jonathan Mendica, Isidro, Patrick B., Cole Rommel, Annette Inderbitzen. Inderbitzen. That is a very, very Deutsch name. Auf Wiedersehen. I'm down for whatever. I'm seeing a lot of M's. How about this? Patrick B., you pick. Mount Raider Moore, birthday tomorrow.
Yeah,
you want a Davante replacement or mailbag? I'm going to leave this one up to Patrick B.
It's 50-50 in the chat right now.
I was going to say, it's very split. It's very, very split.
It's just like Congress. The tie vote goes to the VP, so Patrick B.
I'm down. I'm down to get down. Patrick probably just checked out. He was probably just like, all right, this is where I'm going to leave. I'll be back in a little bit. Let's see. Corey Maxim, you in. I'm actually serious. I wonder if Patrick left.
He says Adams replacements.
Okay. All right, we'll do Davante Adams replacements coming up here on today's show, which I'll say this, and this is just me being 100% honest. I made this show last week. So let me just look at it here real quick. maybe just double and triple check that all those guys are still free agents. I believe they are. Yeah, I think we're good, actually. The only thing that you're going to have to change is the Raiders target leaders and a lot of the Raiders stats. That's already been changed?
That's what I was doing earlier when I said I needed to change the stats.
This guy. See? This guy right here.
Carlos Kruger.
Tay was a bust, just like Moss. It's not true. Neither were team player. Fire Getsy because he absolutely sucks. Love the Raiders report and go Raiders. Well, obviously I love every time somebody enjoys watching the show. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hey, seriously, it does help us out a lot. But Tay was not a bust like Moss. Like Tay had his first season, he had 1,500 yards, 14 touchdowns. Moss was never close to that. And I know that neither were team players. That I do not disagree with. But then also, Davante compared to Randy, very, very different situations. But you can still feel that way about both.
Every sub, you put another bowl of food in this little Golden Doodles bowl right here. This little girl right here, Sadie, she gets a treat for every single subscriber we get on the Raiders report.
She would be 500 pounds.
She is.
She's 500 pounds.
She's massive.
She is.
Thanks to you.
The largest golden doodle.
You're welcome.
I'll tell you this right now. If somebody from the SPCA is watching this and they think that you got a 500-pound golden doodle, there's going to be someone at your door.
Sir, you actually just own a grizzly bear.
That's hilarious.
Byron's best bets. Crazy the NFL would be Oklahoma with such a bad product.
It's kind of crazy. Adam, Bears fan here. So sorry you guys took Getsy. Blame everything on him and let's send this clown to college football. Believe me, and I think it's kind of funny at times how often Raider fans are like, Mitch, I tried to tell you about Getsy. Or Bears fans are like, we tried to tell you about Getsy. I think anybody that has watched this show knows that I was not a happy camper when the Raiders hired Luke Getsy. Hell, we made a video this offseason about the top offensive coordinators that the Raiders could bring in. I based it on like who I would want. We did our top 6. Maybe it was top 7. Getsy was either 7 or 6 for me. Like, I also say I didn't love the Telesco hire either, but not a great offseason here for the silver and black.
Aggressive. Hate to admit it, Brady is going to have the plums to make changes spineless Mark never could. Mark drools over Tom and likely won't disagree with him.
Yeah, I want Tom Brady making football decisions, not Mark Davis. Sergeant Fighter.
Triple nickel. Wishing 17 nothing but the best. Let's face it, nation, we need we need draft capital. In my opinion, we are in rebuilding mode. Godspeed, simplify, and let's go Raiders.
Let's go Raiders. Tyler Turner, you're in. Amanda Frazier, you're in. Ryan Bass in. 20 to win, 410.
Max.
Sergeant Fighter, I always appreciate the 555. Max, I saw the clarification from earlier and love watching the show. Both of you guys are amazing and are clearly as passionate as me. But fire Luke Getsy.
That's what my wife loves the most about me is my passion.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen, and I've been trying, every time the Raiders post anything on Twitter, anytime they post anything on Instagram, I go in the comments, I try to be the first one. Fire Luke Getsy.
The reason why I have a smoking hot wife, the reason why Mitch has his dime of a fiance is because of our passion.
Yep.
It's because of our passion. That's what they love the most.
She says I'm funny, too, which helps.
We are two passionate individuals.
I was curious to see if you were going to call Alex smoking hot or not.
Huh?
I was curious. You called her a dime. That's good. I appreciate that.
We could switch. Danny can be the dime.
Danny can be the dime. Alex can be smoking hot.
Dime Danny.
Danny Dimes?
Danny Dimes.
Hey, it's Danny time.
Huge contract in New York.
Yeah.
Steven.
I was in my teens watching the Raiders go to the Super Bowl. How much longer? I'm almost 40 now. Come on, man. I'm a tired Raider fan. Steven from Long Beach. You know, I feel bad for Raiders fans that have been through the ringer, and, you know, it's not like it's been mediocre seasons. There was some mediocre seasons there with Carr, but it's been a lot more bad seasons than anything else. I hear you. I don't know what to tell you besides be patient, right? Like, there's not a magic wand that I can wave. There's nothing that I can do. I can say this, you know, like, I think people who watch the show as long as we have, and there's always going to be people that disagree. There's always going to be times where, you know, we swing and a miss, and that's just what happens when you make as much content as what we do. But genuinely, I feel like the people that watch us as often as they do know that if the Raiders would have listened to a lot of the things that we would have said, we'd be in a lot better of a situation. We just got to start putting the right people in place because it's not that difficult to flip an NFL franchise around. You got to do a few things. The easiest way to try to do it is go get a franchise QB. That's what I want.
Real Cowboy chugs his high if he thinks McDermott is coming back. Don't tell my bosses. Cash Joey. Bill brings in great coordinators when Matt and Jimmy filled in. They were still a strong offense.
I hear you. I cannot say that we're going to end up bringing in Josh McDaniels, right? Like, I know Josh was a great OC with Bill Belichick for a long time, and I know that McDaniels and Tom Brady have a great relationship, but that's just never going to happen. And if the Raiders, though, if you brought in Bill Belichick, you'd have to figure out a way to bring in great coordinators, and I don't know if I trust Bill to be able to go get us the franchise quarterback that we need to be able to go out and get, because Bill's done a shit job getting receivers. They haven't done a good job getting players on offense. He's always done a good job building a defense, but we need offense. Like, that's the Raiders' problem right now, is on the offensive side of the football.
Danny.
What is Mark Davis's game plan if Shedeur is drafted before the Raiders pick to go get another QB? Like, the Raiders aren't going to be in a situation where they're going to have an opportunity to go get Cam Ward, Jalen Milroe, or Shedeur Sanders. Like, they're going to be in the top 5.
If they miss out on all 3 of those, Joe Flacco will be the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders next season.
He's trolling. Brian, you guys kick ass. And I've also been told that sometimes we take names. Bruston Long had to go take a quick lunch. It's not what I thought you were going to say. Because I knew all y'all would be live, but happy with the trade because without a QB, we will continue to be in the woes. Raider Nation for life. Real One for life. Rustin Long. Appreciate you, dude. Spoken. Do you think Brady will want Bill? I just don't see it. I love AP, but he talks the talk, then he needs to fire Luke. The reason why I don't think that he's going to fire Luke Getsy is that way Antonio Pierce always has a fall guy. Like, AP's not going to be the one getting a lot of blame as long as Luke Getsy's on that roster. And that's the hard facts, right? Where I want the Raiders to fire Luke Getsy. You probably want the Raiders to fire Luke Getsy. But Antonio Pierce knows that as long as Getsy's on this team, a lot of the hate and a lot of the attention's going towards Getsy, and he's still getting some. But every time I say anything bad about Pierce, there's always a handful of Raiders fans that are like, Luke Getsy is the problem. And I don't disagree that Luke Getsy is the problem, but your job also as the head coach is to be able to provide something. And everything I thought AP was going to be able to provide from a coaching standpoint, the Raiders simply do not have right now.
So we're
going to Ryan Bass, yes, I did.
We're going to get into some Davante Adams replacements, and then we'll read some more supers. We'll do a duck race, and then we'll maybe do a mailbag and then see where things go from there. I want one thing from the nation right now. We're about to get into Davante Adams replacements. I know it's a shitty day. I know people are upset about the trade, either that Davante Adams isn't on the team anymore, maybe the Raiders didn't get enough back, maybe you're upset about how the season's looking so far, but we got to look to the future. We got to look for this team, and Davante maybe quit on the Raiders, but we don't want you to quit on the Raiders.
Correct.
There's 2,000 people in the chat. If you still bleed silver and black, if you love the team, can I get an LV in the chat?
Can I get some LVs down below?
2,000 LVs before we start this cut. Can we get two? There's over 2,000 people in here. If everybody does it once. If everybody pitches in one LV. All I'm asking for is one LV. And then we can start this program.
I see Day Day. I see Kyle. VT Holmes always rocking with us. What up, my man? I see Daniel Jimenez. Triple Nipple. See Gabe Go.
Triple Nipple.
Big Luck. Chris, Just for Kicks. Giorgio Miller. John Herbert down there below. Real Cowboy. Appreciate all of y'all. Blaine. Dude, a Blaine Craig right now.
Blaine.
A Blaine Craig. Would hit, dude. It would hit. Charles Jones. Saucy Waffle. I don't even want to know how you got on that name.
I'm not going to call them out, but there was somebody in the office who didn't know what a color waffle was. And I tried.
You guys ever see the show Blue's Clues?
Yeah, I tried to get them to look it up, and it doesn't show you anymore.
Good.
Google fixed it.
That's probably for the best. I was a kid the first time that I saw that color on a waffle. Never want to see that color again.
Dude, I turned into a 7-year-old whenever I heard, I don't know what that is. And I was like, look it up.
Do it.
Look it up.
Do you think if IHOP or like Waffle House
Did
sold
that promotion?
I think people would buy it. I think, though, if you made that waffle...
You've heard of green eggs and ham.
Right? They just dye it that color. I think then you just got to throw it into a blender, hit it for 1 second, and that's how you serve it. It's the only way.
Just a little melted butter and maple syrup. You blend it in there for a second.
You hit just like, and just a little bit. And you throw that on a plate and you serve it. I'll tell you right now, I think somebody would buy it. I bet you somebody would buy it. Coming up! Davante Adams replacements.
Drew said getting a Kurger burger for lunch today. That sounds good.
What is a Kurger burger?
That's what we were talking about the other day from Culver's.
Oh.
The only thing is we don't have a Culver's within 30 minutes. Like it's like 40 minutes away from us. There's one here. It's in Frisco.
Christ. That's too far. I'm not going to travel that far. All right, y'all. Let's talk about some potential Davante Adams replacements here on today's show. And if you appreciate the content that Chugs and I are providing today, always an easy way to say thank you is to hit that like button. If you feel the need to send in a super chat to say thank you, believe me, it does go a long way. We don't keep any of the supers, none of the Venmo. It all gets invested back into the Raiders report here. And if you haven't subscribed yet, click that sub button. If you're like, Mitch, why should I subscribe? We're going to go through some content here. We're going to talk a little bit about Davante replacements. We're going to get into a mailbag cut here, see how you guys are reacting around the trade. And then, if y'all want, we can turn this into a shit show for an hour. Maybe longer. We'll see how it goes. Coming up, Davante Adams replacements here on the Raiders Report. Davante Adams was traded to the New York Jets. I'm Mitchell Renz, host of the Raiders Report. And coming up here on today's show, we're going to look at potential replacements that Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco could bring in for this season to try to replace 1-7. I know it's not going to be easy to replace Davante. It's going to be a collective effort. You're going to need players on this current roster from Brock Bowers to Jacoby to Trey, DJ Turner, Tyreek McAllister. You're going to need everybody to be able to go out and pitch in. But there are players in free agency. There's also some players that we can look at in the potential trade that if the Raiders wanted to, and I can't blame Telesco and AP for trying to save their jobs, to go out and add another receiver to this room. So if you didn't see the trade that went down, Davante went to the Jets. The Raiders got a conditional third-round pick that can turn into a second pick if Davante is a first or second team All-Pro this season, or if the New York Jets go to the AFC Championship game or go to the Super Bowl. I don't think that those things are going to happen. I'll be honest, I would be shocked about it, so I do think the Raiders are going to end up with a third. But the Raiders right now do have a little bit of a hole at their wide receiver room. You got Jacoby as your number one. He was unable to play last week with a little bit of an injury. After that, it is a lot of players that I want to believe in Trey Tucker. I want to believe in DJ Turner, but there is a lot of unknowns here. There's no doubt about it. Now, if you guys want to be able to get all this free content here around the Las Vegas Raiders, I know this, and I make this promise. Anytime Raiders news happens, if you're looking for honest analysis, if you're looking for somebody who is as much of a diehard Raider fan as you, I am happy at this point that we don't really have to worry about this situation anymore because, let's face it, Davante didn't want to be a part of this team. And if we're going to sit up here and say that we want people that are part of this team, let's figure out a way to bring players in that actually want to be a part of the silver and black. But this wide receiver room right now is legitimately one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the NFL, and that's an honest take. Like, that's why you should click that subscribe button. I'm not going to sit up here and go, this is one of the best wide receiver rooms in the NFL. It's not. It's a bottom 5 wide receiver unit, and I can't blame this organization for wanting to go out and potentially try to get more players here that we can go out and look at to be able to add to this team, because losing a player like Davante is really, really going to hurt this team from top to bottom, from a target share standpoint, from a reception standpoint. But overall, you have a lot of replacements that you can look at, because Tay entering before he got hurt, Davante had 27 targets overall, and the Luke Getsy offense hasn't looked great. Davante is one of the reasons why Luke Getsy came in and was a part of this regime. So what we're going to talk about here is replacements, and I have them ranked from 10 all the way down to 1. The person at number 1 is the person that I think would be the easiest to just insert him into the lineup to help replace Davante Adams. But I'm going to give you a lot of other names that are going to be based on money. It's going to be based on fit. It's going to be based on how this team is going to use those players. And we have them ranked from 10 all the way down to number 1. From a target standpoint, Brock Bowers leads the team right now with 46 targets. Jacoby Myers has got 37. Davante at 27. And then after that, not a lot of target share to go around. I hope that Michael Mayer can get it going again. I hope that we start using some of these players in the way that we are meant to use them, because let's face it, this offense needs a jump start. Like, I feel like somebody like a doctor, you got to put that thing on. Poof, like, that's what this offense needs right now. And I don't believe in Luke Getsy. And I don't know if the best option is to go out and get another receiver. Quite frankly, I want the Raiders to plan for the future. But you can't blame AP and Telesco for trying to win this season and trying to replace Davante. I think that they got to at least go out and add another receiver, and we'll talk about some of those players that they could look at today. So how about this? And be honest. Scale it from 1 to 10. 1, you're not confident at all. 10, it's the best wide receiver group in the NFL. What is your confidence level in the Raiders wide receiver group? Scale from 1 to 10. You're about to get hit with a YouTube ad break. While you're getting hit with that ad, scroll on down to the comments and give me your answer on that confidence level. My confidence level right now in this Raiders wide receiver group is a 4. And it's a 4 because there's not a lot of talent, and we also don't have the best offensive coordinator to put these guys in the right situation. Now, if I were to insert Brock Bowers into that equation, Harrison Bryant, and if you're able to get back Michael Mayer, then I do think it makes our skill position players a little bit better. But going into that Week 6 game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, no Jacoby Myers, the Raiders on their team, from Trey Tucker, DJ Turner, Christian Wilkerson, Tyreek McAllister, and Alex Bachman, those guys had a combined 43 career catches. There is not a team in the NFL even close to that low of a number in terms of experience. So losing Tay hurts. But I'll also say this, and I've been saying this for weeks, if I was building my perfect Raiders roster, I wouldn't take a receiver of Davante Adams' skill set and put him on this team. Why? Because 1 and 1 don't go together. I do think that you're going to see a bit of a different offense. And yes, losing Tay is going to hurt. And replacing him is not going to be easy. So let's talk about some of the guys that we could go get here. Let's go to number 10 on our Davante replacements chart. And it's going to be Randall Cobb. Randall Cobb is retired, and I know that. Okay, and this is free agency to start. I know that Cobb is retired. The only reason why I'm bringing up Randall Cobb here is because we're halfway through the season. Cobb has played multiple NFL years with Luke Getsy, and maybe you could get him to come out of retirement. He's a good leader, which he's always had a knack for that, which the Raiders need to be able to get some extra leadership in there. He played with the Packers and Getsy from 2014 to 2017. Also played there again in 2021. Probably wouldn't cost a lot of money. But again, he's retired, and that's the reason why he's number 10 on this list. Let's go to number 9 here. It's Joe Reed. And a lot of times you look for receivers that have connections. And a lot of this list that I'm putting together here is based on some of the connections that have already had with certain guys. Raiders GM Tom Telesco drafted him in round 5 of the 2020 NFL Draft. Chicago signed him last offseason. On January 19, 2023, he was unable to make the roster. Bears ended up cutting him on the 26th. But what you see here is at least a receiver who's got a connection with Tom Telesco, and he's got a connection, at least somewhat, with Luke Getsy from trying to learn that Bears offense last season. Coming in here at number 8, it's Alex Erickson. And Erickson, I would say, reminds me of a little bit of a better version than Alex Bachman, so maybe the Raiders don't decide to go this route. But Erickson played on the Chargers last season. He played in 8 games, was able to start in 3, and what I liked about Erickson was he got 12 first downs on 16 catches. So he was used in those situations. So if you're like, hey, Mitch, I want Third and Renfro back, you might be able to get a cheap Third and Renfro that kind of exemplifies or matches the talent that Alex Bachman brings to the table. Let's go to number 7 here. It's Darius Shepard at the receiver position. Another dude that's got some ties with Luke Getsy. Played on the Packers from 2019 to 2020 with Luke Getsy as an undrafted free agent. He was the XFL Special Teams Player of the Year back in 2023, and he was on the Chargers practice squad last season, but then was cut and signed with the St. Louis Battlehawks. The St. Louis Battlehawks is important is because our assistant GM, Champ Kelly, one of his old jobs back in 2019 was help building the St. Louis Battlehawks. So because of those connections is why Darius Shepard ends up making this list. But let's go to the name that a lot of y'all are screaming down in the comments. It's Hunter Renfrow. And I have been somebody that I've said this. I don't think Hunter Renfrow is very good at football anymore. He's not. The concussions have added up. But if you wanted to get back on the good graces, Mark Davis, of the Raiders fans, I'll tell you this. There's not a single player that I'm going to mention on today's show that would put a smile on Raiders fans' face more than Hunter Renfrow. I'll admit, I don't think it'd be a very good signing. I know what he has meant to this team, but the injuries, the physicality that the Raiders want to play, I'm not sure if it matches. But then again, at this point, maybe Mark wants to try to smooth a few things over with Raiders fans and make them happy. That's why Hunter Renfrow ends up making the list. There's a reason why a player is talented and has put up the numbers that Renfrow has put up has not signed yet. Teams are scared shitless of those concussions that he has endured. We'll get into the top 5 here in just a moment, but I got to give a shout out to our sponsor here, PrizePicks. How many Mets fans are in the chat? This guy right here. Well, guess what? If you plan on putting some money and you want to have a little bit of fun, you're watching the Mets and Dodgers, you can do it. Maybe the Raiders game this weekend, Thursday night football, daily fantasy sports, made easy. Choose more, choose less. It's really that easy. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in award and winnings. PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. Run your game. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is now the best way to get sports action in over 30 sports states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. You can now win up to 100 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. More or less, Shohei Ohtani, 1 home run. Give me the less. Give me the less. I know, it's been a tough week for a lot of Raiders fans. How do you think I felt? Watching the Raiders get their you-know-what kicked on Sunday, then the Mets got their you-know-what kicked 9-0. Big bounce-back game. I've been talking shit to Nico Laz. I've been talking shit to Noah Santana. I know this. If you play a PrizePicks lineup, you're going to have a lot of fun watching whatever game that you're going to do. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. That code is down in the comments and in the description of today's show. Let's go to number 5 here for my Davante Adams replacements. It is Byron. You can hear the crunch. Pringle. And I'll admit, Pringle, probably my least favorite chip out of all. Made the Chiefs roster as a UDFA in 2018 and was with Kansas City until 2021. If you don't know, Telesco, this Raiders organization, does value teams with AFC West experience. He played with the Bears under Getsy in 2022, and he was a part of the Washington Commanders last season, and didn't really get, I think, a chance to show some of the athletic traits that he can be able to bring to the table. If the Raiders want to look for a receiver that you can pay basically like the vet Mintu, that stays in shape and can go out there and at least execute a few little things here and there, I do think Byron Pringle is a name to at least keep in mind. Bigger receiver on top of that, so maybe they're looking for more of a body type of player, can be physical, use him in the red zone. Let's go to number 4 here. Russell Gage. And Russell Gage was a name that I've brought up multiple times this offseason. Gage did get signed this offseason and then was cut, not by the Raiders, by another NFL team. I want to say, I forget who it was exactly, but I know that he's currently on the Ravens practice squad, which I like that a lot because that means that this guy's staying in game day shape. He missed all of the 2023 season with a knee injury, and the Buccaneers signed him to a 3-year, $30 million deal back in 2022, but because of that knee injury, has not been the same player that he once was, and it might take a little bit of time to get it going, but Russell Gage has had some good, successful seasons, a veteran wide receiver that you could put on the outside and then still allow Brock Bowers to play tight end. Let's go to number 3 because this one's totally different. Jamal Agnew. If the Raiders want to bring in Jamal Agnew, you're going to run an offense very similar to the way that you saw the Raiders run their offense against Cleveland in the second and third quarter, where you're just trying to have athletes be athletes because this guy's a gadget player, okay? You use him the way that you use Tyreek McAllister, the way that you use DJ Turner, the way that you use Trey Tucker, but you bring in Jamal Agnew, that then helps Trey Tucker become more of a wide receiver too, and then you allow Agnew, McAllister to allow these guys to be a little bit more of those gadget dudes. And when you look at the career numbers that Agnew has, he's got legit 4.3 speed, right? Like, this player is somebody where he gets into open space, people get nervous about the electric atmosphere that he's going to bring. You could stretch the field. Antonio Pierce earlier this week said that he wants to be able to stretch the field, throw the ball down the field a little bit more. And I think Agnew gives you the ability to strike the fear in defensive coordinators because he is legitimately talented. But there are 2 receivers that I'll say right now that if you legitimately tried, okay, legitimately tried to replace Davante Adams, there are 2 receivers that actually come to my mind that you could sign them today and that they could be used in your roster to actually help you win football games. I'll tell you who those 2 players are, but I want you to try to read my mind here. Who am I talking about? If the Raiders sign a wide receiver, who should it be? You're about to get in with a YouTube ad break. Scroll on down and give me your answer because the answers are these 2 guys. First name I'm going to bring up is Corey Davis, and Corey Davis might be a little bit of a surprising name out there to hear, and I saw somebody just say T. Higgins down in the comments. We're looking at free agency and free agency only right now. Corey Davis, okay, retired from the NFL in 2023, but tried to return to the Jets in 2024. For those that do not know, Corey Davis and Luke Getsy actually have a very interesting relationship that pans all the way back to their time together at Western Michigan in 2013. And I think that this could be one of those low-risk, high-rewards where Davis was, I want to say, the number 5 overall pick many, many seasons ago for the Tennessee Titans. Corey Davis also has a relationship, a small one, with Luke Steckel, the Raiders tight end coach, who was a part of that organization on top of that. But Corey, at age 29, maybe hasn't been the best fit in certain other situations. He's been a player that's not afraid to go out there and block, can be physical, wants to get back into action, and I'm just saying with his relationship with Getsy, someone to consider. But the number 1 receiver that if you actually try to replace Davante Adams with on the free agency market, his name is Michael Thomas. And Michael Thomas is also a bit of a diva, and I know that that's going to scare a lot of people out there. But from a talent standpoint, it might cost you a little bit more money. He can play outside receiver. He can also play in the slot. And the way that the Raiders were using Davante, that's what Michael Thomas is also best at. And I actually think that he would be a good safety blanket for a quarterback with the skill set that Aiden O'Connell has. And I do think that he's arguably the best receiver on the free agent market. If you want that wide receiver 3, like, I'm not adding Michael Thomas to take targets away from Trey Tucker. I'm adding Michael Thomas to potentially line him up in the slot. You put Trey Tucker, you put Jacoby on the outside, you could put Michael on the outside. You could do a lot of different things with these guys. And he's dealt with a lot of injuries, right? Played in only 10 games and started 7 last season. I know what this ends up happening, but we'll see what ends up going down here for the Raiders. And I'm live right now on the show, and there's some interesting things that are going down right now. Coming up, Davante Adams replacements via a trade, because we just got an update here that's coming across the board. The New York Jets have just put one of their receivers on the trade block. Let's talk about some receivers that the Raiders could potentially trade for if you don't like any of those names out there on the free agency market. One name to keep in mind is Amari Cooper. If the Raiders were to trade for Amari Cooper, it would be a $1.2 million base salary. So essentially what that means is you take $1.2 million, divide it by 18 games, which is how much it is on a per game basis, since we're already 6 games into the NFL season. Whatever that 12 out of the number out of that 1.2 is how much you'd have to pay Amari Cooper. Another player that is a very disgruntled wide receiver in his current situation is George Pickens. George Pickens has not been happy with what's been going down in Pittsburgh. I'll admit, I don't really want Pickens because he's the definition of a diva, but he likes to block when he actually is motivated. I would stay away from Pickens. If the Raiders want to legit go out and look for a wide receiver 1, I would say T. Higgins might be the name to keep in mind, but then again, you're going to have to pay him because he wants to get paid. So it's not just trading for him. from Cincinnati. It's a lot of money on top of that, and you just moved on from Davante. Yes, having a receiver like T. Higgins at 6'4", 220 would obviously help out your offense quite a bit here. But again, how much does that actually move the needle? Doesn't really move it this season. If you end up making the trade, though, it's for the following years down the road. But the receiver that just got put, okay, on the trade block, according to Jordan Schultz, is Mike Williams. And it does not surprise me at all, and I mean whatsoever. Mike Williams struggled a little bit on Monday Night Football. Him and his connection with Aaron Rodgers has been off. A player that's been battling some injuries, but the Jets, with them trading for Davante, they got Garrett Wilson, they got Allen Lazard, they have Davante Adams now. So Mike Williams is on the trade block, and I'm telling you right now, I will be curious to see if the Raiders put in a trade for him, because Telesco drafted Mike Williams. Telesco also gave Mike Williams a contract extension. There's been a lot of injuries around Williams, but if the Raiders were to trade for him, I wouldn't want to give up anything more than a 7th-round pick. And I don't know if that's how easy it's going to be, but if you could get a 7th-round pick for Mike Williams, if I'm the Raiders, I would consider it. Another name that I'll consider here from the New York Jets is Malachi Corley, who really hasn't gotten much run out of Western Kentucky, but does have some of that physicality that the Raiders are looking for overall. Another player to throw out there that has not been very happy with the Green Bay Packers has been Romeo Doubs. Not really been getting as involved as what he likes to be getting involved, so that could be a cheap receiver to look at. Treylon Burks, his name has been brought up multiple times in trade rumors. I'll admit, another player that I don't love the idea of going out and trading for him because he hasn't been always in the best shape. Another player here from New England, and if the Raiders, here's the sneaky name. It's Kendrick Bourne. And Kendrick Bourne's been another dude that's been thrown out there multiple times. Got a great relationship with Jacoby Myers. Kendrick Bourne, I know he comes from New England, has some ties to Tom Brady and company, who's about to, take stake here for the Raiders. Those, to me, though, are all the names of honest wide receiver trade targets. Like, you can't just say any name just because you want to get a name out there. You can't trade for Brandon Ayuk because the 49ers got to eat $40 million. That's not going to happen. These are names that have been reportedly at least on the trade block, or names that their teams could potentially move on from them. If you missed any of today's live show, or if you missed my video walking into work today, I'm literally crossing the street, dodging cars, saying that the Raiders traded for Davante Adams. I want y'all to give me a follow on IG. I want y'all to give me a follow on Twitter. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365, and I try to keep you guys up to date on as much content as humanly possible. You're not always going to agree with my lists. You're not always going to agree with my takes. You're not always going to agree that we do beer bongs probably way more often than what we should. But I'm a normal Raider fan just like you, and I want this team to win, and I put in a lot of time and effort, a lot of energy. I love hanging out with the nation, and I hope that all y'all love hanging out with Chugs and I, because even though the Raiders moved on from Davante, I hope that you guys don't try to replace us. I hope that you guys show up here every single week, bring your A game, because we're going to bring our A game every single week. Ryan Bass, did you get me in for that 50-50 raffle? Yes, you're in. Right now, $20 Venmo, you would go home with $410 on the show. Also, Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show.
I had no idea that we were trading for Tay. Actually, it had nothing to do with me.
Davante crashed it. So as Aaron Rodgers is talking live on the Pat McAfee show, Davante walked behind Aaron Rodgers and is smiling and waving. It's kind of weird.
I could 1,000% see Aaron Rodgers being like, I actually had no influence in this trade either. Just like the head coach thing I was saying last week, nothing to do with me. I didn't trade for Davante. I didn't even want Davante to be a Jet. I had no clue. They came to me and they said, we're trading for Davante. And I said, wow, what a move.
Kyle Griffin. I think it would be best to gain a decorative quarterback. So you're saying don't draft a QB. You want them to go out and sign a QB?
They already had that opportunity, and they passed on Kirk Cousins.
I mean, I agree. I'll say this. Do you think Dak Prescott's available? I know he just signed his deal, but would you want Dak at $60 million a year based on what we've seen this season? If you're the Raiders, go draft a quarterback.
You remember that picture I showed you yesterday?
Which one? Oh, yeah, the poop. Yep. Right? Like, decorative QB. Who do you want that's a decorative? Matt Stafford?
And I will say this, because maybe I was gassing up Dak a little bit too much. The only times he's looked really good, which, I mean, obviously there's quarterbacks that transcend, their team, that make them better. Close your ears. Patrick Mahomes is one of them. C.J. Stroud's another. Lamar Jackson, where you can have an okay offensive line and they'll still play really well. Maybe Josh Allen. I don't know if Dak's in that level. I think Dak needs to have a good O-line to play well. He's a quarterback that, in a right situation, in a right system, he can really produce and he can look good. But with the Raiders' offensive line question marks, I don't know if that's the guy.
Yeah, I think this season we just got to be able to bite the bullet and go, you know what? Probably not going to be our year. So how can we make sure that it's our year next season? You prepare for next season. Let's go to Max Chris Moto. My understanding is that Brady didn't go back to the Pats due to Bill, but I guess we will see. Right. I think Tom Brady and Bill might have, at the end, had a little bit of a riff in their relationship. But I also think that Tom Brady and Bill Belichick respect the hell out of each other. And you could have maybe not the best working relationship, but Tom Brady and Bill Belichick know that they are going to go down as the best QB head coach combo, maybe of all time.
This is amazing from Noah Santana. I want to know if you know the reference.
Okay.
If you know the reference, put it in the chat. Don't look at the chat. I want to see if you know this reference.
This just in, Davante lost the locker room when he was coughing, singing.
He was caught singing.
Caught singing. Daddy wasn't there to change my underwear. It seems he doesn't care. Daddy wasn't there. Aaron wasn't there.
Do you know what that's from?
No.
You don't get the reference?
No.
Anybody in the chat, Noah, this is an amazing, it's a movie.
Okay.
Mike Myers. That didn't help you at all?
Is it like Dr. Doolittle or something?
Not even close.
Daddy Daycare?
Nope.
One of his cop movies?
He's a spy.
He's a spy? No idea. Yeah, Davante right now is just on the McAfee show. That's kind of annoying.
Austin Powers.
Yeah, I've already told you. I haven't really watched Austin Powers.
Oh, my God. This is actually from extra points if you got the name of the movie correct as well. This is Austin Powers Gold Member. Had Beyonce in there as well. Great movie. R.I.P. to Mini-Me.
Wait, really? Brian Darr, Armando Penn, Gilbert Moreno.
I'm like...
And then Irvin Chavez is in.
Vern Troyer, the guy who played Mini-Me, did pass away.
Oh, dude, I did not know that.
R.I.P. to Mini-Me.
That's sad.
Mini-Me.
Tyler Turner, bring Renfro back. And I know a lot of Raiders fans want Hunter Renfro. But I don't know. Like, Hunter Renfro and Alex Bachman are probably very similar in terms of skill set right now. And it's the concussions, guys. Like, if Hunter Renfro was 100% healthy, he would be on an NFL team. Like, you know that, right? We all know that. He's not healthy.
Honestly, and it sounds bad to say this, he hasn't been able to rebound from that Cardinals fumble.
I mean, that game was a brutal game.
He got roughed up bad in that game, ended the game in overtime with a Renfro fumble, return for touchdown, and ever since then, I've not.
Yeah.
It's just been bad.
It's been bad.
Josh, and this is actually, we have 2 more Super Chats after this.
Mitch, I now have Adams and Wilson on my fantasy. Say team, do I keep both or trade both? I'll say this. I would trade Davante before I trade Garrett Wilson. And the only reason why that I say that is because I think Davante right now gives you so much more value in a trade than Garrett Wilson. Because if you were to offer Garrett Wilson in a trade, if I was the other person on that side, I go, well, I'm not going to give you what you're asking for because they just traded for Davante Adams, and Davante is going to be the number 1. On the other side, I think when people hear Davante and Aaron Rodgers are back together, people, fans that maybe don't pay attention to the NFL as much are going to go, oh, you're going to get that Davante-Aaron connection that they had back in Green Bay, when in reality, Davante's got to learn a whole new offense. He's got to learn a bunch of new lingo, and they'll be able to be on the same page. I don't think it's going to go nearly as smooth as what people think.
If the Jets want to be real ones, they should trade Mike Williams to the Raiders for a 7th-round pick in 2026 because Aaron Rodgers has put him on blast this morning.
What did he say?
He said the game-losing INT last night was because of Mike Williams running the wrong route. It was on him that he didn't stay in line with his route, and he was basically blaming Mike Williams on the loss yesterday.
I mean, that's probably doesn't surprise me then that Mike Williams now is on the trade block. Like,
I'm pretty sure the two of them have come to an impasse where they're like, we just can't play with each other anymore.
Probably.
No Diddy.
Darian, John Mechie for a 7th. Jugs?
He's a name that the Texans actually released Noah Brown in favor of John Mechie this offseason, which was a very controversial move because Noah Brown, sans injuries, has been really good the past couple of years. Like, when he's healthy, he's been awesome. John Mechie just hasn't been really a guy that they've been able to work really well. Do they give him up for a 7th? I'm not totally sure on that. Maybe a 6th. But also, it doesn't help that Nico Collins is injured right now for the next 4 games.
Sure.
And you have Tank Dell, you have Stefon Diggs as your first 2 guys. Xavier Hutchinson is another guy that's played really well for them. But they're kind of short on receiver depth right now to like trade somebody away. Mm-hmm. And also the Texans aren't in a mode where they're like looking for draft capital. They're more in win now mode. So I don't know if a 7th does anything for the Texans right now. Like, I don't think they're like, oh, we definitely need a 7th next year in exchange for him.
There you go. Let's go to Havin Rosas. I know it won't happen, but Kyler Murray. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
He's staying with Arizona. I know that people want.
I do know they do like gamer tournaments and stuff in Vegas a ton.
He did just sign a brand new deal, though. Again, Kyler's a big me guy. I've heard a lot of bad stories about Kyler Murray, and that's just he's from down here in this area. Was not a very liked person on his high school football team. Not a very liked person at Oklahoma. Not a very liked person in that Arizona locker room, right? Like, there's been a lot of those stories that have come out that Kyler's not a great person. Very talented at football, and if you could get Kyler Murray on your football team, it obviously makes this team a lot better, but he's not leaving Arizona. He's not going anywhere.
I'm not effing leaving.
Nick Sanchez, Tay is a snake, and going on the show made it worse. Davante wants attention.
I'm a slithery snake.
You know, Tay, when you hear a lot of the things that even some players have said, it sounds like Davante for a long time was not the best leader. I mean, he lost his captain status, right? Like, that's a story now that we've seen everything go down the way that it did. Looking back at that, where Davante wasn't named the team captain, that is a very eye-popping thing. And, you know, Chugs and I talked about it probably about a month ago because somebody was like, Mitch, who are the Raiders team captains? If you notice, the Raiders never made an official team announcement of who their team captains are. And I think that they did that to avoid the controversy around of what would have happened because the Raiders took away Davante Adams' captain status. And they did it because for weeks, months, Davante was trying to get traded behind closed doors, and Davante wasn't the best teammate to a lot of the other guys in that room. Like, those are all honest. Like, those are all things that happen. You know what I mean? Like, all those things ended up happening.
If you're under a rock or you just now joined us, just breaking down the trade one more time.
Yep.
The Jets received Davante Adams. The Raiders receive a conditional 2025 third-round pick, which can become a 2nd. And then we found out the details, which kind of soured the trade a little bit for Mitch. I remember he gave it somewhere around a B+, A- range to begin with. And yeah. I believe you went down to like a B- with this news from Adam Schefter. The trade condition, which this is kind of ridiculous in my opinion. The third round turns into a 2nd if one of 2 things happens. One, Davante Adams has to be a first or 2nd team All-Pro. And reminder, Davante's missed what now? 3 games?
He's missed week 4, week 5, week 6.
So 3 games already. And he's got to be a first or 2nd team All-Pro.
That's tough.
Not likely. Unless he absolutely explodes no Diddy with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think that's happening. And the other condition is he has to be on the team, which he'll be on the team if unless like barring injury. So basically, he has to stay healthy, and the Jets have to make the AFC Championship game.
All right, hear me out. Crazy thing, right? It's week 7 right now. We got 3 more weeks. What happens if the Jets lose their next 3 games? They're 2-7. NFL trade deadline. What if a team's like, because if you're the Jets and you're 2-7 at that point, like you're not going anywhere and the season's at a lost cause, Davante gets traded to another team.
I don't think that happens because I bet you there's a clause in there that if they try to trade Davante again, that it turns into a second-round pick that they have to send him.
Okay.
I bet you there's too many lawyers involved. There has to be some clause of a trade again. And I would doubt Davante. There might even be something in there that Davante has to accept the trade or like a no-trade clause type situation. I don't think that happens because I think that would automatically probably turn it into a second-round pick.
I guess I was wondering if it's like that ends up happening and then they end up trading Davante to a team like Kansas City and Davante ends up getting in the AFC Championship game and then we get a second-round pick. But you're probably right. There's always lingo. There's always crazy things that end up happening around a lot of these deals here.
And we do have a couple more Super Chats that just came in.
Cameron, our motto is always, let's look forward to next season.
I might have skipped this one. My bad, Mando. People are saying, going to trade Max. He the type of player we've talked about this a couple times on the show already today. There's the rumors around the Lions because they just lost Aiden Hutchinson for the year.
Max is not going anywhere, guys.
Yeah.
From somebody who, and again, I don't want to come off as like I talk to Max a lot. Max and I are cool just from, doing this show as long as I have, and Max is silver and black. Max Crosby talks to me just because I do Raiders content. That's the only reason why Max talks to me, right? I've been able to meet his friends. I've been able to meet some family members, and we have a respect for each other simply because Max does his thing, and I think Max respects how much time and effort we put into the show. But at the end of the day, we're doing Raiders content. That's Max. Based off conversations that we've had, Max doesn't want to go anywhere. Detroit is the other reason why it gets brought up. Not only is the Aiden Hutchinson injury, it's also that's where he's from, right? Like, he grew up a Lions fan. He grew up watching that team in that area. But Max doesn't want to go anywhere, and Mark's not going to trade Max Crosby because Mark's a businessman. And he knows how much money he's going to lose if he trades away Max.
I'm a businessman, not a business.
Not a business man. What up, Draft Shaft? It's not on AP. It's not all on AP from the Kais. I agree with that. It's not all on AP. Can't walk. Scotty doesn't know what Fiona and me do in my bed every Sunday. She tells him she's at church, but she doesn't go because she's on her end. Scotty doesn't know. First, it sucks. You don't know that song?
No.
You don't know that song.
It probably, like, if it was playing.
Name that movie. How about that?
Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
Is that a real movie? Or did you just throw words together?
No, that's a movie.
You don't know.
Is it from Eurotrip?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Did you look in the comments?
Yeah.
Also, yes. I'll say there's no way that just randomly was like, what did you say about Scott? What was the first thing you said?
I believe the movie name is Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
You've never seen that?
The only title longer than that is the one where it's like Blank and the Giant Peach. Is it George and the Giant Peach? Or actually, Alex and I watched the movie before. It was like the woman in the house outside of the window behind the curtain that probably sits on the couch. Like, that's how long the title is.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what show that is.
Speaking of shows, me and Danny just started the new show on Netflix around the Menendez brothers. Crazy.
So Alex and I started talking about potentially watching that show as well.
It's good.
Yeah?
It's good. There's 2, which I actually like. There's one where it's the actual brothers, the documentary. It's a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a 9-part series on it. Pretty good.
I got you. Rosetown native, build in the draft and get Higgins next year for a wide receiver 1. Build in the draft.
You were telling me that you don't really view him as much as a wide receiver 1, as more of a high-caliber wide receiver 2.
The way that I view T. Higgins as a wide receiver 1 is the same way as I view Jacoby Myers as a wide receiver 2. Like, can they get the job done? Yes, they can. If the Raiders need to go out, like if the Raiders wanted to trade for T. Higgins at like the lowest price possible, you can make an argument like if this is your plan, then actually trying to get T. Higgins right now, you probably get the best value for him. But you're not trying to win this season. There's a lot of good receivers, though, to be honest. There's some good receivers.
Ryan.
Mitch, what should we do with Minshew if we're going to draft a quarterback this year in the draft? Also, Bowers over under 1,000 yards this year with Adams gone now. Definitely over for Bowers.
There's nothing you do with Minshew. He's a guy who, honestly, it's not that bad because you didn't pay him a shit ton of money. You paid him some money, but at the end of the day, nobody's going to want, like, hey, do you want this quarterback who I don't want anymore, who we benched, who I don't think is good? Do you want him? Like, no team really I could see is going to want him unless there's some team that's in the playoff race that's a total, whatever situation where everybody gets, like, every quarterback on their team gets injured and they absolutely need somebody to hold down the fort. Maybe.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't see it.
All right, Darren. I don't know what you're doing, man, but see you, bro. I don't know who this Darren D guy is. He's an angry elf, Chugs. He's an angry elf. Does anybody realize, Darren, no disrespect, bro. You're just going to show up in somebody's house and just start throwing around F-bombs? Like, I know that maybe that's what you guys do, but have a little bit more respect. Oh, he's a Niner fan? I gotcha. Yeah. I gotcha. I think this, though, I kind of agree.
He's a big bang-bang guy.
Oh, there's not a doubt that he likes to get bang-bang.
Let's just say, if you look at his Amazon wish list, 1, baby oil. 2, baby oil.
3, it's now P. Diddy's greatest hits.
John.
What up,
Borelli?
I know. This one probably hurts Borelli. Borelli, for those that don't know, Mount Raidermore. His Mount Raidermore jersey is 17. Fresno. Borelli, we might have to get you a new one there. No more Fresno State Bulldogs on the Raiders. Damn. Gonna have to change my pick. You said it, not me, Borelli. Noah, my one list. Number 1, Milroe. Number 2, Shador. Number 3, Cam. Number 4, Travis Hunter.
But the thing is, Hunter, yes, at 4, but I think the 4th should be Quinn Ewers. If you're looking at what the Raiders need if the Raiders don't draft a quarterback this year, malpractice, everybody should be fired. Burn it down. Because if you don't draft a quarterback this year, that's you saying, we're willing to suck another year and waste another year of all of our fans' hopes and dreams around this team, everybody's money. We're going to waste that this year because we don't want to win. We want to suck if you don't draft a quarterback in the first round this year.
Correct. Yeah, they're going to draft a QB. I promise you. The Raiders will draft a quarterback in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Junior Hernandez says, I should go watch the Pat McAfee show. If I go watch that, then I can't do this. So I'm probably going to hang out here. Ethan, I'm getting Bill Romanowski jersey. Goodbye, Davante. I would say to all Raiders fans out there, unless it's a Max Crosby jersey, maybe even a Brock Bowers jersey, I'm only buying Legends. And quite frankly, I really only buy Legends anyway, unless you also get the jersey insurance, which if you don't know what jersey insurance is, if you go to chatsports.com/Raiders jersey, you get a jersey. Also buy the jersey insurance. If you bought a Davante jersey and he gets traded, you send it back and you get a brand new jersey.
Goodbye, Davante.
Young Money.
Nice.
Would you trade for Joe Milton for a late round pick? And Raiders won the trade with Davante. We saved money, and who knows, maybe that pick could turn into a great one. Sure, it might be able to turn into a great one. I'm not going to say that we won the trade. I still wanted a second-round pick, and no, I would not trade for Joe Milton's bad. Joe Milton is not a good quarterback, and I think maybe you're new to the show, Young Money, but I thought Joe Milton was bad at Tennessee. I thought he was bad in New England. Good athlete. If Milton wants to stay in the NFL, he's got to try to turn into a Taysom Hill type of quarterback. Not good enough to be an everyday QB. Blaine, how can you say draft a quarterback like Shador or Ward, but still want the Raiders to win games in order to get a top QB? You know what must happen, right? I know what you're saying, Blaine. It's the double-edged sword.
I think it comes down to this. Mitch wants a top pick, but he also wants to build a culture of winning, and you can't do that if you're telling your guys to lose.
Correct.
He wants, if it happens naturally, if the Raiders just aren't good enough to win games, that's one thing.
Yep.
But going out and planning to lose is something that you shouldn't do in Mitch's eyes.
How are you going to get paid millions of dollars? How are you going to charge fans the ticket price that you're going to charge and then purposely lose? That just doesn't make any sense to me, so I don't want to do that. But I also think if the Raiders go out there and they try to win every week, they're still going to have a top pick, right? And if the NFL draft order was right now, okay, hear me out.
I think the Raiders are 10th.
Not quite. I think they're number 8. So think of the Browns.
Oh, yeah.
They have Deshaun Watson. The Browns right now would have the number 1 overall pick. They have Deshaun Watson. Like, no team's going to trade for Deshaun. Maybe they cut him and they eat millions and millions of dollars, but that's a pretty cheap organization. You got the Carolina Panthers at number 2. They would trade away Bryce Young. They would end up taking a quarterback. Carolina. New England, they just drafted Drake May. The Jags just paid Trevor Lawrence all the money that they did. The Titans, they have Will Levis, but they would end up taking somebody else.
You could trade for Trevor Lawrence.
I don't want Trevor Lawrence. Tennessee Titans, team to look at.
Would you trade for Trevor Lawrence if the Jags took part of his contract?
I don't want Trevor Lawrence. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is a top 15 QB in the NFL. The LA Rams, they have Stafford, but that's another team that could potentially look to go get another quarterback. And then, actually, the Raiders right now are 7. So the Raiders, a lot of those teams that I just mentioned, Las Vegas will have an opportunity to move up, and there's going to be other teams that move up. Like the Bengals are at 8. They're good at QB. Jets at 9. They're going to be good at QB. The Giants at 10. They need a QB. The Saints, Carr's under contract. Cardinals, contract. Miami, maybe they're looking for somebody else if they don't bring back Tua. I really think that the Raiders, as long as they're around the situation that they're at with some of the other teams that are picking around them, they're going to be able to go up and get their quarterback. They really, truly will. Dylan, Tay wanted AP and Getsy. Bro literally made his bed and then is like, I ain't laying in that mess. Also, can you give us pros and cons of the 2025 draft QBs?
Mitch has already kind of done a couple shows around that. If you go on the channel and just search quarterbacks on Raiders or draft,
I would say look up like Raiders QB targets is how I would do it on a Raiders report. Now, we've talked about a lot of my guys that I wanted the Raiders fans to like look at. Have I actually done a deep dive in some of the things that I love about each guy? No. But it is going to be something that I do coming up here very soon. It was something that I planned on doing last week. Like, Chugs and I started building a show together, and then Davante announced that he wanted to be traded. So the way that we do it...
The title would be Raiders have a major problem, Raiders QB targets... Oh, wait, no, that's...
That's for this year. Yeah, that's for this year. I have brought up quarterbacks that I like.
Yeah.
Like, the video that I made right before the season started was my top 5 QBs, which was Cam Ward, Jalen Milroe, Carson Beck, Quinn Ewers, Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Like, if you're the Raiders, you got to get one of those guys.
It was maybe like a month and a half ago that we did the video, so you might have to look a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know he's done a video. And Dylan, that's obviously going to be a video that we will hit again as the college football season goes on and we get more tape and more stuff on some of these guys.
Correct. Uncle Ladad, trade Colton Miller ASAP and move Munford to left tackle. Glaze, no Diddy, has won that job moving forward. I mean, the way DJ Glaze played against TJ Watt, I don't think it could be understated how good he was. Now, did the Raiders help out Glaze? Yes, he's a rookie. AP would have been stupid. The Raiders would have been stupid not to help chip block, not to help out some double teams. But the fact that TJ Watt failed to record a single pressure in a game is a monumental thing for Glaze to move the right step. And, you know, I've talked to DJ multiple times this offseason, and I talked to him this season. Like, Glaze is the type of dude, when I asked him, who's your favorite person to go up against at Raiders practice, every time he says, it's Max Crosby. Like, and when you have a young player that wants that challenge and knows that he's going to get worked, right? Like, you have confidence in that battle, but he knows that he's going up against one of the best in the biz, and he knows he's going to get worked. But, like, when you go up against Max Crosby on a daily basis, that makes every other I guess, opposition you go up against a little bit easier. And, you know, Glaze went up against Myles Garrett. Garrett's going to wreak havoc no matter what. Went up against TJ Watt. He's going up against some really, really tough battles, and I agree with you. I think the Raiders got to try to trade Colt Miller. You put Thayer Munford at left tackle. You let, Glaze go at right tackle. We see what you got. Can't walk. Our season is like Cooper and Euro Trip trying to say the safe word, but keeps messing it up. Dude, that is a legendary reference right there. Legendary reference. So here's what we're going to do, Nation. We are going to get into a mailbag here on today's show, and if it's possible, Chugs, if I go get a little bit more water right before this thing gets going.
No.
Oh, all right, F it. We're staying here.
Yeah, I can go grab you some water. If you want to, before we do that, let's do this duck race. Last chance to get in.
I'm in.
On the duck race. Here we go.
All right, so the chance to get in, $20 Venmo, as it stands right now, you would have the opportunity to win $470. $470 to the winner. So we're going to do the duck race, Chugs told me, and then we're going to get into the mailbag here. Again, we went live early for the breaking news that the Raiders traded away Davante Adams. So if you want a chance to get in, you can either scan this QR code. You can add me as a friend on Venmo. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365, literally everywhere. Rich Loaf says starting line should be Miller, JPJ, Parham, Meredith, and Glaze. I don't disagree with the fact of it's probably time to bench Andre James now. Like, it's been a rough year for Andre. I mean, he's not doing anything that you're really looking for in your center, which it really sucks because I was hoping that Andre would be able to continue to move forward after signing that 3-year deal. He's just been a bad fit with James Craig. Raiders going to have to get a new offensive line coach next season as well because Craig's just clearly not been doing a very good job. But Andre James has been getting bullied. Like, it's really hard to win when your center loses 70% of the time. Like, it's really, really tough to win in the trenches when your center's getting abused the way Andre's been getting abused. Yep. Gilbert said Josh Jacobs got tats, and then he left. I'm over Josh Jacobs, dude. I think, when you hear a lot of the things that Jacobs has said, it kind of reminds me very similar to the way Davante handled the situation, where it's not the way that I think a professional athlete should handle the situation, but then again, maybe they feel some type of way. It is what it is. We need Cam Ward or Jalen Milroe from Nico. All right, how about this question here? Who do you want the Raiders quarterback to be next season? While we wait for Chugs, he's going to go grab my water. We're about to get in for more people here in this duck race. Who do you want to be the Raiders quarterback next season? Honest to God. Who do you want to be? It can be anybody. It can be a free agent. It can be somebody to trade for. It can be somebody that the Raiders go out and draft. Give me some names. I'll give some shout-outs here in just a second. Some of the names that are getting in here. I see Ryan Campbell. You're in again, my man. Misty Williamson is in. And then Albert Moye is also in. So 20 right now to win $500. Macrocosmic Orbit says Jackson Dart. I don't know if you want, out of all the quarterbacks, you want Jackson Dart. Wild. Cam Ward from Patrick B. SCLA, Mr. Big says bring Carr back. You don't want to bring Carr back, dude. Ward or Milroe from Surf Life 513. Joe Flacco from Mac Bar. You're telling me we get to pick any QB and you want Joe Flacco. Quinn Ewers from Wyatt Cooley. I think Ewers has a lot of talent, but also a lot of injuries. If the Raiders are outside of the top 10, then Quinn could be somebody to keep in mind. Stafford from Jesse, okay. Shane Falco. There you go, James75. I see you. We got Carson Beck from Eric M. Shador Sanders from Redskin. Arch Manning from Horror. See, here's the problem. I said next season. Arch could stay and play in college until 2027. Sanders from David. Ward or Milroe from Boss Man T. Johnny Manziel. Holy cow. Dude, Johnny Manziel in Vegas would be unbelievable. Trey Lance from Jose. You don't want Trey. Trey Lance stinks, dude. Trey Lance is worse than Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. Cam Ward from Urza. What do you mean CD? CD Lamb's not playing QB. Ward or Sanders. Nico is going to go with Michael Penix Jr. Okay. Travis Hunter and Sanders package deal. That's not going to happen. Jose. What are you saying, Jose? What? I mean, Trey Lance. Nobody thinks Trey Lance is good, Jose. Does anybody here think Trey Lance is better than Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell? I don't see how anybody can possibly think that. Horror says you don't want a rookie. Okay. Interesting. Jamarcus, you're clowning me. Joe Milton from Brian Folsom. Brian, I mean, Joe Milton and Trey Lance are in that same realm of QB. Both are really, really bad. KJ Jefferson, no thank you on that one. Cameron Moses, Dylan Gabriel, no thank you on that one. Miller Moss, you're not the first person, Ernesto, to bring up Miller Moss's name. Who won the trade, Mitch, from Nico? I think both sides won the trade. Like, the Raiders were able to not have to pay Davante's contract. That's a win. You have the opportunity at least to get a second-round pick. And based off what has been reported, nobody offered the Raiders anything higher than a fourth until today, or technically late last night. What? No, you're looking at me. I got to get something to eat soon, though. It depends. Not with that smile. No, I have food. I was going to warm it up. The more people getting in here, I see John Grosset. Hopefully I pronounced that right there, John. John Grosset, you're in. And then Robert McEachern. Robert McEachern, you're in. All right, no more people are going to get in. I'm going to send this list here to my guy. 20 to win, $530. This is going to be an electric duck race. After the duck race, mailbag time. Okay? After this duck race here, mailbag time on the Raiders Report. So start getting those questions in, hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. Tyson Bagent, Hendon Hooker, yikes. Carter Bradley, why not? He's not good. Ryan Tannehill. Mitch, who's our next trade? Tyree, Cody, Mayer. I think if the Raiders were to make another trade, it would probably be trading away Andre James. That would be my guess. What's up, Rebel? You don't want me to play QB. Nobody wants. Yep, Robert, I got two. You're good, my man. Miggy Camacho, what's up, brother? Patrick B, I see you down there. Wants a little Geno Smith action. Little Geno Smith action. Okay, so hashtag Raiders or super chat. Get those questions, comments on the show. Send James to the Giants, Eric. That's definitely a possibility. I'll tell you that right now. Kirk Cousins would be wild. Justin Herbert would be interesting. Garrett Nussmeier, I don't even think he's very good. Joe Burrow won't happen. Tommy DeVito, Christ. Tommy DeVito is wild. All right, Chugs, I sent you all the names for the duck race. And we're going to do a dog race, which I like. Sometimes you just got to have a dog in the fight. We got a dog here. Winner of this race going to go home with $530 here on the Raiders Report. You ready? Can I get a quick shove? Quick little shove here. Oh, 117. R.I.P. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's run it. All right. So it looks like Annette, the German last name, has got the early lead. The dog races are always interesting. Buck Kurt, Luis Rodriguez, Trent Hamada, interesting spots there. I think Gabe's pulling up here from the back. Rustin Long, Patrick B starting to fade away here a little bit. Gabriel Claymore really starting to pull up here. Watch out for Lozano making it interesting. Jonathan Mendica, Luis Rod with the lead. Buck Kurt now takes the lead. 37 seconds to go. Winners going home with $530. Watch out for Ryan Bass here in the back. Watch out for Matt Fluhey here in the back. If the race ended right now, Jacob Jacinto is getting the dub. Though it looks like they're running out of juice here a little bit. Green. Oh, you know what I did? I put together Anthony Green and Can't Walk. So, guys, that's on me. If Anthony Green and Can't Walk, one of their dogs is together, wins, I'm going to split the money evenly between y'all. If you guys do not win, Rob Fravor, Trent Hermata gets the dub. All right, Anthony Green and Can't Walk, I owe you guys because I got to send it back, so that's on me. Sometimes when I'm plugging in names, I don't see all the names that I'm plugging in, so Mr. Green, that's on me. Sorry. Send that back. And then I'm going to send back to my guy can't walk. Hang on, Carl. My bad. Shit. It's on me. On me. All right, so the winner ended up being, can you go back real quick? Trent Hamada. All right, Trent, hear me out here. Let me look for you. Trent, once you receive the money, if you could please confirm with me down below. Also, how many times has Trent raced? Trent has been in a lot of races. And Gabriel Claymore gets the butthole pick. Trent has been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27 races. Do you know when the last time Trent Hermata won? The last time Trent Hermata won a duck race, December 15th, the message that I sent him, all it says is this: Gimmel. All it says is Gimmel. The last time Trent Hermata won, $900. Congrats to Trent. Trent, if you could please confirm down below that, and we did Gimmel. Yep, TR. Trent Hermata, please confirm with me down below that you just received $530 here on the Raiders Report. That would be much appreciated. All right, y'all. Let's get into this mailbag. And the way that I want to handle it is, I want y'all to react to the Davante Adams trade. And that's how it is, right? We have a lot of questions. Chug's going to take the best ones, and then we're going to answer them. You might hear some ones that I've already answered, but since we've been here for, over almost 4 hours now, you've probably missed a lot of the questions that we've also gotten. But if you want a brand new question on our mailbag, on our Davante Adams instant reaction to the trade video, then I need you to get those questions in right now. All right, let me get into a good spot here. You said game time? Yep. I agree. Jay Slater, how you play? Jay, it's a 50-50 raffle. Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365, but we're not doing another one today. At least I don't think we're going to do another one today. Though we do have 1,300 people here watching. I would say the only way possible that I would do another duck race is if somebody wanted to turn up here a little bit. If somebody wanted to turn up here a little bit. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Yep. That sounds good to me. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, that one definitely makes a little bit more sense. All right, y'all. Somebody said trade for Justin Fields. How about this? Put hashtag Raiders, trade for Justin Fields, and you can get your question up on the show. All right, y'all. Coming up, mailbag time here on the Raiders Report. You ready? Almost. You guys ready? If you're ready, spam me down below. Let's talk a little bit here about Davante, and I want to hear y'all's reaction to this trade on today's show. We asked over 1,000 Raiders fans what they thought of the Davante Adams trade, and coming up here on today's show, you're going to hear what the nation has to say about the Raiders trading away Davante Adams to the New York Jets. If you don't see the trade details, New York got Tay. The Raiders got a third-round pick that could potentially turn into a second-round pick if Davante Adams is a first or second-team All-Pro, or the Jets end up making the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. First one's coming in here from Patrick B. This is a great wide receiver draft. I'm good with this. The money for next season was not worth it. This draft is offense heavy. Got to get a franchise quarterback. Got to build the offensive line. There are some good wide receivers in this draft, and as I've said 100 times on this show, it does not make sense to pay Davante Adams the amount of money the Raiders are paying Tay unless you get a franchise quarterback. I think now this move shows that the Raiders are planning for 2025, and everybody in this situation was happy that Tay is now no longer a part of this team because Tay started to become a little bit of a problem there in that locker room. There's a reason they took that captain off of his chest. Let's go to Carlos Kruger. Tay was a bust just like Moss. Neither were team players. Fire Getsy because we absolutely suck. I don't think that the Raiders end up firing Getsy, and I want the Raiders to fire Getsy because AP probably wants a fall guy, but I don't think that Tay deserves to be in the same conversation as Randy Moss simply because Tay at least had 14 touchdowns, 1,500 yards. Moss never put up those type of numbers. And even though the Raiders traded Tay and Tay did quit on this team, the Raiders also deserve a little bit of blame too because they never got Tay a quarterback. Let's go to John Rodriguez. Sell, baby, sell. Goodbye to Colton Miller and goodbye to Andre James. You're not the first and you're not going to be the last fan that has said now that the Raiders traded away Davante, it's time to trade Colton Miller, who's got no million guaranteed left on his deal. Try to trade Andre. That's going to be a little bit more of a tricky one because he did just sign a 3-year, $24 million extension this offseason. But the NFL trade deadline is November 5th. We will be live November 5th. Leading up to the deadline at 4 p.m. Eastern time. It's right after the Week 9 game against Cincinnati. But I'll tell you this right now. If the Raiders do any more trades, Colton Miller and Andre James have to be in that equation. Quite frankly, if I was the Raiders, I would try to do everything in my power to move on from Andre and put either Dylan or JPJ at center because he's not been good. Let's go to Tyler. Bring Hunter Renfrow back. We did do a video when we were live today about some potential replacements. Hunter Renfrow was on that list, and I know fans love Renfrow, but there's a reason why somebody who is as talented as Renfrow is no longer is not signed on a team. People are worried about the concussions. People are worried about his overall health, and I love Renfrow, but Renfrow has not been good for multiple seasons. It's why he's not on a team. People are worried about the concussion problems. Josh Smith, Mitch, I now have Adams and Wilson on my fantasy. Say, do I keep both or trade both? I think Davante has more value if you were to try to trade him away because if you try to trade Garrett Wilson, if I'm on that other line, I go, well, Davante's the number one now. Garrett Wilson had a lot more value. I would actually try to trade away Davante if it was my fantasy team. Mando, people saying we're going to trade Max. He's the type of player you build a franchise around. The only people that are saying that the Raiders are going to trade Max are probably Lions fans or people that are just trying to make content. And I know we're trying to make content too, but I've talked to Max 100 times. Max and Mark are really close. It's not going to happen. Mark cares about money, and Mark knows if he trades away Max Crosby, he's going to lose millions and millions of dollars because that would be the move that would set Raider Nation over the edge. Let's go to B. Jerome. We should go out and get Jalen Milroe and Ashton Genty. Wouldn't that be crazy? It would be really crazy. Speaking of crazy, it sounds like and looks like you need a new picture. I like Jalen Milroe. Cam Ward's my favorite. Shedeur Sanders is the quarterback that I think is the most likely to be the Raiders QB next season. But Genty's going to be a top 10 pick. And as much as I think he's a top 10 running back right now playing in college, we got to get quarterback, offensive line, a lot of other needs before you go out and get a running back. Jake Tomlinson, who deserves more blame, the Raiders or Davante Adams? You know what, Chugs? Let's make this the pinned comment. This is a hell of a question here. How about this, y'all? Who deserves more blame for the Davante Adams trade? If you think it's Davante Adams, let me know down below. If you think it's the Las Vegas Raiders, let me know down below. We're going to make this the pinned comment here on today's show, which means you're about to get hit with a YouTube ad break. While that ad is playing, I want you to scroll on down and let me know who deserves more blame for the Davante Adams trade. Type Davante, or you could type the Raiders. I'll be looking down in the comments. I am going to go with the person that deserves more blame for this trade is the Las Vegas Raiders. And I know that that might upset some people out there, and I know that I'm the person that I have said that Davante quit on this team. Davante did quit on this team. And I'm the type of person when you sign a 5-year, $140 million deal that, let's face it, you should have to stay with that team no matter what because that's your team. But I would say it's 51% of the Raiders' fault, 49% of Davante's fault. And I only say that because Davante did want to come to the Raiders. He wanted to play with Derek Carr. Derek proved to not be the right choice and proved that he definitely lost his step and wasn't the quarterback that Davante remembered playing with. And then it was the Raiders' job to be able to figure out a quarterback and bring it in. Not only did the Raiders fail by bringing in Josh McDaniels, and then they gave Jimmy Garoppolo that money, but then this also current regime, which doesn't deserve as much blame as McDaniels, but still deserves some blame. We had two different regimes fail to get a quarterback, and I think if the Raiders would have got a quarterback and not had the worst quarterback play in the NFL, that Davante might have been a little bit happier, might have been in a different situation, and we could have actually been winning some games. But both parties, let's not get it twisted, absolutely positively deserve blame here. Dylan Erickson, what's up, man? Tay wanted AP and Getsy. Bro literally made his bed and then is like, I ain't laying in that mess. Also, can you give us a pro and con of the 2025 class? This is also where Tay deserves, a lot of blame. Tay said that he didn't want to get traded, and it's been reported that Tays and his team have been looking for trades for a long, long time. Davante wanted to figure out ways to get the best situation, and I know that the Raiders wanted to get Jaden Daniels, and I think that was the plan all along, but Tay, I agree that he made his bed and didn't lay in it, and that's just the unfortunate part. Evil Mitch, Shedeur Sanders looks really good for the Raiders. Anybody looks good in a Raiders uniform, but Mark Davis cares about money more than he cares about winning. And Shedeur Sanders would bring the Raiders more money than any quarterback that maybe has ever been drafted in the history of NFL QBs. And I say that because I don't know if there's ever been a quarterback that has as much light on them right now as Shedeur Sanders in Colorado. You pair that with Las Vegas, that means more money in Mark Davis's pocket, which is what Mark Davis cares about. Let's go to Tina. Would you want Sam Darnold if he came available? No, not really. And I only say that because it was reported actually yesterday that Sam Darnold could get a $50 million contract. I think Sam Darnold is a good quarterback, and I'm happy that he's kind of recreating his career very similar to what Baker Mayfield did. But even that, Baker just got a 4-year contract at about $40 million per year. If you told me I got to pay Sam Darnold $40 million per year, I don't want to do that, right? At this point, let's just go get a quarterback in the draft, and let's go build that team that way. Good teams build through the draft. That's what the Raiders need to learn how to do. If the Raiders do anything, like trade Davante, like fire Luke Getsy, like sign a player, you will get a video on this show. We've put out a video every day on this channel for 4+ years. Nobody puts out the content that we do. Nobody is as consistent with content as what we are. But if you're a diehard Raider fan and you like hanging out with friends, like having a good time, I hope you subscribe. I hope you join this family. I would like to be able to get to 200,000 subs by the year 2025. Let's go to Fonzie. We have to tank to get a franchise quarterback. It sucks, but we have to go through this. We're not mid anymore. Cam Ward would be my pick for a QB. I agree that Cam Ward would be my pick, but I don't agree with tanking. And I'll say this. The Raiders don't need to try to tank to be bad. The Raiders can play football the normal way that they would play football, and they're still going to be a bottom 5 team in the NFL. That's just the truth. If you tank, I think it's a black eye in the organization, and I don't think NFL teams should be allowed to tank. You're making way too much money. It's an entertainment. People are paying way too much money to go see you. If the Raiders just play football the way that I think that the Raiders are going to play football this season, with Luke Getsy at OC and with Antonio Pierce the head coach, they're not going to be good anyway. So do you have to try to tank? No, you're just going to be bad enough where it might just look like you're tanking. Now, we got more questions, more live reactions from Raider Nation. We're going to get into all of those here in just a moment, but Gametime is our sponsor today. I love Gametime. Prices drop as the event gets closer to you, and they got that lowest price guaranteed. If you're going to go on Gametime, if you're going to download the Gametime app, create an account, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code ChatSports, that's ChatSports, for $20 off. Download Gametime today. What time is it? It's game time. I love the super deals. I love the lowest price guarantee, the event cancellation protection, job loss protection, the seat views before you buy. The curated deals make it easier to find the best price on seats. And if you're planning on trying to go to maybe a Mets-Dodgers game, maybe you want to go to the Raiders-Rams game, Raiders-Chiefs game here in a few weeks. If you also want to go watch a concert, a comedy event, quite frankly, if you're going to go watch the Raiders anymore, you probably should also try to get a ticket to go to a comedy event and get a smile on your face. Download the Gametime app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS. But what's also important is to look at the Gametime picks. The Gametime picks are the best deals available. When you walk into a store or when you do online shopping, the first thing that I do is I look at sales. I look at price lowest to highest. It's how I do it. If you're that type of shopper, download the Gametime app, create an account, use code CHATSPORTS. That link's available to y'all down in the comments and in the description of today's show. Mando, someone super sim the 2024 season. I wish it was that easy, but I'll say this. Anytime that I've ever dealt with a big-time struggle in my life, and then you come out on the other side, which I'm not going anywhere, and I think a lot of Raiders fans aren't going anywhere. And I know a lot of y'all have probably been saying this for 20, 30 years. When the Raiders are finally good again, it's going to make all these years, all these days, absolutely worth it, and I can't wait to see when it happens. Deuce, is it me or does this 17 trade hurt less than the Mac trade? Cheers from Toronto, Canada, eh? Bonjour to you, Deuce. I agree that the Davante trade hurts way less because we wanted Khalil Mack. Like, Khalil Mack, I thought, was the defensive face of this organization, and he was a player that a lot of people rallied behind. Davante was definitely a diva. He wanted out, and totally different. Mack walks so Crosby could run, Chuck said. Hella jumper the 19th. Stack those picks. Let's go get a franchise quarterback. Could not agree with you anymore. If you want the Raiders to draft a QB this year, click that like button. Jordan, Shedeur has no O-line and stands in the pocket and throws with accuracy, knowing he's going to get hit. He's the most sacked QB and still has great numbers. I have been very impressed from what I've seen from Shedeur Sanders. And I know last season I said I don't really like Shedeur. But the thing that makes me the most nervous about Sanders is a me guy. You can disagree with that all you want. Shedeur Sanders cares about himself, and I think he cares about himself. And if you want to be able to keep focus on football, Shedeur's probably not the right guy to bring in because there's going to be a lot of concentration on Shedeur. And you got to be able to bring in somebody that can, get a bunch of NFL players to rally behind them. You say that he's got a bad O-line. He does, but Shedeur's also been online, and he has said that the offensive line is bad. That's not what a leader and a teammate does. I think Shedeur's a good talent, but there's a lot of other shenanigans that go along with Sanders that does make me nervous. Joseph Hammer, Josh McDaniels is to blame. And somewhat he is. Josh McDaniels does deserve some blame. When the Raiders traded for Davante back in 2022, it was his job to figure out a way to go get a quarterback. And instead of trading up for C.J. Stroud, McDaniels goes, I want to offer Jimmy Garoppolo a 3-year deal, $72 million, without having even watched him throw. Which just goes to show how bad McDaniels is at his job, but that also leads to Mark Davis. It also leads to the Raiders. The Raiders are the bigger person to blame in the Davante saga, but I say that as 51% blame Raiders, 49% blame Davante Adams. Raider Rob, are the Raiders off the hook for the rest of Davante's money, and does he have to be a Pro Bowl for the second-round pick? Yes. So essentially what ends up happening is the Raiders, the Jets take on his contract, which is a really big thing for Mark Davis, and it is a big thing also. Now, the Raiders still have to eat some dead cap hit, which that's because they restructured his contract. So Davante's dead cap hit this season, I want to say, is like $12 million, and then the dead cap hit next season is $15.7. So the Raiders will have to eat about $27 million in dead cap space, but they don't have to pay even close to what they would have had to pay Davante, and the Raiders did get a conditional third-round pick. In order for them to get that second, Adams has got to be a first- or second-team Pro Bowler this season, or the Jets have to make it to the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game. Braun, John Silver. Who will lead the Raiders this season in receiving yards? Brock Bowers. I think I got to go Brock, and I don't even know if it's going to be all that close. Right now, from a target standpoint, Bowers is, and I'll even say this, Brock Bowers right now is more important to this Raiders offense than Davante Adams was when he was healthy and motivated playing on this team. That's just the God-honest truth. But I got to go. Wait, we got random breaking news here in the NFL. The Browns are trading Amari Cooper to the Buffalo Bills. That one just happened. More breaking news on the NFL, and I know that we're recording this live. I know that we're around the Raiders. I've seen a few questions come in here around Amari Cooper, but Amari Cooper is being traded now to the Buffalo Bills. But I will still say that the top wide receiver, the guy that's going to lead this team in receiving yards, will end up being Brock Bowers. That's going to be the guy. He's the main focal point of this team. That's how it's going to go. But I got to always ask the nation because I know that you guys are loud and shit. There's over 1,000 people right now watching this with us. Who will lead the Raiders in receiving yards this season? If you think it's Brock Bowers, tell me it down below. If you think it's Jacoby Myers, let me know down below. Quite frankly, I don't know if there's another option that you could pick. Chaucers, Ward if you want to win, Sanders to sell tickets. Chaucers, I don't disagree, man. Noah, question for the nation. Does this mean DA eats corn? I bet you he eats some corn the long way at Taco Bell. He probably does. And I'll be curious to see how awesome this marriage lasts for New York, simply because Davante was on the Pat McAfee show, and he looked happy today. Like, he looked like he was, all chipper and all good. But that's also a 2-4 football team that's got a lot of issues of their own. And if there's one media group or one fan base, and I'm not saying Jets fans are worse than Raiders fans. Raider fans will lay into you, no doubt about it. But the New York media, there's nobody close to the New York media. I'll tell you that. And if they're not winning, the blame's going to go on Aaron Rodgers, and Davante is going to get way more hate than he's ever gotten from Raider Nation. That I can promise you. Brian, realistically, what are the first moves we should do for this season? You want my honest opinion? If I'm the Raiders, my first moves that I'm making right now for this team, I'm going to figure out a way if, A, do I need to sign a wide receiver, but I'm probably not going to do that. I'm probably going to roll with everybody that I got. First thing that I do right now today, I walk into that room, I go, Andre James, you're no longer playing center. Dylan Parham, Jackson Powers-Johnson, you're going to end up playing center. And I start hopping on the phone and I try to trade Colt Miller. I try to trade Andre James. That's what I would do. Now, Miller's been better of late because he's definitely been getting more and more healthy, but you're not going to do anything this season to help you try to win. The only other thing that I might say, hear me out, it was reported today that the Pittsburgh Steelers could start Russell Wilson. If you wanted to go out and trade for Justin Fields, that'd be another option I would look at. Because I can't blame Telesco and Antonio Pierce for still trying to win football games. John, Notre Dame quarterback, that boy can score. Riley Leonard? I mean, Riley Leonard was a QB prospect that I liked when he was at Duke. He's a good QB, but, not an NFL quarterback. LL goofed. Adams getting traded and immediately being with Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show looks corny and shows AP saying Adams was still a Raider was BS. I mean, according to sources, Davante was already at the Jets facility today before the trade was announced. Davante already flew out to New York late last night. He was already at the Jets facility. This trade has been done for much longer, I think, than what we even like to realize. Devin, why do people act like tanking is the truth? Isn't there a 15% chance your pick actually pans out? Why do people act like this is a viable route? I think people look at it because it's an excuse to not try to win games. And, Raider fans, we want to win. People want to win. But I agree, tanking doesn't always result in the outcome that you want, especially with an organization that has failed drastically at taking in the first round. But, what's challenging about tanking, and the only reason why I would even encourage the idea of tanking, is if you get the number 1 overall pick and then you go hire Ben Johnson. That's the only way tanking would even make any sense. But AP and Telesco, they're not going to tank because then they're not going to have a job. That's why it's not going to happen. Blaine, it's a double-edged sword. Rather be stabbed by the side that guarantees a top 2 QB than winning 5 to 7 games. Trading up ain't guaranteed, especially post-draft. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And that's why people want to trade, because you're guaranteed to get it. Also, the trade that just went down, the Bills got, it was a 3rd-round pick for Amari Cooper. 3rd-round pick for Amari Cooper. So that means Amari's been traded for a 1st, a 5th, and a 3rd in his career. Wild stuff there. Chaucers, why didn't we just pay Lamar Jackson a fully guaranteed contract? Could have had him. I was going to say, Chug said it, and I agree. The Baltimore Ravens would have matched it. So when they franchise tagged him, they would have had the opportunity to match that deal. But reminder, I was somebody that was like, if you have the opportunity to go get Lamar Jackson, why the hell would you not try to do it? I was also somebody that said, maybe we should try to go get Kirk Cousins. I was also, for a lot of the OG Raiders Report watchers out there, when it was an unpopular opinion, I'm talking back when Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback of the Packers, before Jordan Love ever stepped foot on the field, I was the person making videos around the Raiders to trade a 4th-round pick for Jordan Love. I was always a believer in Jordan Love. And if you don't believe me, go check out the old vids. I feel like I've always done a good job evaluating quarterback talent. It's kind of what my specialty is, in my opinion. Alan, when it comes to Renfrow, you also got to think of the plays he's got from Josh McDaniels. Screen plays. He's not a screen guy. Despite injuries, I know Renfrow can be a great again. You're right. I mean, he was not a good fit. Not a good fit at all with Josh McDaniels, and I thought it was going to be, and you thought you were going to be able to use him in a bunch of ways. But you just said, think about what you're saying here. He's not good with screenplays. I mean, that's what Getsy does a lot of with our receivers. And Renfro's not a great blocker. He's not a physical receiver. That's stuff that we need right now. Like, I don't know what Hunter Renfrow offers to the Raiders right now. I don't. And I don't know what he offers to any team because the concussions scare teams off. Solomon Thomas, with Tay out, Getsy has to get Trey more targets. It's crazy to think that the Raiders are going from playing an away game at their own stadium to a home game in LA. Can't even have stability stadium-wise. And I hear Raiders fans out, and it's because, Oakland, we always had that home field advantage, and it is crazy. But Steelers fans, they travel well, and people also just got to realize that the Raiders in Allegiant are the hot ticket item for opposing fan bases that have never been there before. They're going to want to try to go there. But Trey definitely needs to get more targets. No doubt about it, man. Gotta start figuring out how to put balls in his gut. What up, Alec? We knew this was coming for weeks, and I wasn't mad this morning waking up to the news. What does make me mad is how he goes on Pat McAfee to rub it in. And that's what Davante, you can say what you want about Tay, right? And I think it's okay to call it how it is. Davante was kind of acting a little snakish. Davante has been a very selfish player over the past few weeks, past few months. But, I also can't blame Davante for being happy. He gets to go play with his old buddy. He probably thinks that all of his issues are gone. But that also says that Davante didn't really want to be a Raider as bad as what we thought. Because for you to leave a 2-4 team to go to another 2-4 team that just fired their head coach, you can make the argument that the Jets are a bigger dumpster fire than the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll see how it works out, but you know what the worst part is? I'm going to be rooting for him. And I'm going to be rooting for him because I want the Raiders to get a second-round pick. And I don't care. I'm humble enough as a person. I don't even know if that's the right word, where if Davante is a first or second team All-Pro and the Jets end up making it to the playoffs, if the Jets end up going to the Super Bowl, I'm not going to be mad about it. 1, that means the Chiefs don't win a Super Bowl. 2, that means we get a second-round pick. If that's what that means, I'm in because I care about the Raiders at this point. I don't care about Davante. Davante, they can do it. I care about the Raiders. And if Davante playing well and the Jets playing well means that we get a better pick to help us out in the future, that's what I want. That's what I want. If I didn't get your question, you can always hit me up on IG. You can always hit me up on Twitter. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. We're going to stay live here for a little bit longer on this show. And the next time that I will be live, unless more breaking news ends up going down, the next time that I'm going to be live is going to be on Thursday. I got to dress up as a flippin' cheerleader, so make sure you're tuning in for that. Thursday night football, Broncos, Saints. Very, very interesting game. It looks like there's going to be probably multiple YouTube Raiders channels rooting for the Saints that night. What up, Noah? Milroe, Lamar, Shador, Josh Cam, Aaron Rodgers. So is that what you're saying that you would want? Are you saying Milroe is like Lamar, Shador similar to Josh, Cam similar to Aaron Rodgers? I don't agree with those comps at all. If that's what you're saying, Milroe to me, I think Milroe is a phenomenal. I think Jalen Milroe is a lot closer to Justin Fields than Lamar Jackson. I think Shador Sanders, if I had to give a comp to him of a QB in the NFL right now, I think Milroe's actually a mix of Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields.
I feel like Shador is Shador's kind of like C.J. Stroud if he was a douche.
He doesn't have nearly the talent that C.J. Stroud has. I don't know. I'm trying to think of another comp there, but nothing's really coming to my mind.
Cam Ward, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, honestly, I haven't seen enough Cam Ward.
Cam doesn't have the arm talent. He can throw from different arm angles. He throws from different arm angles, very similar to the way Patrick Mahomes throws from those different arm angles. But Aaron Rodgers has way stronger of an arm coming out of college than what Cam Ward has.
Shador is O'Connell with legs.
That's hilarious.
If that's the case, then
you do not want Shador Sanders.
No.
What up, Raul? I did my part and typed fire Getty on the Raiders live, and Nesta Jade Silvera liked my comment. I thought that was funny. Raul, if that's the truth, can you send me that screenshot? I'm not kidding you. Raul, if you could send that screenshot to me on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365, or if you could send that to Jeremy on Twitter, I think that I could use that. Noah, I got Jaden Daniels in Madden. It checks out. Well, there you go. There you go, man. Another trade just went down, and now we got the full compensation here. Trade details. So the Bills get Amari Cooper and a 6th-round pick. The Browns get a 3rd-round pick in 2025 and a 7th-round pick in 2026. So I'll tell you what, that's a really good trade for Buffalo, I think. You get a good receiver. All you got to do is give up a 3rd, and you get picking back.
Luke, you're saying go watch Shedeur tape. I just gave him a compliment. I said he was as good, like not as good as C.J. Stroud. I compared him to C.J. Stroud, who's a top 5 quarterback in the league. I just don't like the way he conducts himself. I don't think that's a leader on a football team. I don't think that's a leader that I want leading my team. I'm not questioning that he's a good player. I think he's very talented.
I just stepped on that. I don't know where that's from.
Dude, no clue.
That's a big piece of glass. Raider Gaines, what's up, my man? AP understands team. Excuse me. Understands the team. Dude, got a few more supers coming in. Before one player, that means he also understands how one person can kill a locker room. Shout out to AP for having the courage to take the action nobody else would. Hope they rally. And, you gotta kind of hope that the team does rally around the decision AP made. And when AP made that comment, business decision, we all wanted it to work, right? Like, we all wanted it to work. But you're not wrong. Like, there were multiple players inside of that locker room that were not good with Davante because of what he was doing.
Mitch, if you want to check your IG, Raul said he sent it to you.
All right, Raul. I'm looking right now. How about this? I do got to take one more pee here. We'll stay live for a little bit longer on the show. As long as the questions are flowing, we'll stay live.
Do y'all want to do one more duck race? Type Y for yes, in for no. I was thinking of doing a quickie $10 duck race to get more people in. If you're down, type Y for yes. If you don't want a duck race, type in for no. Let me know.
Also, the NFL just announced that the Super Bowl in 2028, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. That just got announced just now.
Oh.
All right, Jeremy, we're going to keep answering questions here.
ATL.
The other way that we could keep the show going is if y'all want to turn this into a shit show, would you guys be down for $50 bangs? $50 bangs and some bongs. If the answer is yes, let me know / prove it until I get back. I'll be back. Give me like 2 minutes. I just got to go take a leak.
All right.
Little leak.
I see Brian says yes. Roberto says yes. Spoken says yes. I know not everybody can do the $20 Venmo races. So if y'all want to do the 10, we can do that before we head out. All right. It looks like we're all steam ahead on that. So $10 for this next one to get in. We'll do that at the very end of today's show before we hop off. We'll just do that last duck race, and then we'll dipski. $10 to get in on that. I'll read some more supers until Mitch gets back. How about that? This one coming in from Super Team Money 24. He says, question, if we're projected to draft in the middle of the first and don't get a second for DA, do we package our thirds, second, and first to trade up into the top 5? Yes. For Ward, it's Ward or bust, in my opinion. I think you have to trade up in this year's draft to get a quarterback. If you're not trading up or doing everything that you can to try to improve this team, then fire everyone. They're not trying to win. You have to try to trade up. You have to try to make something happen in the quarterback department this offseason. Because you neglected it this year, and look where we're at right now. You have to trade one of your best players on offense because he's fed up. Which, the blame game for who's on what, side of it, regardless, Davante left because no quarterback in the team's not doing well. If the team was doing well, then he's staying. How do I get in? $10 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. $10 Venmo at Mitchell Renz on Venmo only to get in on the duck race. John Rodriguez, Mitch, you're absolutely right. We don't need to tank. We suck without tanking. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel that. Mitch doesn't like the idea of trying to go out there and lose on purpose, which I respect. I respect. You want to have more respect for your team. And I've seen a lot more people asking about the Amari Cooper trade. I'm actually taking it right now from our Browns channel. We have the trade details coming in. And I'll be able to put it up on screen for y'all real quick. Let's see. Do we have the trade top? Let's see. Hold on. Bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, there we go. Now we are cooking with gas. Do it. I'm just getting, we have the new trade in here. And boom goes the dynamite. Here is the trade everybody's talking about with the Amari Cooper trade. The Browns get a 2025 third-round pick, and I believe, wasn't it also and a 2026 seventh-round pick. And then the Bills get Amari Cooper, and they get a 2025 sixth. Hold on, let me see. Bam, there we go. Fixed it. There we go. So here is the Browns and Bills trade. Actually, let me know. Who do you think wins this trade? Type B for Browns. Oh, no, that doesn't work. So I was going to go Browns and Bills. Type C for Cleveland or type B for Buffalo? C for Cleveland, B for Buffalo. Who wins this trade right here? A trade that just went down after the Davante Adams trade this morning. Who wins this trade? Do you think it's the Bill, or do you think it's Buffalo, type B, or do you think it's Cleveland, type C? Taino says Cleveland. Urza's saying Cleveland. John is saying Buffalo. Vic is saying Buffalo. Raider Rob says Buffalo. June says Buffalo. A lot of Buffaloes. A couple Cleveland Browns. Gilbert says the Browns. VT Holmes says Buffalo. More Buffaloes for sure. Spoken says the Browns. Michael J says says Buffalo. Anthony says the Browns. Los Oakland Raiders says Buffalo. I would say it's about a 75-25 split, with most people saying the Buffalo Bills win this trade. I think if you're looking short term, yeah, the Bills win this trade because they're a team trying to compete in the AFC, and you just add a weapon to a team that has Josh Allen, who's a top 5 quarterback in the league. So obviously for the Bills right now, you win. Browns, I think at some aspects you win as well. Amari Cooper and Deshaun Watson were not gelling this season. It wasn't working out between the two with, pass catcher and quarterback. Is this an indication that the Browns are kind of tossing this year, saying we're done? They've only won one game on the season, so it's going to be really hard for them to even salvage anything and make the playoffs. Is this the Browns punting on the rest of the year? Does this mean they're saying, hey, we're done, we're looking forward to next season, possibly even drafting a quarterback at the start of this year's draft? Mitch already said the season ended right now. Browns, top 3 pick. I believe he said they have either the first or second pick. First, second. I'm seeing 2. We have a source off here in the office. So a first or second overall pick. I think short term Bills win. potentially long-term Browns win because, I mean, if you're getting rid of a player that's not doing anything for you, getting something for him is better than getting nothing and just letting him go. Interesting. Yep. Couple different trades going on in today's NFL. Some NFL news. An NFL news dump on a Tuesday. 2 trades, and we get the Super Bowl announced for 15 years from now. So, a bunch of news coming down the NFL pipeline this morning. All right. Let's get to some more Super Chats. Mondo. Better in their prime, Max or Mac? Ooh. Let me know. Better in their prime. You think it's Max Crosby or Mac Khalil Mack? I was going to say Mac Khalil. Khalil Mack or Max Crosby? Better in their prime. I don't even know if I can answer this because I don't know if Max Crosby's in his prime yet. I mean, he's been insane, amazing, getting better and better each and every year. I don't know if we've seen the very best version of Max Crosby yet that we've ever seen. Food good today? One
of the best meals I've had here at Chatsworth.
Really? What did you get?
I got just like a rice bowl with like 2 eggs on top.
Fire? That's what I like to hear. Gotta keep my horses fed.
Thank you for your service.
Gotta keep my horses fed. You're one of the prize stallions. I see a lot of Maxes. Margarine says Mac. It might be too early. Like I said, and maybe that means Max clears because Max Crosby's insane. He's like one of the best pass rushers in the NFL right now. One of the best defenders overall in the NFL right now. All pro at 2 positions. Mac, said Chris Norris. That's a good question, Mando. That's a good question. That's why we keep you around for good stuff like that, Mando. That's why we keep you around. Nick Sanchez, I like AP. He wanted Jaden Daniels and didn't want a Band-Aid QB. Tom Telesco gave him a Band-Aid. AP wanted Kingsbury, MD, and TT. Kingsbury, MD. Mark Davis and Tom Telesco refused to give him an extra year. AP knows how to pick good people minus left guard. I will say, I don't know if necessarily Mark Davis and Tom Telesco refused to give him an extra year, and that's the only reason Kingsbury left. I mean, very convenient that the Raiders were looking to trade up for Jaden Daniels, and he was interested in going to the Raiders, and then kind of came out that Washington wasn't trading the 2nd overall pick, and then he ends up in Washington. I think Kingsbury knew that Jaden Daniels was going to be a very good quarterback and said, in my system for the offense that I run, Jaden Daniels fits it perfectly. So wherever Jaden goes, I'm going to go. I think that was more the case with Cliff Kingsbury, in that maybe it was the 3rd year that kind of was the straw that broke the camel's back, but if you're a former head coach in the NFL and you want to make your stamp in the league once again, if you want to come back and if you want to, be successful in the league and possibly get more head coach opportunities in the future, you got to stick the landing on whenever you come back to the NFL and whenever you try to make your mark. And I think Kingsbury, credit to him, has kind of done that. Because if he would have taken the Raiders' job and they weren't able to trade up and he had to run his offense with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, I'd like to think the Raiders would be better with Cliff Kingsbury than Luke Getsy. But, I mean, Gardner or Aiden, do they look good with Kingsbury? Does it matter who the OC is necessarily? I don't know. Maybe they're marginally better, but nowhere as good as the Commanders' offense is right now with Jaden Daniels. Because I think Jaden Daniels fits exactly what Kingsbury likes to do. BT Holmes, coaches follow talent. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And I think the reason why he left and why he didn't stick with the Raiders is because he saw the writing on the wall that, hey, Raiders are not going to get Jaden Daniels. I'm not getting stuck with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. Let's see. Alan Cruz, Raiders, what makes this season disappointing is that I expected it to go what I thought 22 was going to be. You get your interim head coach to lead a team to more wins, and it doesn't happen. Yeah, It's tough. It's tough because, I mean, part of the reason why I think the Raiders stuck with AP is because of Rich Bisaccia and the fact that they went with a flashy outside hire a la a Harbaugh, kind of like this offseason. They went with a flashy outside hire in Josh McDaniels over keeping the guy that got them to the playoffs that year in Rich Bisaccia. Now, do I think Rich Bisaccia would have been a good head coach? I don't really think so. I mean, you look at him right now, he's still just the special teams coordinator in Green Bay. So it's not like he's taking that next step forward after leaving the Raiders. I think he's good at his job and good at what he does. I think he's a good, positional coach in the NFL, but not every positional coach becomes a head coach in the NFL. There are guys who are, guys who have been cornerback coaches, who have been defensive line, offensive line coaches for 10, 12 years in the NFL, and they don't take that next step to being a head coach or being a coordinator. Not everybody's cut out for that. Some guys are just positional coaches in the NFL. I think Rich Bisaccia, he's a great coach. He's a great guy. I don't think he would have been a good head coach for the Raiders. Rono, ticket prices for Raiders-Lambs game dropping. That's why you got to head over to Gametime, baby. That's why you got to head over to Gametime, Ron. Oh, I much prefer these home games over going to Allegiant, Coop to Bills, good trade. Miller Moss is intriguing. And a reminder, if you want to go catch that game at SoFi, it's an away game, correct? At SoFi?
Yes. Yep, at SoFi.
If you want to catch a Raiders home game at SoFi Stadium, there's one place and one place only to do it, and that is with the Gametime app. Go check it out today. Use code CHATSPORTS at checkout for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, use code CHATSPORTS at checkout. You can go catch that Rams-Raiders games, which you just saw. Right, look at the middle of the screen right there. Prices drop as the event gets closer. This is one event that I will guarantee you right now. Bet your bottom dollar as the event gets closer, those prices are going to drop for Raiders-Rams. You could probably snag a ticket for pennies on the dollar, especially if you use the new feature Gametime Picks. It shows you the best deals, and there's going to be some super deals for this game. So go check it out today over at Gametime. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. What time is it, Mitch?
It's game time. I am looking right now at the NFL draft order, and I don't know what article that I was looking at here by the NFL that they put out today. They're not even close to the correct draft order. The Raiders are picking number 11.
Dude, that's what I was trying to tell you. I was like, I thought the last time I checked, the Raiders were 10. So I was like,
well, the article the NFL put out today, October 15th, this morning.
From Adam Schefter?
It's from Chad Reuter.
Did you get NBA Centelled?
No, I'm looking at the article right now. It's literally on the NFL's official website. And it has the Browns at number 1, the Raiders are 7. Now, maybe it's like a projected, like where they think it's going to end up.
You just got Centelled.
I got at some point. I got at some point, man. All right, y'all. So I do see a few people that are in here for our duck race. And I've got to give some shout-outs to those people. The deal that I'm going to do today, because you know what? I'm not going to lie. I kind of feel like hanging out, getting a little bit weird. I feel like having a good time on a Tuesday. We're going to do a special Raiders Report deal, and we're going to do it for a few minutes, see how it goes. If it goes well, hey, we'll stay live. We'll keep the party rocking or until I can't stand anymore. The deal is this. 50 is a bang from here on out. 50 is a bang from here on out. I will do a beer bong if it comes in on Venmo. If it is a super chat, it is just going to be a bang towards our October bang competition. Does that sound good? Let me get some names in here real quick. For our duck race because I had a bunch of people asking me. Give me a second. The names that I got in are Luis Rod. You're in. Jacob Jacinto, you're in. Brian Folsom is in. Jay Romero, you're in. Travis Benson, in. Jonathan Mendoca, in. Gilbert Moreno, in twice. And then Matt Faluhi is also going to be in twice. So that means as it stands right now, $10 Venmo, you would go home with $50 here on the Raiders Report. And Brian Folsom. Bang! You know what? I figured I'd bring out the bat today because the New York Mets had a hell of a game.
Do they play today?
No. I think they either play tomorrow or Thursday. That's probably a Rolly question.
They bring the boom. That's what they do.
How great was that grand slam? To my defense, not even to my defense, throw the L's down in the comments section. We were watching that game live here at Chat Sports, and coming off the bat on that grand slam, I go, man, I think he missed it.
Still bringing it.
And it just kept on carrying over the wall. Let's go, Mets. Am I right?
Still bringing it.
Let's go, Mets.
Still bringing it.
The Yankees do play today. Brian Folsom right now is the MVP. You know what? I'm going to do something that I said that I don't know if I was going to do, but we're going to end up doing it. We're going to end up doing this today. Whoever is the MVP, okay, whoever's the MVP of today's show, I'm going to send you a Raiders jersey of your choice. Okay? Whoever the MVP of today's show is, I'm going to send you a Raiders jersey of your choice. Right now, that's Brian Folsom.
Still bringing it.
Brian Folsom, so far as today, whoever bangs the most, that's the MVP here on today's stream. Another bang option is the normal bang on Super Chats, which, let's see how much this fills up.
Still bringing it.
Sorry, I don't want this to overflow.
He brings the boom.
Let's get some questions in. I'm done being tired. I'm done being sad that the Raiders traded away Davante Adams. It's already happened. It's already done with. Now let's look forward. Let's have some smiles. Let's have a good time. And quite frankly, I'm down to get down.
OG. Bloodstain. Wake up to this shake my head. Now that wide receiver is a must. Any free agents next year or someone in the draft that you like and can help our young QB.
You're going to hate my answer here. I haven't scouted wide receivers, dude. And until I legitimately sit down and I scout wide receivers, I will never be somebody that sits up here and lies to y'all's face. Like, I'm not just going to name. Now, Jugs might be able to look up some of the top receivers in this year's draft, and we can give you those names. But, like, I've only been scouting QBs. And I'm telling you this. So, you know, again, I appreciate the super. But honestly, if people send in questions about the draft, and maybe I'll make you guys a deal right now. I'm going to start doing more homework based on draft content, because if the Raiders are bad and we start looking forward to the draft, I know that we're going to get more of these questions. So I will start doing more homework on some of these draft prospects.
Here are the top 5 prospects according to multiple big boards.
Okay.
Which, if this guy gets drafted, you're going to have a hard time. The wide receiver from Arizona, last name McMillan, I'm guessing first name to Terrio McMillan.
To Terrio
McMillan.
Okay.
6'5", runs a 4.5 40.
Impressive.
Big, huge target.
There is a receiver.
Arizona.
He plays at Stanford that I like a lot. I don't know.
We'll go down the list. Luther Burden III, wide receiver from Missouri.
Okay, very good. I've watched him play.
Very good. We have Savion Williams, wide receiver from TCU. He's pretty good.
Okay.
Kyron Lacey, the wide receiver out of LSU, the guy who did the.
Oh. Gotcha.
In the first game of the year.
Yep.
Nick Anderson, wide receiver from Oklahoma, which he's been hurt most of the year. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Emeka Egbuka, he's the real deal. He's a good player.
We have Xavier Restrepo, wide receiver out of Miami.
Okay.
I don't like him as much. Isaiah Bond, wide receiver out of Texas. I'm looking for your guy. Oh, out of Stanford. He's 12th on the list. Elick Aomanor.
Yeah,
Aomanor?
It's a mouthful. Gary Mann,
6'2",
you sir are in.
6'2" and runs a 4.4 40.
He's a good all-around receiver. But again, I've watched him a few times, and when I've watched him, he's been
Also,
unbelievable.
Julian Fleming, wide receiver from We Are.
So Julian Fleming's from my hometown.
So draft or no draft?
He stinks.
He stinks.
Julian Fleming was the #1 wide receiver recruit a few years ago. He went to Ohio State. He was there for 4 years. Now, they've had a lot of good talent. And then Fleming now is at Penn State. He played at a high school called Texas. Played at a high school called Southern Columbia. Out of the last 20 Pennsylvania state championships for single A, they've won 16 of them. And people just go to that school. And that school is I graduated with a class of 140 people. That's how big that school is.
That's what Duncanville and Allen are like here.
What?
Just like what you said, they win championships at those schools.
But those schools are massive. Imagine Southern Columbia, when they play, they win. There's been years where they'll win every game 60-0.
Oh no, yeah, that's not like that here.
It's single A football in Pennsylvania. Man, you're talking about high schools with less than 1,000 people in them, and they are recruiting kids from.
You got guys doing Travis Hunter playing both ways.
It's insane.
Ryan Campbell.
If any Raiders fan need to pick me up, a good song is "Never Give Up" by Sia. Is that right? Never gonna give you up. Is it that one?
Not even close.
Not even close.
That's an old song.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna take you down.
Sia's the singer who's like, I'm gonna swing from the chandelier.
Oh, I know that song. Is that song?
I don't think so.
I think that song's called Chandelier. Ryan, appreciate it. Let's go to June. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets. What up, Damian? Every week, I wonder why it seems no one remembers that 2011 Patriot offense with Gronk and running all over the field, setting records. Don't we have those players?
We actually do not. We do not have anybody on that team.
I think what he's saying is a lot of people were comparing Brock and Michael Mayer to Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski, which very, very high, accolades to be able to live up to. And I do think Bowers is the real deal. But you're missing the biggest problem with that equation, the quarterback, right? If the Raiders had a legit QB, then this offense would be a lot better.
Dude, I've the
we don't have a legit QB.
I have the best thing to make fried chicken.
Blue Richards, come on.
I have the best thing to make fried chicken. I have all the seasoning and I have the breading.
Yep.
All right, where's the chicken? Don't have
it. I don't have it, though. I can make it. Brian, Mitch and Chug, just want to say for me personally, I really appreciate you guys being here and always bringing the energy, bringing the knowledge. When we do win it all, the bad times will melt away.
We actually talked about this the other day of when the Raiders finally do win, or they are actually a respectable organization that people don't just think that they're gonna cakewalk over.
It's gonna be unbelievable.
Oh, dude,
it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit like
the
crap.
year the Raiders win the AFC West, shit is popping off.
When win the AFC West, shit, I just want to make the playoffs right now. But when the Raiders are, because it'll happen. It's always a circle, right? There will be a time. And if the Raiders are never good in my entire lifetime, then I will look back at the 40 years of me being a Raider fan, however long I live, and I might be like, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, they'll win next year. That's how it'll go. That's how it's going to go, man.
It's like your grandma with the Mets.
Yeah, my grandmother's a die-hard Mets fan. I'm talking die-hard Mets fan, man. Real talk. Venmo 50-50 raffle, 10 to get in. I don't have any more questions, and it looks like we're not trying to get crazy today. So, hey, it's all good. So here's what we'll do. If you're trying to get a little bit wet and wild today, let's get some questions going. Let's get some bangs flowing. If not, we're going to run this duck race. Chugs and I are going to get the hell out of here, and then we'll be live next Thursday, not next Thursday. Next time we will be live will be Thursday. And to the Dodgers fans in the chat, you can expect some DMs from me. All right, here we go, Chugs. I'm going to send you the list of names. Right now, it's a 10. You guys would go home with 55 dull hairs. 10 to win, $55 here. Duck race time. Just a little duck race. The way that we were doing it is we were counting bangs. How about this? Final offer. 50 bang on Venmo. 100 bang on Super Chat. That's the deal. That's what I'm going to give you. I'll do a beer bong for every bang until I can't do them anymore. Oh, dude, that grand slam, though. Come on. Come on. That was pretty electric.
Beautiful.
I will say I hope that it's a better series than what the first two games were. That game yesterday was fun to watch, and it definitely got interesting there late because the Dodgers are – I mean, let's face it, the Dodgers are the best team in baseball, right? I mean, they are. They are. Anybody can win in baseball. That's the best part about it. But that first game, not really all that close. The game yesterday got close at the end. If you told me right now I get a game 7, I'm in. You give me a game 7.
It's crazy because
Mets win in LA. Oh.
It's crazy because in theory, baseball it's set up to where the best two teams should make it to the World Series each year. Because 7-game series, you're able to even it out to where it's not just a fluky one game.
Sure.
And the NFL is supposed to be the opposite, where anybody can make it to the Super Bowl. And I feel like the past 10 years has kind of been the opposite. I feel like more fluky teams have made the World Series than have made the Super Bowl. It's been more chalk a little bit with the Chiefs and all that stuff going on than the MLB has been.
You think? I mean, the Stros.
I mean, you had a team last year that made it who was,
Sure.
a wild card team. And the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
You had the Rays make it a couple of years ago.
I don't follow baseball the way that I probably should, but I feel like the good teams have. Now, the Dodgers have been the team that they've been in it a lot. They haven't won it, but.
Yeah, that's what the Dodgers have been one of the best teams for the past 4 years, and I mean.
Has not gone the way that they thought it would go. All right, let's see. I sent you the names on TV.
Last time they won, I think it was the COVID year.
Sergio Torres in. So that means now 20 to win 60. Or 10 to win 60, excuse me. 10 to win 60. Michael Mata, you in. Rosario Morella in. Matt Gonzo in. Ryan Campbell is in. Dude. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to change my jersey. Yep, there's one person that's down to clown today. I know that.
Did you send it to me?
I will. Let's do this first. Let's, holy shit, man.
Just checking. These are all the names.
The names that I got: Luis Rod, Jacob Jacinto. I see Brian Folsom, Jay Romero, Travis Benson, Jonathan Mendoca, Gilbert Moreno, Matt Fluhey. Gilbert Moreno and Fluhey have 2. Gary Mancias in, Sergio Torres, Ryan Campbell, Michael Mata, Rosario Morella, Matt Gonzo. Those are all the names, right?
Yep.
All right. Also add Common Raider. We are going to do a Luke Getsy race. Figured it was fitting. Little Luke Getsy race action right here. And if you guys don't already have your drinking pants on, if you guys aren't trying to get crazy, this is going to be the wrong show to be on. It's about to get nuts here. It's about to get nuts. It's going to get very, very crazy. All right, Luke Getsy race time. Winner of this is going to go home with, what's the math on it, 85? 85 bucks? We're just going to round up. Winner gets $100. Winner gets $100. 3, 2, 1. Run it. Winner of this race gets $100. This is actually what it looks like. Luke Getsy trying to execute his offense.
Blue, 42. Sit.
Snooze fest. Matt Fluhey right now is putting one foot in front of the other. It's impressive. One foot in front of the other. Sergio Torres starting to fall back here a little bit.
He pulled a coin out of his ear. It's a trick play.
It's a trick play. By a nose. I mean, I guess, though, if you have bigger shoes, you think it helps you reach across the finish line faster? Probably not.
Pre-game, the whole offense shows up, but in one car, and they all just get out one after another.
I mean, I'm pretty sure every time Luke Getzey gets out of his car, as soon as he opens the door, Ryan Campbell, is he going to win? I'll tell you what, if you're a believer in karma, you should believe in good things are coming back to you. Ryan Campbell with the dub. Mr. Campbell. Congrats to Mr. Campbell. All right, here's what's going to happen. I got to go put another jersey on. Here, and while I'm gone, go get your drinking pants ready. That's all I'm going to say. It's about to get crazy here. Chugs. You guys ready to get a little bit crazy? It's about to get crazy here. Yep. Get the drinking pants on. Get the drinking of the pants. Get them on.
Will the Jets make a run with Davante? Right now, what are they? 2-4? 2 wins on the year for the Jets so far. Will they make a run with Davante? Will they turn it around? Can Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams turn back the clock? It's up to you. Will the Jets make a run with Davante? Mitch said, I'm putting an hour on the clock. All right, here we go. And we were about to actually head out, but somebody did something crazy, so we said, we'll put 1 more hour on the clock, and then we'll head out. Bills winning that division. Let me know. Are the Jets going to turn it around? They have 2 wins, 4 losses on the year. The Bills and the Jets just made trades today as well. Both teams in the division trading for wide receivers. Kind of crazy. Chugs, was the Nesta thing for real from BT Homes? Mitch didn't tell me about the... Mitch didn't send me the picture or anything, so... No clue. No clue. Let me know, though. Will the Jets make a run with Davante? Jets ain't that much better from Fernando. Jets will be an 8-win team. No from Thunderlord. Yes from King Javier. Bills got the better former Raider. You think Amari Cooper was better than Davante with the Raiders? The Bills traded for Amari Cooper from the Browns, a 3rd and 7th round pick for Amari Cooper and a 6th. The 7th is in 2026, by the way. You think that was a better trade than Davante Adams for a 3rd, maybe a 2nd? LG still using his playbook from Pee Wee football. Luke Getzey. VT Home says they will. It's scripted. 2016 Amari was hype from Jacob J. I get that. You think, Davante's been amazing. Amazing for 2 years with the Raiders. We got screwed on this trade. What was the point? I mean, you had to make the trade because Davante wanted out and it didn't, regardless of what AP said, which that's a whole nother conversation on whether or not AP was just pulling your leg and blowing smoke up your you-know-what about Davante's a Raider. Because remember, not even a week ago, AP said Davante's a Raider. He's not going anywhere. Was that just part of the art of the deal? Was he trying to sell Davante and make it seem like the Raiders wanted him bad? We do have some more super chats that came in. Let's see. This one from Cameron. Is there any scenario where it makes sense to get Matt Stafford? Funny enough, our Giants host was actually talking about Matt Stafford. He tweeted out a picture of the Giants trading for Matt Stafford. Would you want to trade for Matt Stafford? I don't know how many years left he has on that arm. Remember this offseason, it was kind of a thing of Matt Stafford, how long will he play? Because he's dealing with those elbow issues. He's dealing with those arm issues. That's a huge gamble for me. I say no. I would feel much more comfortable you swinging and missing on a rookie than getting a Matt Stafford because obviously Matt Stafford, much better player than Jimmy G, but you already traded for a guy that's had injury issues and it didn't work out. You don't have a good offensive line, so you get Matt Stafford, the chances that he gets injured again, way up, especially with this Raiders offensive line that's underperforming this season. I don't think that's the move. Hustle FC, hey, hope we have a better rest of the season. Shaka, yep, me too. I'm hoping that much better rest of the season. Let's see. A. Sanchez, congratulations. Shador, you're a Raider. Also, go Dodgers.
Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets. All right, y'all. We got 800 people here in the building. And you know what? I decided to take things back to the old ways. I feel like getting a little bit wet and wild today. It's Tuesday. Davante got traded. I'm sick and tired of being upset. I want to have a good time. We're going to have a good time today. I got to give a shout out to Ryan Campbell, Ryan Soup. This was somebody that we were literally getting ready to leave. We were getting ready to hop off this show, and then this ended up happening. Ryan Campbell! Ryan Campbell! If you don't spam Ryan Campbell, get the F out of here. Go somewhere else. You can go somewhere else. We're staying live another hour. We were literally getting ready to go, and Ryan said, all I want from you guys is a big booty hoe for my birthday. That's all I want. Now, Ryan said, hey, let's do it another hour. We're going to stay live another hour. We're going to get a little bit crazy here. If you don't show love to Ryan Campbell, go somewhere else, man. Ryan said, I want to hang out for another hour here and hang out. And you know what? I'm going to give you guys some more opportunities to increase the length of this show. But here's how this has got to go now. Ryan just spent his hard-earned money. He's going to do this for another hour. So all I ask on behalf of Ryan, get some hashtag Raiders in, get some super chat questions in, and we are going to do our absolute best to answer as many questions as humanly possible here for the next hour on the show. And then if you guys want to continue the show even longer than that, I'm sure that we can figure out a way. But you know what, though, Ryan? I don't do these often. A David Zahn milkshake, okay? Ryan, I don't know what your favorite beer is. We drink a lot of Happy Dads, but I got a David Zahn milkshake poured up here. Real talk, I love doing this show because even on a day where Davante Adams gets traded, even on a day where, I'm not going to lie to you, I wanted Day to get traded just so we won't talk about it anymore, but it's also, it's a little bit of kick in the nuts. It is, right? A little bit of kick in the nuts. But then you get a guy like Ryan who shows up and says, you know what, I want to make sure that everybody that's still watching the show leaves today with a smile on their face. And damn it, we're going to make sure that that happens. So spam Ryan Campbell down below. If you don't, get the hell out of here. Chugs, take it away.
Jake, go get Ben Johnson as head coach and bring in Robert Saleh as DC. Keep Tom as the GM. So you're saying keep Tom Telesco as the GM. Interesting. Maybe. I mean, it also depends how does Tom feel about those two head coaches, and how do those two head coaches feel about Tom Telesco? Because in today's day and age, you need some simpatico. You need some, continuity between head coach and GM. I feel like at some level, does Tom Telesco feel comfortable with those guys, and do those guys feel comfortable with Tom Telesco? And if you fire AP, do you also have to fire Telesco? I don't know if the answer to that is yes, but it's a toughie.
Oh, dude, needed it. I'll tell you this. Since I have the mustache, doing boots is a little bit more difficult. I feel like everything just gets in here.
Yeah.
Also, Ryan, or I saw this from Cameron, said pizza eating contest between you and me. Do you think at any point you could beat me? If you did any food eating competition, what do you think would be like your specialty?
Nuggets.
Chicken nugs? A chicken nug off.
Wendy's nugs.
Wendy's nugs. Wendy's nugs. What's up, Cameron? Max to the Lions for a first, 4th and 25, second and a 5th and 26. No. I'm telling you right now, 4 first-round picks is what it would cost. And the only reason why that I say that is because it's just never going to happen. Now, maybe at the final year, if like Max is like 33 years old and the Raiders are still in this situation and a team comes a call-in and wants him to play, then sure. But then Max is only going to play that on that team for a 1-year rental, and he's going to come back to the Raiders. He's going to retire a Raider. We can debate all we want about certain trades, this and that. Max doesn't want to leave, which is a big thing. And Max also understands his life after football. I'm just going to tell y'all right now, Max Crosby will be a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Not anytime soon, but not many people, when they retire from the league at under age 40, have the opportunity to be a minority owner of an NFL sports franchise. Max Crosby will have that opportunity, and that's only going to happen if Max stays. So I know Max probably wants to go win and has an opportunity for the Lions, but you can say what you want about Mark Davis. Mark Davis cares about money. Yes? Do we agree with that? Mark Davis cares about money, and he knows that if he trades away Max Crosby, the amount of money that he would lose in revenue, the amount of money, and just I think that would be a trade that's way, way bigger than the Khalil Mack trade. I heard you guys talking about who's the best in their prime. I think Khalil still, like, that 1 year was the best. Like, he was literally Defensive Player of the Year. Now, they were also good, but I think Max is a more all-around defensive end compared to Khalil Mack. Max, the better athlete. Max is the better, I think, football player, if I'm being 100% honest with y'all. Let's go to Locho. What's up, my man? Next up here on the show. Trade AOC and Minshew and Getsy for Patrick Mahomes. You know what? I would do this trade, personally. This one, I would settle for. If Kansas City said, hey, we want both your quarterbacks and your horrific offensive coordinator, and you get the best player in the NFL, I would do it. Call me crazy. I would do it.
You can get nugget party packs, so 50 nuggets from
Real
Wendy's.
question. If the Raiders were to trade Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, and Luke Getsy to a team, what do you think they get back in return?
They traded Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, and Luke Getsy to a team, a 7th-round pick.
I was at least going to say a 6th, but it's not a lot.
Do you want 2 quarterbacks that aren't going to start for your team and an OC that everybody wants to fire?
Did you see what AG Production said we'd get back?
A squirrel.
Yeah, because you're a nut. What up, Wild One? This trade is so stupid. Pay down some of his salary for a potential better trade. Nope, save money for our cheap-ass GM. Won't spend any money. Fire them all.
I actually agree with, and I don't say this often, I actually agree with Wild One.
It wasn't a
I think if there was
Telesco thing. It was money, cash coming out of Davis's pocket.
I think if there was an opportunity for you to have a higher pick and pay the salary for the Jets and you didn't do that, shame on you.
Agreed.
Shame on you. If you had a
Agreed.
chance to make it a conditional 2nd-round pick that could have turned into a 1st and you pay the salary and you didn't do that, shame on you.
Agreed. Because if you're the Raiders, sometimes you got to look at it probably the way Mark Davis should have looked at Allegiant Stadium. I got to spend some money to make some money. And if I'm Las Vegas and I know that I could potentially get a better pick, I said it on the show. I said it multiple times. So while I agree with you I don't think that the trade is so stupid. I do think that you at least were able to get something that can potentially turn into a second, and you don't have to pay, which for Mark and Telesco, they're trying to save up a lot of that salary cap space. Like, the money would have never come out of salary cap. It would have been, can Mark Davis afford basically, it's like $13 million this year in cash, which of course he can, right? Like, Mark Davis giving up $13 million in cash is like Ryan Campbell, and I don't know where Ryan's from, so maybe I shouldn't speak about that. That's like me saying, all right, y'all, here's $100, right? I'm going to put $100 in the duck race. Mark Davis has got money. Let's be real. He's got money. Raider Lover 80, what's up, my man? Keep some receiver core and trade for Wilson. Wilson, like Russell Wilson?
There's two Wilsons I'm thinking. Russell Wilson or Garrett Wilson.
Well, Garrett Wilson's staying in New York.
Yeah.
I think you're saying Russell Wilson. I mean, if there's a quarterback that the Raiders would actually trade for, I think it's Justin Fields. That would be the QB that I could see them trying to trade for, because they already tried to trade for him before. It just ended up falling through.
Frankie.
Not falling through. Like, they obviously didn't make the trade.
What about Mike McCarthy for head coach next year?
Come on, man. Frank. I think Mike McCarthy is right now, and again, in way over his head, where he's done a good job sometimes in the league, but McCarthy hasn't really ever been able to win that big game. And McCarthy probably doesn't want to go to another organization where the guy up top's calling all the shots. Like, if I'm going to hire a coach, let's say, of the Mike McCarthy name and pedigree, the name that I'm going to go with is Mike Vrabel, not McCarthy. Joshua, go get a quarterback from Nebraska. So Raiola, which, people got mad at me for saying this, but I said, you want to talk about the ultimate troll job? If Raiola ends up being just as good as Mahomes and he's a member of the Raiders, now he's not draft eligible in 2025. He's draft eligible in 2026. So, like, you'd have to wait another year. But, like, I even debated for a long, long time with Raider fans on Twitter. I was like, if you're telling me right now, Raiola from Nebraska is a better version than Patrick Mahomes, of course everybody would want him. Like, that is the ultimate FU troll job if the Raiders were able to get a QB that looks identical and is better than Patrick Mahomes. Like, come on, man. Like, I know what he looks like. But here's the thing. I would take a QB if you look like Patrick Mahomes and that means you play like Patrick Mahomes, you're dumb not to take that QB. I'll take Patrick Mahomes on this team. Let's go to Noah. Mets won't be the ones to stop us. Los Dodgers. I hope, Noah, that you're wrong. I don't say that often. And I know that there's a lot of Dodgers fans here. But the Mets, to me right now, seem like it's their year. I do. I feel like it's the Mets' year this season. They've had a lot of crazy, crazy shit happen. The Dodgers are the better baseball team. But I think it's the Mets' year. Lacho, we should trade for Jimmy Garoppolo and get McDaniel. See, this is the type of comments that you can tell when we hit into a shit show. I mean, this is a guy here, he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah.
This is the guy where it's like, sir, that's only $5. And you're just like, well, here's a 20. Here's a 20. Nick, Mitch, I know you mentioned DTR in the past. Would a trade for him still be entertained, or has the ship sailed on that? Could you trade for Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Sure, potentially. Though, I'll be real, I don't know if Cleveland would do it, because that team right now, dude, people hate Deshaun Watson. And it shouldn't surprise you, right? When you sell your soul for the devil, it shouldn't surprise you that you're in hell. Like, that's just the truth. And that's what the Browns did. When you give a quarterback face, and you can say what you want about what Deshaun Watson was facing, what he wasn't facing, but for a team to trade away everything they did and to give him a fully guaranteed $230 million contract, that's the Browns saying that every single woman in all those cases was lying. Because that's the only way that you do what you do if you're the Browns. Guaranteed money and giving up all that's the Cleveland Browns organization saying every single thing that every woman, lawyer, everybody has brought up around Deshaun was a bold-faced lie. Which, I'm kind of happy the Browns are in the situation they're in. Deshaun Watson, the fact that he's playing in the NFL, the fact that guy's getting paid, is really mind-blowing to me. But what is DTR going to do for you? Is it really going to move the needle all that much? Are the Raiders going to be a Super Bowl caliber team with DTR? That answer is no. And I am somebody that doesn't like the tank. I know that no Raider fan here wants the tank. But sooner or later, we got to be able to look ourselves in the mirror and say that this is not a good football team. And the only way we're going to become a good football team is with a franchise quarterback. And I think that that has to be looked at in 2025, right? Like, I can remember the day that I told my dad that I don't want to play baseball anymore, that I want to only play basketball. And he looked me dead in the eyes and he goes, Mitch, you're 5'4", and you're white. I think you should stick to baseball. That's an honest conversation. And my honest conversation to you is we're not winning anything this season. We probably just going to have to look ahead to 2025. We need to sell out for Ben Johnson. I love AP, and I want AP to work. I wanted AP to be the head coach. But the Raiders would be dumb not to take Ben Johnson over Antonio Pierce. Taino, Sean McVay in contract till 2026. Would you trade for Sean McVay? I love this idea. I would trade for Sean McVay. Sean McVay is probably only one of the handful of coaches in the NFL that I think is worth trading for. Sean McVay, I would trade for him. Kyle Shanahan, I don't know why Shanahan gets as much hate as he does sometimes from people. I would trade for Kyle Shanahan. Andy Reid, I know he's getting up there in age, but I know it's not going to happen because he's with Kansas City. But Andy Reid is another coach that I love and I respect. I would say right now those are my three favorite coaches in the NFL. Am I forgetting anybody else? Top of the dome. Like, there's obviously a lot of other very, very good coaches out there. Mike Tomlin, I think, is a great coach. But for what the Raiders need, I'm thinking offensive-minded coaches. So that's the only reason why I say that. Like, there's a lot of great offensive-minded coaches. I'm not trying to say that. But I'm saying offensive-minded coaches that I would trade for. Those are the three names that came to my mind. I can't think of it. Like, I think Kevin O'Connell's doing a phenomenal job up there in Minnesota. No. Those are the three names that I would trade for, offensive-minded coaches. Jesse says Tomlin. That's not an offensive-minded coach. Tomlin's a great coach. I'm putting myself in the Raiders' shoes right now because we need ourselves a quarterback. And if you're going to trade for a guy like Sean McVay, you're trading for McVay to go get his quarterback, right? Like, that's what you're doing. That's the only reason why you would even entertain that idea. So for those that do not know, we went live here on the Raiders Report. We went live here on the Raiders Report for the trade around Davante Adams. And then the MVP of today's show, Ryan Soup, decided to hit the gong. The Soup Daddy ended up hitting the gong. So we're staying live for another 40 minutes. Down there below is how you stay live. So here's the deal that I'm going to do. This is the deal for the remainder of the show. Every hundo is a beer bong and 10 extra minutes. Whether it's on Venmo, whether it's on Super Chat, that's how this goes. Venmo only. All right, how about this? Because I know not everyone can do Venmo. If you bang on Super Chat, I'll do a beer bong. If you bang on Venmo, it's 10 minutes plus a beer bong. Cool? Sounds good. Shout out to our sponsor, PrizePicks. I love some PrizePicks. More or less Shohei Ohtani home runs tomorrow. Let me know down below. PrizePicks, though, number one spot. And I mean this. Number one spot for daily fantasy action. You can now win up to 100 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game. Also, PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineup stays in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half or doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. Sign up today, get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineup. So I know my PrizePicks lineup that I put together Last week for the Raiders game, didn't quite hit. I went with the demon pick. I took Trey Tucker to score a touchdown. That one ended up being a tough one, which it is what it is there. For Mets-Dodgers fans out there, I'm a Mets fan. Like, put in a prize pick lineup and talk shit to me. Like, that's what I would love for you guys to do. If you want to put a prize pick lineup in for Thursday Night Football, hey, do it while we're all chilling out here hanging out. I love, Pete Alonso, more or less on a home run from Pete at Citi Field. Little Oppo Taco action. Pete Alonso, the entire season, 4 opposite field home runs. This playoffs, 3. Pete Alonso's been, though he struggled a little bit yesterday. Give me Lindor. Lindor or Shohei, MVP. What do you guys think? More or less on a Pete Alonso, I'm in. Give me the more. Chugs wants to know, will the Raiders make another trade before the deadline? Will the Raiders make another trade before the deadline? Give me a yes. Give me a no down below. I'm going to say yes. I don't know. I think the Raiders are going to be big-time sellers. New York Raider fan, do the Jets take over Davante's contract, help us with the cap? Yes. Now, we still eat some of that dead money. So the Raiders end up eating, it's like $12 million this season, and then they eat $15.7 next season, which I know that sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. But the Raiders do have a lot of money in salary cap space overall. But on top of all of that, you get out of like $67 million in total, like, of the contract, which, again, we got to get a quarterback. Gotta get a QB, man. Seeing a lot of yeses down there below. All right, if you guys are going to type yes, who are the Raiders going to either trade for, or who are they going to trade away? What do you guys think? James from Yoda Jenkins. I'm with you with it's probably time to try to trade away Andre James. And I don't think you'd get a lot for him. Like, if the Raiders could get a 7th-round pick for Andre James, I would do it. That's how bad he's been this season. But also, it gives you an opportunity. It gives you an opportunity then to see what you got in JPJ, and it gives you an opportunity to see what you got in Dylan Parham. And quite frankly, if I'm the Raiders, you have to figure that out anyway. Like, after seeing the year that James has had, you can't confidently say, like, that's the guy that I want to try to bring back next season. Now, you can get a new offensive line coach, which I hope that the Raiders do, because James Craig's been atrocious this season. But also, Andre James has not been good this season. So, there's all that. Michael Mayer, we'll see what happens with Mayer. Again, he's dealing with some personal issues. I know it was speculated that Mayer didn't want to be a part of the Raiders, but according to multiple sources, Mayer has reached out to the Raiders. Not Mayer. Mayer's family has reached out to the Raiders and said that Michael's dealing with some stuff right now. And it's a weird situation. I don't know what the situation is. Mr. Raider says, I like Carson Beck more than Shedeur Sanders. Hey, it is what it is. I was going to say, I can smell. Something smells pretty damn good out there. Oh, yeah? It's fresh. It's refreshing. Hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to skip the line to get those questions, comments flowing right now. I'm looking at our October bang race, which so far the only people that have banged here on today's show, Ryan Campbell and also Brian Folsom, which Ryan Campbell, since he took advantage of the deal that I presented earlier in the show, as I just hit myself in the head, Ryan's got 10 bangs today. The gong rip, we doubled it, counts as 2, which that means Avjin, Noah Santana, Ryan Campbell, Jerry Danley are in the top 3 for our bang competition. Jerry and Ryan are tied each at 10. Jay Reezy, what do you think on 85 and Unks take on Max to the Lions? I don't know who they are. I don't know what that even means. I'm guessing 85 is what, Ocho Cinco and Unks? Am I missing something here? Jay Reezy, I don't know what you mean, but the only reason why anybody is talking about Max Crosby to the Lions is because Max Crosby grew up in that area. He grew up a Lions fan. Aiden Hutchinson's done for the season, and people think that the Raiders would just trade away Max. If anybody thinks that because the Raiders traded away Tay means that the Raiders are going to trade away Davante, then I'll just say you're just not very well tied into this organization. Like, the Raiders aren't trading Max. Unless the team is legitimately willing to give up 4 first-round picks, Mark won't do it because Mark knows that trading away Max is a massive hit to his paycheck. Let's go to Cameron. Whichever quarterback in the top 5 with the strongest arm is, that's who I want. I'd say I guess that's Cam Ward, though Carson Beck's got an accurate arm. Cam Ward, I would say, is probably got the best arm out of Shador, Jalen Milroe. I want Cam Ward. I mean, Cam Ward's my favorite quarterback prospect, no doubt. See, Quinn's got the strongest. He might have the strongest arm in the draft, Quinn Ewers. But, like, he's the pitcher that throws 100 miles an hour, and you just never know where it's going to go. The other part that scares me, and one of the reasons why I don't love Quinn Ewers as an NFL prospect, I think he's a great college prospect, is Ewers has a bad deep ball. Like, when you are watching as much football as I do with Quinn or a lot of these guys, Quinn's not consistent enough as a deep ball thrower. And you got to be able to attack all levels of the NFL, especially you got to be able to attack the deep ball. On top of Quinn, it's a lot of injuries, man. Better trade deal. So if you guys do not know, Chugs is showing y'all what the trade was for Amari going to Buffalo, okay? So the Bills gave up this to get Amari Cooper. Is that a better trade, or is the Jets acquiring Davante Adams at the price tag that they did the better deal? I mean, it's both receivers are, Davante is going to be 32 in December. Amari, he's still actually pretty young, considering the fact. I'll say, now the money aspect side of this makes me want to say the Buffalo Bills. Because they essentially acquired Amari Cooper for less draft capital, and Amari is a fraction of the price. I mean, Amari's base salary this season was vet minimum. So whatever team ends up trading for Amari, Cleveland's eating some of that deal. Whatever team ends up trading for Amari ended up taking on, the way that you do that is $1.2 million. You divide it by 18, whatever the hell that number is. There's 12 games left for Cleveland, left in the season, or for Buffalo. 12 times that number is how much they have to pay Amari. They're getting Amari Cooper for less than $1 million, right? Like, in wide receiver terms, that's a pretty good deal there for Buffalo. And it makes Buffalo a very scary football team. I almost wonder if the Bills saw the Jets make the trade for Davante, and they were like, hey, we got to go do something else. Because anybody that watched that game yesterday, I think knows that the Bills got very lucky that they got a win. Got very, very lucky that they were able to get a win. If you don't miss 2 bad field goals there, Jets win that football game. The Raider V, Max's staying case closed. Couldn't agree with you more, man. Patrick B, could Jameis Winston be another Geno Smith and play well after sitting? I don't see it. Geno at least has a lot more accuracy, where Jameis is not an accurate quarterback plus a bad decision maker. And Jameis is an awesome dude. Like, seriously, like, he's a awesome dude. But Jameis doesn't move the needle. And if you think Jameis does move the needle, then, Jameis is like Gardner Minshew to me. Right? Like, any team that's got that guy as your main quarterback, you're not going to have a lot of success in the NFL. Sorry, I got to accept this trade. I just put this post out. One second. Oh, wait, that's not it. Who won the Davante Adams trade? All right, I just had to post a video on my IG. 22 minutes remaining here on live, unless you want to extend it. Unless you're trying to extend it. Jay Reese. What up? Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson had a terrible trade proposal, and Chad was iffy on if we would even get a first-round pick. We shouldn't, but only one first. Yeah, that's, again, you're talking about Chad Johnson, who's got zero idea of anything going on around the Raiders. And Shannon Sharp, who, again, he hosts a good show, but Shannon's, again, like, the national media, doesn't know the Raiders the way that a lot of us Raiders content creators do because we pay attention to the team a lot more. So essentially what happened probably with Shannon Sharpe and Chad Johnson is their producers go, hey, you got to talk about this because this is what's going on in the NFL. And you got two guys that don't pay attention to the NFL just start going up there and talking. And it's why I don't like watching a lot of the national media content around the Raiders because it's stupid shit like this, right? Like, if I were to make a video about the Raiders not getting a first-round pick for Max Crosby, legitimately, I hope that you guys unsubscribe to the show. Like, this is an eye roll. When I hear people talking about this, it's the same as like, can we trade for Patrick Mahomes? For Chad Johnson and Shannon Sharpe to say this is as equally as dumb as that statement. Jay Reezy, appreciate you though. I'm not watching those guys. I mean, it's bad. I mean, that's bad content. Let's be honest. That's bad content. It's bad content. Got a few, or is that the last one? That is the last one. Cameron Sproul, Minshew for Flacco. I would say that the Colts say no to that. I would rather have Flacco than Gardner Minshew, but to me, Indy says no. Where I know that Gardner Minshew and Shane Steichen have a really good relationship from their time together in Indy and from their time together in Philadelphia, but like, no. Minshew for Flacco, again, another trade that's just not going to happen. Marcus, who are we looking at for Davante replacements? I did already make a video around it today. There's a lot of names in free agency that I think that you could potentially look at, but I'll drop that video probably later on today. It's probably how it'll be. As soon as this live show gets done, I'll probably put out that video on Davante replacements because there was 10 free agent wide receivers that we decided to break down. One was retired, but I would say names to consider: Corey Davis, Michael Thomas is a name to throw out there. If you're going, I know some of y'all want me to say Renfro. I'm not going to say Renfro. I don't think that that's it. CD Juarez says the Jets won the trade. Maybe they did. I think both sides in some way, sort of fashion, ended up winning the trade, right? Like, if the Jets make the AFC Championship game, every Jets fan is going to go, we won the trade because Davante helped us get to the AFC Championship game. If I'm a Raider fan, I'll also say that, we also kind of won that trade then because then we got a second-round pick for him. Like, we were never going to get a first for Tay. That's just the cold, hard facts. Like, I mean, last year the Jets offered the Raiders 2 second-round picks for Davante Adams. Last season. Offered the Raiders 2 second-round picks. That's been very well reported. Raiders said no. They were hoping that they could get a quarterback. They failed in order to do so, which definitely sucks, but is what it is. If you don't know today's deal, y'all, if you bang on Venmo, we extend the show an extra 10 minutes. If you bang on Super Chat, I do a beer bong. Though if you do it on Venmo, I will also do a beer bong. Ryan Campbell wanted to get a little bit wet and wild today, and I don't blame him. Blaine! What's up, Mitch and Chugs? I'm glad that this Davante mess is over. It's time to move on, get some people in here that truly want to be a Raider. If you could pick any wide receiver that's a free agent, Blaine, who would you go out and would you try to get? Also, is that us? I think that is us. It's a nice picture of us. VT, what about Chase Claypool, big red zone body? Chase Claypool is, though, another dude that doesn't always... Why is my phone recording me? Chase Claypool, though, is another effort guy. Like, Pittsburgh gave up on Chase because Claypool didn't give a shit anymore. He tried to go to Chicago, didn't give a shit anymore. If you're trying to find receivers that in their past show you that they care, Chase Claypool's not the guy. Like, that's like saying Luke Getsy was bad in Chicago for 2 seasons. Let's bring him into the Raiders because we need an OC. It wouldn't be a good marriage that you'd want to get yourself in. Santiago, what's up, my brother? What is the cap situation looking like? If you're wondering about the cap for this season, let me pull it up real quick. So the cap right now for the Raiders this year, our cap space is at $21.9 million. Now, from what I understand, I do not think that that is accounted for the dead cap hit of Davante Adams. which right now I'm looking at the dead cap hit for Davante this season is 13.67 mil, so you probably have to take that out a little bit. I mean, right now, the Raiders, wow, dead money. The Raiders' dead money as it stands right now and this is all of their, all the contracts, $62 million in dead money. Because they got to pay 13.67 this year. They also have to pay 15.7 next season. So the 15.7 next season, and they're also still eating 12.2 from Chandler Jones. But next year, I'm going to say that they're probably somewhere around 80 mil, just because if I do the math in my head, we're at 120 projected. When you take away some of that money, I think that you're right around $80 million in salary cap space for next season. Seventh fridge. How many fridges do you need, dude? That's a lot of fridges, bro. Fellas, other than a new OC, quarterback, and O-line, are there any spots on defense you guys want new players in? I would like another edge. We need another edge. I've been impressed by Tyree Wilson. He definitely hasn't done what I was hoping that he would be able to do. But Malcolm Kuntz is going to be a free agent. I don't know if he's going to end up coming back. We need to add another edge there. Defensive tackle is going to be a position that we need. Adam Butler, John Jenkins, those guys are on one-year contracts. On top of the fact that Christian Wilkins coming off an injury. Divine Diablo and Robert Spillane, both free agents. So you got to figure out a way to replace some of those guys. Trevon Merrick, Marcus Epps, both free agents. Got to figure out how to bring those guys back. Nate Hobbs, Jack Jones, also going to be free agents. Got to figure out how to bring those guys back. There's a lot of missing pieces on defense, but it's very hard to sit up here and say new spots. I want the Raiders to bring back Merrick. I want the Raiders to bring back Hobbs. I want the Raiders to bring back Jack Jones. And I want them to extend Robert Spillane. Divine Diablo played probably his best game he's ever played as an NFL pro last week. If he plays like that, I'll take Divine back. Abby, the Jets gave Hassan Reddick permission to seek a trade. Is there still time to renegotiate the trade to send him to LV? No. I don't want Hassan Reddick. And that might be an unpopular opinion. And the only reason why that I say I don't want Hassan Reddick is because the Raiders are not going to win anything of any importance this season. Hassan Reddick doesn't make the Raiders a better team. That's not true. Hassan Reddick makes us a better team by a little bit. But it also is going to cost us $20 million per year. You're also paying a player that I don't think that he's going to be in game shape when he comes over here. And the fact that he had to fire his agent, go out and get a new agent, tells me that the NFL interest right now in Hassan Reddick is not very high. Reddick has shown me that he's been a big me guy of late, and I want draft capital for next season. If you want any chance of getting Ben Johnson, if you want to be that top destination for a big-name head coach, you need salary cap, you need draft picks, and you need a high draft pick overall. Hassan Reddick, unless Reddick is okay with signing a cheap deal, he's not, though. He wants to get paid big-time money. Ryan, Mitch, trade Jack Jones, Miller, and James, and cut Laube. Dylan Laube is probably going to get cut at some point this season. He's fallen out of favor in the Raiders' eyes, and it's sad because Laube's such a good dude, and the team loves Laube, but he's just not talented enough, I think, to play at the NFL right now. It's just not there. He's really struggling with it, and his confidence is totally shot. I don't think that you're going to trade Jack. I don't know what a team would offer you for Jack Jones, but a team would offer you something for Colt Miller and Andre James. We like Jack Jones a lot, or we value Jones a lot because he's been a lot better with Antonio Pierce. But around the NFL, Jack Jones' trade value is not nearly as high as what it is right now for the Las Vegas Raiders. I got to be able to try to find this this video, the picture of Nesta Jade. That I got to find. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Who was the fan that sent me? They sent the picture of Nesta Jade liking that tweet. I'm looking through. It's not Rubio. I don't see it. I'm going to have to get somebody to send me that. I don't see it. All right. Ryan Campbell, today's MVP. What's up, Ryan Campbell? It's Raul. The name is Raul. All right, here, let me look. Let me look. Raul, got him. All right, I think I got it. Raul, thank you very much. Let's tweet it out. Let's see how this goes. Nesta Jade Silvera is on board with the Raiders firing Luke Getsy. I got it. Yep. Hang on. Raiders defensive tackle. And sent. All right, Raul, really appreciate you sending me that photo. If you guys want to see it, Nesta Jade Silvera liked something on Facebook, which I have just posted. True. Dude, my back is killing me right now. Oh, dude, it's not good. It's not a good back. I don't know. I'm going to delete it. I'm looking right now, and I can't guarantee you. I think it might just be... Yeah, I don't know, man. It's definitely... I think he did it on Facebook, but I'm not gonna put that one out there. It could be at Nesta Jade's actual Facebook account, but I'm not gonna put it out there. Ruben did send me it, and if somebody else can confirm that it is Nesta Jade's official Facebook account, then I will tweet that out. But I'm looking right now at this account, and it looks like a Facebook account that's barely even used. So, until I get it actually confirmed, but I do have the screenshot now, and that'll live forever. I'll do a little bit more research, and I'll see if it's actually him. Andrew B. Mitch, where would you rank this year's top quarterback if they were in last year's draft? It's a good question. I like this one a lot. I would say I would put Cam Ward at number 3 behind Caleb and Jaden. I would then put Jalen Milroe. I think Drake May's better. Jalen Milroe, then, I would say, is right after Drake May. And then Shador's probably the one after that. Like, I think Jaden and Cam and Caleb Williams were the two best prospects. I still want to see a little bit more out of Cam Ward, but I think Cam Ward's like, he's just always so cool, calm, and collected, which is why I really love Jaden, though it's why I thought it was really going to end up working out. That's how I would rank him. Cameron, what's up, my man? Appreciate you tuning in here to the Raiders Report. The only real trade piece we have left is a healthy Colton Miller. I don't agree with that at all, actually. You might not get a lot in return for some of the other players that are on your roster, but there would be teams that would be willing to trade for a Nate Hobbs. Teams that would be willing to trade for a Jack Jones, a Divine Diablo, an Andre James, a Colton Miller. Tyree Wilson would be a player that I know teams would be interested in trade for. You still have pieces that you could trade. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There would be teams that would call about some other players. It's just a matter of everybody knows the Raiders are going to be a team that starts selling, and when everybody knows that you're selling, it turns into a yard sale. So you don't get the price, or you don't get the value that you're looking for. That's the truth, right? Like, I want to be able to sit up here and say XYZ about certain value, but you're not going to get the value on all these players. That's just the hard truth, man. I would trade Colt Miller, though. He's got no money guaranteed on his contract. He's going to end up wanting a brand new deal. And as much as I like Colton as the person, it makes sense for him based on age, based on contract, based on where the Raiders are at. It makes sense to move on from him. We would get the most for Miller. That I agree with. I don't think that there's another player on this Raiders roster that this team would legitimately trade away that you would get more for than Colton Miller. Because they're not trading Max. You're not trading Max Crosby. The only other guy that I'd say maybe and just maybe is Tyree Wilson. Because Wilson has flashed a little bit on tape, and he is a very young player, and they drafted him at 7 overall. He's gotten better, but more than likely Colton Miller. Somebody said Brock Bowers. The Raiders aren't trading Brock Bowers. Again, we're talking about realistic trade partners, realistic trade candidates. Colton Miller is a realistic trade candidate. The Raiders are not going to trade Brock Bowers. No way. David Zahn, what's up, brother? How we doing, Mr. Zahn? How we doing, Mr. Zahn? 5 minutes left of our live show, unless y'all want to extend it here on the Raiders Report, which we've been answering questions here. We went live today at what? We probably went live today, 6 hours ago? Almost? About 6 hours ago here on the show. We've been breaking everything down around Tay. I will say I'm not going to stay live for our normal live show, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. As soon as that clock hits 0, we're going to end up getting out of here. We'll let the dust. Now that the dust is settled. Oh, I see what you're saying. Chugs wants to know, are you mad about the Davante trade? Now that we know what we got, now that we know what it's going to take to get a second-round pick, now that we have all that information, even seeing the Amari trade go down. Are you mad, though it's made? Mad about the trade. Are you made about the trade? Cameron Sproul, Colton Tyree for Penix. Not even close, man. If you traded Colton Miller, Tyree Wilson, I'd say minimum you need a second-round pick for Michael Penix Jr. And Atlanta doesn't want that. Atlanta doesn't want Colton Miller. Maybe they want Tyree Wilson, but they would want a first-round pick at minimum. I said it would have taken Davante and a first-round pick to get Michael Penix Jr. But that's just how much Atlanta likes Penix. Ronnie says, no, I'm not mad. I only want players that want to play here. Antonio, no, I'm just glad that we moved on. Ramon, I'm with you. I'm disappointed as well. Manny says, yes, I am mad. Ryan Williams going to be to the Jets in 2025. He's not draft eligible. He's young. Dude, he's 17 years old. That guy, he's incredible, though. Raiders, Packers definitely won that trade. Got a young stud in Christian Watson. I mean, Watson's been super banged up, and maybe they have won it, maybe they haven't, but I'll say that that first year the Raiders had Tay, 14 touchdowns, over 1,500 yards. We failed to get a quarterback. We did. We failed to get Davante a quarterback, but we failed the Raiders in getting a QB. And not only did we fail to get a QB, I don't know if you could have gone a worse route of quarterback play. Legitimately. I don't think that there's been a team that's had worse quarterback play than the Raiders over the past 2 seasons. Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Hoyer, Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew. I mean, that's barrel bottom of the league type of quarterback play. Do I think that Getsy's going to start calling plays from the box? It can help. It can't hurt. I want all coordinators, unless you can prove to me that you can do it on the sidelines, to go up in the box to see the field a little bit better. To me, Getsy's got to do something different, because if they just continuously do the same thing over and over and over again, which I guess maybe it won't surprise me because that's what Getsy just tries to do anyway, got to put him in the box. And if Antonio Pierce doesn't have the backbone or the balls to fire him, which I understand because AP knows that as long as Luke Getsy's on this team, that there's a fall guy. But sooner or later, you gotta be a man of your word, AP. And if you're actually trying to win football games, sometimes you got to at least try to do something. And if that means putting Luke Getsy in the box, well, then at least we tried it, right? If you put Luke Getsy in the box and he's still bad, on top of him being bad on the sideline, on top of him being bad in Chicago, then you just got to realize that that was a bad hire. Deep shots is what is needed. Half the time you get a PI call from Phil. We need to stretch the ball more down the field. If I'm the Raiders here and I want to see them try to get that extra yardage, you're not good enough to be able to dink and dunk your way down to have these long, sustaining 8, 9, 10-play drives. The Raiders aren't good enough on offense. So sometimes the way that you overcome it is, you take some deep shots and maybe you can run into a few penalties. Now, again, they don't have a talented wide receiver unit. The Raiders have a bottom 5 wide receiver unit in the NFL. Like, they do. They might have the worst wide receiver unit in the league right now. Right now. Jacoby, Trey Tucker, DJ Turner, Alex Bachman, Tyreek McAllister. I mean, that's arguably the worst receiver room in the NFL. Now, I'm not counting Brock Bowers into that because Bowers, to me, is a tight end. He's a skill player. He's a weapon. Thunderlord. Raiders made the right move on Tay. At least my college team, BYU, is doing good. Raiders for life. Thunderlord Frazier. BYU fan. BYU fan. All right, y'all. That is it for the end of the show. Can you at least just push the graphic over? That's going to be the end of the show unless y'all want to extend it. The deal is simple. You got to bang. Venmo bang. We add an extra 10 minutes. Gong. I'd probably put another hour on. If it's a bang on Super Chat, I'll do a beer bong and we'll get out of here. But hey, real talk, man. Shout out to Ryan Campbell. He pulled up today. He got y'all an extra hour. Ryan, DM me on Venmo your shipping address, which I know I probably should already have, but send me the shipping address and then send me like 3 or 4 different jerseys that you would be interested in getting, and then I'll pick those out and I'll make sure that I send you one. But real talk, man. Unbelievable day today here, and I know that the Davante news is bittersweet. It is. It's bittersweet. But I also want players that want to play here. I want to start moving in the right direction. I want us to know that we got guys that want to be able to do the right things. And I think that's all you can hope for going forward. The next time that you guys are going to see me, I'm going to be live here on the Raiders Report on Thursday in a cheerleader costume. So for that, from me, from Jeremy Chuggs, shout out to Ryan Campbell. Shout out to all the real ones out there. I'm out. I'll see you guys on Thursday.